What are you most insecure about when you're on stage?
I'm not insecure about anything when I'm on the stage. That's like my home.
I mean, I don't really have anything I'm insecure about. I just play my game and just try to perform, you know, to the highest level.
Honestly, there isn't much to be insecure about, but you know, if the gunny is lacking going into the match, I'm definitely gonna be a little insecure about that.
I'd probably say going on the stage and getting free O'd, you know, like a 30-minute series, and then that's it, and then you're off again.
The vibe we're getting, I feel like right now it's like a weird vibe that I get when I'm on stage from the crowd. Like most people don't like me, so that's probably what I'm insecure about right now.
Whenever like I have to do interviews, and I just know like I get really anxious and nervous towards interviews, and I try so hard not to like mess it up.
Which actor would portray you in a CDL movie? I think if one actor was to portray me in a CDL movie, it'd probably have to be Bruce Lee.
Actually, James Murray from Practical Jokers. For a while now, I've been told that I look like him.
Would probably be like Mark Wahlberg, just because he's like a troll.
I wouldn't want an actor to do that. I would want MacArthur Jovel, Cellium, to portray me.
Honestly, if there was one person portraying me in the movie, it'd probably be Peter Dinklage, just because I feel like we're looking pretty similar nowadays.
I'm gonna have to go with Robert Downey Jr.
I'd probably say Zac Efron.
Americans won't get this, but it's Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. He's not an actor. He's a football player. He came off the bench all the time, always scored. So he would be, because that's me. I'm the best bench player.
If you could pick a theme song to play when you walk on stage, what would it be and why?
The theme song I'd pick when I'd walk on stage would probably be some like old school Mac Miller, maybe like senior skip day. I feel like it would just be dope to walk out to something like that.
As soon as I saw that, I thought of my teammate Cellium, because I know he did this, and I know that he probably picked a song from Creed.
I feel like Baby Sharks would be a funny walkout entrance, so Baby Sharks probably.
I'd probably pick the Triple H theme song, you know, when he walks out on stage, just because, you know, when Triple H comes out, you know he's coming to just kill somebody, and you know that's the vibe you get from us. So.
I don't know, like a WWE song. Let's go like The Undertaker, like what Ailey did that one time.
I think we have like a team anthem at this point. It's called Black Magic. We'd have a lot of fun on stage if that song was playing while we're walking in.
Who on your team is most likely to react to a mild inconvenience? Oh man, probably the whole team.
Who on your team is most likely to react to a mild inconvenience? aBeZy.
Probably be aBeZy. I feel like aBeZy is really like strict about things.
I'd probably have to be Cellium. I feel like if any little sort of thing happens to him, he's gonna freak out. He's gonna call aBeZy. He's gonna call him Alec.
Usually me, it'd probably be me or Alec.
That's Bance. Honestly, he's an old grumpy guy if you've never met him.
It'd be Cam, definitely. Any little thing will throw him off.
Most likely be Eli. He just gives the most reactions, I feel like, or Standy if you guys don't know. I feel like he just gives the most reactions for anything, really.
This one's easy. It's gonna have to be Eli Standy, because every time the Uber Eats driver forgets a spoon or straw or drops it off a little at the wrong place, you know, he always freaks out and, you know, is having a war with the Uber drivers.
Who's earned your respect in the CDL, and how have they done it? Well, for one, I'm gonna have all my respect for all the world champs, and just for anyone that has won chips recently or before.
I'm gonna go with my boy Asim. He's been thrown around a lot of teams, underappreciated in a lot of circumstances, and he finally got on a really good team and showed his worth.
It'd have to be one of the LAG boys, either Asim, Slasher, or Kyla. One of them three for sure.
Got Nasty and we've got Gizmo and Afro that came in last year. I know how hard it is as a European to break through in the scene, and the way they've done it this year, I'll definitely give them my respect.
I'll go with my mate Gizmo, my little friend Gizmo.
I'd probably have to say Shotzzy.
Honestly, I'd probably say Shotzzy.
I'd probably have to go with Shotzzy. I'm pretty sure a lot of people's answers are probably going to be Shotzzy, because he literally transferred from Halo and he learned the game so fast, and he's like so impactful on the map and is always doing the right plays and making heads up plays.
Scumpy, Seth, and Hector, obviously.
A lot of OpTic, to be honest, because they're really good, obviously, at the game, but also they do a lot for the scene, like publicity-wise and growing it.
I would probably have to say Scump, because he's really made a name for himself in a way that no one else has really done.
I now see, being in the league, like how hard it is to manage, you know, streaming and growing a fan base, as well as being on top of the game.
The audience and the fan base and everything he's built around himself is just honestly incredible.
They helped build Pod to what it is today, and guys support them all the way.
Here we go. This is chaotic. He gets all 3. Oh no, the shots are good. How about the play? He just can't be stuck at 6 in a row.
You never know in a Call of Duty event what could happen.
Shotzzy's still alive at the point. How?
Come through with the victory. They win it. Kill after kill.
That is sensational stuff. There's Jimbo find the first kill. And they will walk away with the game. An instant turn of events.
Let's get into the Call of Duty League. Let's go.
What's going on and how are you doing today? Welcome to the Call of Duty League, and breaking things down on the desk and running the ship. It's going to be me, Velli. I'm your host, and I got Ali, the big brain analyst. And Ali, the storylines have kind of changed so far heading into the season, right? Yeah. Now they're at the midpoint range. We're not talking about which team is the best or which team could be which. It's now about the race of who could really make champs.
Absolutely, and we're heading into the second half, and I think a big team when it comes to those CDL points is going to be New York Subliners, because they had such a slow start to the season, and now they have the roster that they want, but the Pro-Am Classic did not give them any points towards that seeding for champs, so it's kind of do or die for them right now.
And some of these teams feel like they got the roster that they want right now after a few changes, right? NYSL won the Pro-Am Classic after a big change, bringing in Kismet. One of Kismet's old teammates, Havok, joined the Minnesota Røkkr, and for a team that really didn't have an identity heading into the match yesterday against the Los Angeles Guerrillas, Havok led the way. Havok was tearing everybody up, and he's looking like the win condition now for this squad.
It really transformed Minnesota Røkkr, because when it came to them, it was like, oh yeah, they're gonna push you to the edge near the end of a map. You can really never count them out of a series, but they were still struggling to win. They bring in Havok, their pace has completely changed. They are much more aggressive teams. They are making much more decisive decisions together as a whole, and now they're catching wins. Havok and Attach yesterday from the series versus LAG had a 1.52 overall. Again, LAG is a team that is struggling, but at the end of the day, they were Stage 2 Major 2 champions, and Minnesota Røkkr were able to get their revenge.
Yeah, Havok made it look easy as well, helping out his teammates all around, but Minnesota Røkkr desperately needed this, right? Heading into the season, you got big names all around on this squad. You have Major Maniac, who was replaced by him, but we were looking at players like Priestahh and Standy to really step up big, and Havok learned a lot and helped this team out a lot, and he told us exactly why. Let's listen up.
So yeah, going into the Pro-Am, I felt a lot of pressure. I put a lot of pressure on myself. But after I got into Minnesota at the facility, obviously we have a sports coach, and he taught me some techniques, taught the team some techniques, and just being around the guys, getting more comfortable with them. I felt like during this match, I didn't really feel any pressure, and I used the techniques that he taught us. And I think, it showed that it really helped me individually and as a team too. We just were able to close it out, play comfortable, and I felt just free on the map.
And with the Minnesota Røkkr getting their first really big definitive win of the season in my eyes, right? They're kind of feeling themselves out. They put up a tweet, another LA team, no problem. I don't know if they should have tweeted that just yet.
I don't really know about that one, Chief, but I will say this, props to the Minnesota Røkkr as a whole for having to bring up the fact that they have a sports coach, and it has actually helped him with his gameplay, helped him when it came to his confidence coming into the rest of the season. I think that's incredible to see from the organization.
But you know what, that swagger hopefully shows up today, but another team that has a lot of swagger right now is going to be OpTic Texas. Why? They brought up an AM in Prolute, and the question was, can Prolute perform against his second professional team that he went against, the Florida Mutineers, a team that had a map lead against OpTic Texas heading into the series? Well, guess what? Prolute dominated them when it came to Search and Destroy. Not just dominate, he embarrassed them. A 12-3 stat line in Search and Destroy for an amateur player on a professional level. It even got to a point where he said it in an interview, to where the speed just felt natural to him.
Yeah, and he said that it feels like the pro players play a little bit scared. And when we watched the Pro-Am, the challengers teams were taking Search and Destroys off the pro teams. They just play a little bit of a different game, and I think that's what a lot of the challengers players being brought up to the CDL have done with some of these teams as they started succeeding in Search and Destroy a lot more. But that series against Florida, it was not close. Everybody across the board on OpTic was popping off, specifically Prolute, but we gotta give props to everybody. Scump and Shotzzy turned up in the final half of that hard point. 12-3 in Berlin S&D. Prolute looked so comfortable on the map. He knew exactly what to do in any situation given. And on the flip side for Florida, I know people are trying to say, they're the best mid team, you can't count them out.
That's some people.
But we got to talk about the fact it's still the same story with them, right? They are getting these high engagement games, and they are getting no hill time. They are getting no Ws. They're struggling in respawn, and it's happening all over again. And I got to talk about the fact that Sky's had 2+ minutes in hill time, while his teammate that was almost double positive had 4 seconds. I would have lost my mind.
I want to say this, by the way. When Prolute said it seems like some pros play scared. Yeah, you're playing on OpTic Texas. I'd be scared as hell to go against Scump and Dashy too.
Yeah.
But also, let's talk about the matches that we're going to see on the main screen. Today is going to be a fun day, actually. We're going to kick off the day with Paris Legion against Seattle Surge, and hopefully Seattle proves something to us today. We don't want to see a recap of yesterday. After that, we're going to see the Minnesota Røkkr and the team that they called out from LA, the Los Angeles Thieves. But do you see that Mountain Dew Game Fuel marquee matchup of the day?
Yes, I do. The New York Subliners versus the Boston Breach. I don't think any of these series are going to be very quick. I think we're in for a fairly long day because these are all teams fighting for something to prove. But that Crim versus Methodz matchup, man, oh, I can't wait to see all the tweets.
Okay, that's going to be a really interesting matchup because when you take a look at both of those AR players, right? Yes, Crim is one of the GOATs in the scene. You know, he's won so many championships. He knows how to win. And he turned NYSL into basically a championship caliber team. You can't argue against it. But Methodz, on the other end, has been on a tear lately. In stage 2, he was basically statistically the best AR out there. In stage 3, he's showing up with those numbers once again. And to see how Crimsix answers to Methodz and vice versa, this is going to be one of the best matches we're going to see all day long.
I think the interesting storyline when it comes to these two is when we interviewed Crim, he's kind of like, you know, I get to sit back. It's great. All of my young players just get to run in front of me and do everything on the map. Where on the flip side, Methodz is the one that kind of pops off, which allows the rest of his younger team to pop off. So I think it's a little bit of a topsy-turvy hot and cold. I think it's truly going to come down to the likes of Cap and TJ matching up against the likes of Paulehx and Hydra because they have been the two players to watch.
Look at Methodz right now. He's fired up. This is after a loss, and I'm going to tell you now, the guy is cocky in the best way possible. And if I wanted a teammate that's an AR, I'm going to want one just like him. He does not like losing. And against NYSL, they're going to absolutely bring it because New York, this is a must-win game. The reason why I'm saying it, let's take a look at the CDL points so far halfway throughout the season, right? New York Subliners to Pro-Am Classic champions, but they're sitting at 40 points because of their struggles at the beginning of the year. Yep. But if they want to make champs, they're going to have to make top 8. But take a look at the battle from 6th all the way to 9th. It is basically a rough tie.
It's not impossible though, right? A lot of the teams above them are struggling in the likes of the Florida Mutineers, the Seattle Surge, LAG. Like those are all teams struggling to win their matches right now, so they can certainly capitalize on this. But on the flip side, Boston Breach is fighting for that top 3rd seed, right? London Royal Ravens are only 20 points ahead of them after that win that we saw from them this past weekend. And so it's a little bit of an interesting storyline heading into it.
Yes, and for all you online all-stars out there, if you think you got what it takes, okay? We saw the Pro-Am Classic. We saw what Ultra Academy NA tried to do, right? They almost made the single bracket, and I love them. Shout out to Scrappy. But the thing is, we have another open bracket challengers tournament. Shout out to Toronto Ultra for throwing this down, and I better see all of you guys there. If you all out there are saying that you can make it, I better see you at this event.
There is no better way to prove yourself than to be going to this open bracket event at Major 3. We saw what Major 2 did for a lot of these challengers teams, not to mention challengers players. This is to solidify yourself and try to make your career into your path of pro. This is going to be incredible. Make sure you get your tickets.
And honestly, at the end of the day, I mean, you could go to be super hyper competitive like someone like me would, but you could also go there and just have fun at the end of the day. But also talking about having fun, I'm going to give you guys something for free, all right? If you go over to gamefuel.com/CDL, check this out. If you get a case of your favorite flavor of Game Fuel, you will be able, while you're in the cart, by the way, choose your favorite team pack, and basically you get a free skin with your favorite drink, right? That's hot.
That's literally dope. That's literally a 2-for-1, and you get an entire case of Game Fuel to keep you cracked out while you're trying to ranked play. I mean, who wouldn't want that?
Exactly. So, yeah, you go order one case, you go order all the cases, get all the team skins, and just be greedy, all right? But check this out, ladies and gentlemen. The Week 1 qualifiers are almost coming to an end, but on the other side of this break, we're going to kick off the first match of the day. This should actually be a really good one, okay? Check this out. Paris Legion kind of saw what they did yesterday, right? They're facing off against Seattle Surge. The question is, can Seattle pull out this win? We know they can, but we don't know about this team just yet. We'll catch you guys on the other side of the break for some more CDL action.
So would you go ahead and tell me when you had enough? Fucking you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me if you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best? Silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome. You think you kidding me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything that was again in the vicinity.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two. You learn success isn't something you're given, it's something earned. Visit zenny.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
Off the point, Mack staying alive as long as he can. What a beautiful flank this could be. The second, oh God, the round's gone.
Like they are. Brent has an opportunity. There's the first. There's the second. Turns on.
And still, if fire works out, do you get any more? Yeah, he can. It's 5. The Young Guns in round 11. And they go back. Can he come out the corner in time? And you bet he will. That's it. Take that.
Winner.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League and to kick off the first matchup of the day. Once again, my name is Veli. I'm running the ship as the host. This is Ali. This matchup is going to be really interesting, right? We have Paris Legion, a team that's been really taking teams to the limit. I really like what we're seeing from players like Gravity, right? But also we have Seattle Surge, a team that should be winning championships, but they're losing games that are basically gimmies for them. And it's really interesting to see, right? We're seeing championship caliber plays from a lot of players, but also this team just feels like they're lacking something important. Ali, in this matchup right here on paper, this is Seattle's game to win.
Listen, we cannot pretend like we did not see the series yesterday, right? Actually had a really tough game one. The game 2 was fantastic. The 6-3 win over Toronto on one of their best maps. The Berlin was a smoke show. I'm pretty sure Fred with 37 and 19. He was just having his way. But it was the next 2 that were incredibly tough to watch. We saw what Mack did on the Tuscan hardpoint. I am so sorry, Mack. And then that game 5, they get 6-0'd. So when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, I mean, I'm just going to put one right on out there. Everybody needs to be on top of slaying, but specifically accuracy. A .77 KD during 8-game hardpoint losing streak. When we head into Search and Destroy, when it comes to accuracy, he does so well. He adds so much to the team when it comes to First Bloods, but for some reason, it is just not translating in consistency to respawn. And force Paris onto non-Tuscan Search and Destroys. Legion is 4-1 on Tuscan Search and Destroy, 5-15 all others. So just attempt to win the vetoes. Unfortunately, I've seen the maps before this. There is definitely a Tuscan Search and Destroy in this series, and continue recent S&D form, winning 58% of rounds since start of Pro-Am, 2nd overall, and that is still including the 6-0 loss they got handled to from Toronto yesterday. So Seattle's not down and out, man, but whatever it is somebody getting put in the blender and has to stop.
I mean, Seattle might be down and out if they can't pick it up against Paris Legion, because I'm going to tell you now, even though they are last place in the standings, and we have our fun talking about them, right? This isn't a terrible team by any standard at all, but the thing is, you're taking a look at one of the most influential players on this roster, roster. It was the first guy you saw on your screen. His name was John, and we've been talking about John week in and week out, right? Because you get consistency from players like Temp, and you see the play from Gravity stepping in big time. But when John performs, his team is absolutely different. Shout out to Jimbo, by the way, from getting up to speed when it comes to professional play in the CDL. But when it comes to the game field keys of victory, Paris Legion, they're gonna have to bring a lot. Seattle Surge just aren't a good team at all not a hard team at all to beat, and with the game field keys to victory,
we're looking at the wrong keys.
That threw me off. I'm sorry about that. But the keys of victory for Paris are going to be, they need more from their SMG duo and the hard point. Jimbo has a .84 kill def, and John has a .92 in hard point this season. John, we know you can do better. Jimbo, we know he's going to get better, so that's going to be okay. Also, they need to nail their post-plant setups. Seattle are retaking 55% in neutral situations, which is first overall. Last but not least, take advantage of a reeling Surge and hard point. Let's be completely honest right now. Surge are hot and cold, and we really don't know what type of Seattle we're going to get. This is Paris' chance to really rack up those points and get wins to hopefully try to etch their way into champs. But Ali, when it comes to predictions in this matchup, I mean, it's kind of unanimous, right? We really can't give up on Seattle in this series yet.
Listen, Veli, that was a Len what just happened right there. But it was totally not your fault. And I will say this, Paris has been looking so much better. I will say they have been on the rise. Tom Gravity has had a complete overturn in the way that he has been playing on the map. But unfortunately, when it comes to Paris Legion, there's still just no consistency. I still ride by the fact that John is either playing out of his mind or he's put into the blender. Okay. And I feel like that happens with a lot of players on Paris Legion. So it's just about finding that middle ground. It's about finding that pace. I have to go with Seattle Surge in this series just because there's just no way Mack does a TP to yesterday. And they still almost won. It was a 4-point differential against the Toronto Ultra that's been surging.
All right, well, I got something to say to you, Ali. You can think I'm wild for this one, all right? I'm done giving up faith for Seattle Surge because we've been predicting them to win all these matches all year long, and we've been disappointed day in and day out. I will say this, though. I believe in Paris Legion to win this matchup, and when it comes to John, I saw what he was trying to do yesterday. It's kind of like the aBeZy effect. He was trying to get flanks and whatnot, but he was getting picked off by ARs from afar. If that didn't happen, he was going to have some really vital kills. So, Paris Legion, I'm counting on you for this one, but also, let's send this over to Bryson Ton, my EU brothers. I miss you guys. I love you. You feeling good today or what?
That's the vibe, right? Yeah, we didn't want Ben to look the only ridiculous person on broadcast. We thought we'd join him and make another bad fashion choice as well to just show solidarity, so nobody picks on Veli. We've got our glasses on as well.
I can't even see. I'm indoors, Bryson. For two reasons. One, they're polarized, and two, I'm inside. But let's talk about the game we've got coming up, Paris Legion versus Seattle Surge. An interesting matchup because it's basically Seattle sometimes good, sometimes not, and the Legion are looking better every single step of the way. But we keep saying that, and it has to turn into a result soon, Ton.
I agree, yes. Paris have looked better, but still not quite good enough. That is the problem. A couple of occasions yesterday, there was just slip-ups. It had to be said from the Paris Legion. On occasion, they do look good. They do look like they could put it together, but it's just those small moments here and there. Specifically, you talk about the one where it was a 2v1 up against Harry, and one of them has to be on the defuse, and they win. And it just stupid things. It's just stupid things that they shouldn't be doing. However, they did look pretty decent in the hard points, so let's see if they can get something going there. Up against Seattle Surge, who also are kind of in a bit of a free fall at this moment in time. I'm curious to see how it is going to break down, to be honest with you, Bryson, because it should be a good game. Because realistically, both these teams are, well, underperforming in one sense and maybe just still getting there in the other. So yeah, it's a curious one. I'm not quite sure which way it's going to go.
And that's the biggest problem with this series entirely. Like, Seattle Surge, we've seen them do very, very well, and we've seen them have these great peaks, but is it a peak or is it consistent? Because like at the moment, every time I think about Seattle Surge, you kind of put them down the script. Even in this game, I think Paris may end up taking this win for the simple reason is that Seattle can be a great team, but not consistently enough for me to actually kick them for this. And I don't know. Yeah. We'll have to find out. It's Seattle on the day.
I mean, for me, it's Seattle and Florida, kind of the similar sort of team in the sense of that one day they'll beat OpTic, next day they'll lose to Paris. You can't have that, though. You need to find some consistency. Everyone says that Call of Duty is a game that goes day by day, but the teams at the top are the teams at the top for the majority of the season. If you are these guys who are kind of those teams who are inconsistent, consistency needs to start coming in very, very shortly. We've been on Vanguard for quite some time. You need to figure it out, Brycey, is all I'm saying. But here we go. Paris, can they get something going here to kick things off on Bakaj? it comes to these two teams. As said, John was the one for Paris that we need to see step it up. We need to see more from accuracy on the side of Seattle.
At the moment, you can see Seattle Surge holding down P1. Paris are trying to make a little bit of an ingress here, but not really able to get anything going. Of course, it isn't really going to be about this first point. Just try and stop the other team getting some points as well, and then move on to P2. But Paris aren't really doing that either.
No, nobody really scrapping over this rotation over towards P2, but scrapping in the middle of the map at this moment in time. Kills going across the board. Paris Legion, the ones first one here to this side of the map. Mack really needs a bounce back series after yesterday, which was just a poor performance on his behalf. I think a lot of people will look towards that, specifically that Tuscan hardpoint, which will be map number 4 if we indeed get there. He needs to be a lot better, but this is nice from Seattle Surge. They force through the front door. It's only momentarily. Temp left towards the back. Spawns in for Seattle. Nice break from them. 20-point lead as well.
You see here, Paris going to hit this from the back very quickly, and they do have a good pinch going on as well. Gravity already picking up 2, and Temp getting the 3rd. It's only going to be Mack in a position to do something here. Finds that first one. He's trying to stay alive in Barn. That's going to cause Paris to try and find him eventually, and John will, but it does give his team the opportunity just to move up a little bit.
Accuracy going to get picked off there as well. Nice break back from the side of Paris. Seattle maybe have one more look at this here. So these next couple of kills are important for the side of Paris. Can they manage to lock these ones down? There was a push through from Mack that was maybe a little bit overzealous. They'll get away with this push. Paris Legion, nice hold. They will take a lead heading in towards P3, but Seattle are going to have time to set themselves up. Look at the line that Seattle have now. Have every single area of the map controlled. Paris got to go through the gauntlet to even get near.
And that's the first kill that might help him out a little bit, getting Simp down, but already Mack is trying to cut off everybody going to be on this cross. A little bit of cut timing means nobody sees him. Eventually, Gravity will take him, but points already slipping towards Seattle Surge. Simp waiting for those players. He knows he's coming around the back as well, and John just walks up on him. 10 gets a beat down as well. And Seattle Surge had this hole, and they've lost it.
I mean, how has that happened? It hasn't even... It's just 3 easy gunfights. Paris players shooting Seattle players in the back. I'm not too sure what the miscommunication was there for the Seattle Surge, but, I mean, that looked locked down. And all of a sudden, John has just walked around the back, walked past window towards the side, and all of a sudden he's shooting one of your players in the back. I mean, I absolutely cannot understand how Seattle Surge have let that slip so badly.
Well, at the moment, it's still not too far away, and they are going to try and get back into this, of course. Realistically, on Bacage, it's never that big of a deal, considering how close these two teams are as they head towards the barn. John, though, trying to get his work going on at the same time. Kind of a mixed game between these two. We see Seattle get some great holds coming through, and then Paris able to also do the same thing, but it's still very early doors between them as Paris gain control.
I think that's a win for Paris, though, considering the rotation that was there for Seattle and the fact that they managed to break it and come out of it with a lead. Fantastic stuff there. Gravity having a good game so far at 12-7 on that side of things. Mack, though, can he start lighting things up? Yes, he can. Finds 2. Simp also helping. Well, I mean, I was saying helping. If anything, carrying Seattle Surge to what is only a 10-point game now. 17-7 out of him. We need to keep an eye on how Simp keeps things rolling.
I remarked on this yesterday, actually, on Twitter, saying this is pretty much the only hardpoint map you can do that on. Have a player just go off like Simp has clearly gone off and still be losing the game. It just doesn't make an awful lot of sense, but that's how Bacage works. It's very mixy, it's very engagement heavy. But if you can get a good rotation on a hill like this one, as we head over towards Rivers, you see Paris already set up, then maybe you can get a decent lead going.
4 spree here for Temp. 3 more, and you're looking at something a little bit interesting, heading over towards P5 specifically. Can he find anything here up top? Grandma's accuracy shots up. Well, accurate through the wall. But Tem's still locking down this crucial area. Mack with the shots into him. John is going to be there, though, to help him find himself. 3, actually. Fantastic stuff from John just to lock down this rotation. But look at the spawn that's going to be coming in from Seattle. Paris should be aware of this. They've turned around.
Jimbo, they're trying to look for him as well. Doesn't end up finding him, hiding behind the boat as well. And Jimbo still staying alive here at this point, getting a decent amount of it as Temp goes on a spree. That's 6 now for Temp. 1 more. Can he find it? And Jimbo just refuses to die in there at all.
Looking for this final kill, but Seattle, for me, that first push at least were maybe a little bit overzealous, but Temp out the window, can't find the second, but the glide bomb is secured. And yeah, I just want to point out something there on that break. Mack's just running through the middle of nowhere. Seattle have got no control, and they're just giving kills away in that kind of scenario. Yes, they are going to find that break eventually. It still is a close game. But in those situations, it's a bit sort of headless at times. Just straightforward all the time. Just calm it down. Find those kills and then make the move. Paris have themselves a nice setup. They will be behind heading into the second rotation now, Bryce, but a very close game. Both teams kind of trading these rotations and trading a decent chunk of time Hasn't necessarily been a standard Bakaj with a lot of congestion. It's been pretty much locking down hills as best as you possibly can and being successful at it for both teams so far.
Yeah, at the moment it is all going to be tied up, but let's jump into the comms then. Here's a listening with Paris Legion.
You gotta stay. Hide, Brian. Hide, Brian.
Gate.
Lamar back. Lamar in the back.
And one's tools on one shot.
I didn't hit him on hill. He could be main. I don't see him top Manny.
He didn't chow house. He's still tools.
We gotta get this guy out. The time. Bottom house dead. Nice. I don't see him top barn.
Bottom main.
Top barn.
Main against Sid.
Top barn after that. And Z. Top barn and Z. Okay.
Mark's gonna be holding right. Listen, you can use your shit. I'm going left. You guys go right.
Street?
No, not yet.
Give me a tool. Top Manny.
Top main weak.
He ran. I'm not using it yet.
Yeah, what's top gate?
He's
still top main.
One shot for Pred.
One shot hut.
I go two.
Pred, one shot. A-plat. Someone get him. Dead. What's top barn, by the way? Top barn.
Top barn, Mack hurt.
Is one the guy hill?
One coop. He's challenging out of barrels.
Coop dead.
He's challenging out of barrels.
Barn weak.
I'm gliding, bros.
He's barn somewhere, okay?
One's a plat, two big door. They're just gonna fly in hill.
Mack still barn somewhere.
Mack hurt. Mack's still in bottom barn.
He saw one shot. He's on his back.
Well, there we go. We jumped on board with Paris, and things have not been going well for them. They desperately try to fight their way back into this game. But their opponents, after taking the lead, are probably feeling a little more calm in the comms. But we are going to find out. Time for listening with Seattle Surge.
Top barn got me and 10. Top barn 10 is pushing back.
Spawn in the water. Hit that. I'll spawn tunnel.
I'm gonna go far. I'm gonna go far.
What's the pass?
He's top house, riding, jumped out, back window.
Front door.
Front door,
Donnie. Donnie's front door. Where'd I can bump you up top. They can get
water tank, come grab me.
Two front door, they're both weak. One
low camo, low camo. Low camo.
Two side time. Low camo as well. I'm staying in the
low camo dead. Back house. One shot. Two.
Okay, play my back door.
Well, it's getting a little bit frantic there in the comms as the pressure comes in from Paris. Pred ends up getting two as well as they are fighting tooth and nail over this hard point. Seattle Surge desperately trying to keep the lead here, Tom.
Yeah, they've not done too badly, but Temp is just going off again. He's found himself in a good spot to find that glide again, and that's going to be a difficult situation for Seattle Surge. I know Pred went on a streak himself, but John inside the point. Peak 3 has been successful for Paris, but for Seattle Surge, you find yourself in such a good lead, and you're just giving away points again. Paris Legion, though, you've got to give them the credit. They've fought themselves back into this game after what was a terrible P2 for them, and this kill feed has been all orange for the last 30 seconds or so. Seattle Surge caught napping just a little bit. All of a sudden, it's a 4-point game.
A big part of that has got to be Temp just continuing to slay Bakaj. Suits him wonderfully. He continues to go on a reign of terror, but almost gets gravity cut down there as Mack is spraying as well. Tries to get around that corner. He's just not going to be able to get anything done as Paris light the kill feed up one more time, and they have control here, Don.
Big kills if they can find them. Simp, Favkeely giving Seattle a little bit of respite, if only momentarily. Good lockout so far from the Paris Legion. They've kept Seattle away from this for about 30 seconds or so. Can they find anything here? As Temp just lingering inside of Grandma's, just getting the flank where he can. The rest of his team are cleaning up the kills in the point. Is Pred going to get traded? Not quite. Here comes Seattle Surge potentially, but again, they're just going to fall. It seems one by one from Seattle Surge at the moment. They need to tighten up very, very quickly because Temp is starting to take over at 33-16.
Oh, they cannot gun him at all, and you can see now he's already making his moves all the way around, and I think he's going to find another player here. It's a beat down from Temp. And he is just an absolute menace to be dealt with here. I think Accuracy may try and find around the back, but no, Temp's still alive. He's going to try and cause problems as they head towards River, but he will be doing it alone. That's the only thing you can critique him about. Bit of a lone wolf sometimes, Temp, and now his teammates are going to pick up the pieces.
Thing is, though, he can make this count for the rest of his team. The problem is when you call that, you need the rest of the squad to stay alive. Two of them drop imminently as soon as that glide bomb gets called in, and all of a sudden, that is wasted. Just like that. John and Co now just trying to find this push on through. Again, just one by one. Both teams are very guilty of doing it so far. I know it's all about getting into the mix here on Bakaj, but there's so many opportunities for the team just to maybe take a step back, take their time, and find the kills together. Pred on his own, unfortunately not going to be able to get much done there. Was trying to sneak through the back door. Seattle Surge spawning towards the back. Can they do anything here? Again, for Mack there, with 10 seconds to go, do you not take your time and then try and find the kills and push out together? Yes, okay, it's only one kill, but there's been multiple instances of that all throughout the game from both teams so far, but ultimately it's Legion who are benefiting. They have the lead here, heading into the third rotation, Brycey, but it has been sloppy from both squads so far.
Well, let's see if they can tighten up as we go to the final stages of this one. At the moment, actually soaking all the time off P1 he can. His teammates are allowing him to do it because you see Paris Legion not really anywhere close to stop this going on. Mack flying out river at the same time. And now continuing to move. They're looking for the spawns for the second one. Actually, still here, still gaining time.
Paris want to keep a hold of these spawns very desperately, but you cannot let Seattle Surge pick up this free time. Jimbo's grenade killing Gravity as he was on his way in, just trying to trade a kill away. And now, because you've had to make that pressure, it's allowed Seattle Surge to maybe break through. And Mack's going to find one. He can only find one. John just about surviving. Spawns should still be there for the side of Paris. It's going to go towards River. Seattle Surge push around the outside. This has been a sensational hold from the Seattle side over towards P1. That is a lot of time, and Paris Legion now gonna have to fight back. They do not have spawns, they do not have the lead, they have to break. They tried to hold it, they failed miserably. Glide bomb coming in, Seattle Surge trying to lock it down.
Oh, Paris lose about 40 seconds on P1 and then end up losing the spawns. You're gonna ask yourself if that's a misstep for them. Now they have to fight from the hard side into P2. Pred is already pushing this one up, looking for the players that are trying to get to his teammates, and he finds him as well. They just have all of the map control here against Paris as they now have to run across the entire map. They don't have time to really try and get a full stack going, but they are winning the gunfights.
And Paris gotta go. They gotta get inside. Pred just trying to be a bit of a nuisance at 41 and 25. Accuracy will find a big kill towards the back. 5 seconds away for Seattle Surge. I don't think there's going to be anybody there from the side of Paris. Jimbo for Seattle Surge. What a turnaround that is. With P1 control, they lock down around 40 seconds and then win the rotation. If you're going to give them it, Paris, if you're going to let them get all of that time on the most contested hill in the game, you have to lock the spawns down for P2. You can't sacrifice that and gain nothing for it. A fumble from Paris Legion has to be said. That's my opinion, at least anyway. Seattle Surge played that well. They locked down that mid-map fantastically. But something's got to give for Paris. If you're going to give them that time, at least lock the spawns in.
Temps dropped 41 and 23 for the L there. He's certainly not going to be happy about it, but yeah, I know it's harsh criticism sometimes, but that P1, it did seem like Paris was fighting tooth and nail for the P2 spawns, and I think accuracy got like 45 seconds on it in the end. It was kind of a crazy amount of time for a team that could have got him off at a few opportunities, but they were just making sure that nobody from Seattle slipped the net, and then when they realized, they eventually had to get him off because they were going to be behind going into P2. Seattle just overextended.
Honestly, I feel, and I don't want to be like hypercritical of either one of these two teams, but I feel like if they played this way against a very high quality team, I think either one of them would have maybe got smoked out. It felt so sloppy. There's so many occasions where they were locking down hills and it looked like the rotation was good. They'd find some decent time, and then just a break comes out of nothing. And then the one by ones, it was very, very guilty from both squads here. I don't know if I'm just maybe harping on what the bad was. Seattle Surge did fantastically there.
You know what? Focusing on that last bit, but
yeah, I just felt like a couple of setups were strange and people are slipping by far too easily. The one for me was John when he goes around the back of the window that leads into obviously P3, finds himself all the way a free run into double doors at the side. I just don't understand how that can happen. Either way, Seattle will take the win and they'll be happy for it, but a strange one, Bryce.
Yeah, a little bit. It's kind of weird to have a hard point where you can kind of level criticisms at both teams like we are. And I don't want to go kind of too deep into it. I mean, we haven't really spoken about accuracy. Accuracy was not having the best of games going into that, and then eventually, essentially, just soaked time on P1. Like that was the biggest impact he had on that entire hard point, and it was devastating to Paris, who had a game plan clearly in their head. And here's the thing. I don't fault Paris for having that game plan. Correct thing to do. Before we go any deeper into the game, let's talk about the Paris keys to victory and see if there's anything in there that helps us out in this one, of course. SMG Geo and the hard point, Jimbo and John not having the greatest KD, and obviously, unfortunately, they're helped by Temp ton.
Yeah, I mean, Temp did help along things and that side of things, but yeah, you definitely need your SMGs to be on point when it does come down to Vicage at least. Unfortunately, couldn't get things going that time around. I don't think they had terrible games, but it didn't look fantastic, specifically for Jimbo, I would say. So we need to see a little bit more from them. We know that Tuscan's going to be coming up with map number 4. If we do get there, that's where they potentially get something going on that side of things. And nail your post-plant setup. Seattle retaking 55% in neutral situations first overall, so make sure they are locked in and taking advantage of a real surge in hardpoint. Well, I mean, just delete that one off the bottom because that has not happened. That's that 8-game HP losing streak gone now. It's 1 in total win streak for the side of Seattle. So Paris leaking that one early, not a good sign.
The old Mountain Dew keys to victory there. Essentially, like that last one, essentially, I think is quite damning, right? Like they're on an 8 hardpoint loss streak. Paris could have had it. Unfortunately, getting flipped out in the last few seconds. Sometimes that does happen. And you know, the call that had come in was essentially, we need to hold P2. We win on P2. Don't worry about it too much. And it almost felt like maybe they just lessen off the pressure. And that happens sometimes. It's actually kind of a thing if you go back through the decade of COD esports history about it. Like, turtling was always one of the worst things you can do because it gives the other team the initiative. And I feel that's the best way to describe it. Paris lost the initiative there in that hard point by being reactionary and not proactive in actually making sure they kept Seattle Surge on the back foot.
Yeah, that was it was disappointing to see for the side of Paris because honestly they'd played that whole rotation very, very well. But yeah, a little bit tough that side around. But having a look at Search and Destroy now, we'll concentrate on this. It's going to be Pred and Temp, the top performers in Search and Destroy for both of these two squads. Temp yesterday and Paris Legion in general didn't have their best of times in Search and Destroy, but can they turn it around here against Seattle? You're going to have to, because map number 1 is out the window now. Hardpoint is what they relied on to get them to a map number 5 up against London yesterday. It's now going to have to be Search and Destroy to keep them in the game somewhat. You don't want to go 2-0 behind yet.
No, you certainly don't. And they're probably reeling a little bit about that. I'm sure there's a very intense team talk currently going on in the Paris camp, trying to get their heads straight, trying to figure out what happened on that loss. I do hope they can move past it and get back into this game. Into the S&D, though. Yesterday, the criticism was leveled at Paris that they didn't look as well practiced as they could have done. I'm sure overnight they've tried to figure that one out and made sure that there is nothing else that is going to go wrong. This is an opportunity to get back into it.
Yeah, absolutely. But at this moment in time, Seattle's Search and Destroy is looking fairly solid. They're on an 8-game... Sorry, that is actually completely the wrong one I was looking at there. It's continued the recent S&D form from the game field keys to victory, winning 58% of rounds since the start of the program, which is 2nd overall, which is really, really solid considering what happened against Ultra yesterday in that final map. And still to be in that scenario is pretty good statistics for the side of Seattle. So interested to see if they can continue that form. And based on what we've seen from Legion yesterday, their Search and Destroy was very, very poor. So let's see if they can step it up, if they've seen anything yesterday that needs to be better. And I think they will have, because Paris Legion yesterday, for us, we commented on a couple of different situations that were basically just Search and Destroy fundamentals. These players will know that. They will know that it's just simple stuff. They can fix it. They're very, very solid team. So let's see if they can get something going here on Tuscan. But Pred is the one to watch. Had a really good map number 1. Started pretty poorly, if I remember correctly as well, but ending up with a 1.58 with a 41 and 26. But a 1.78 for the L for Temp. That's going to sting.
Yeah, that is going to sting just a little bit, but that's why so many Paris fans are a big fan of Temp as well. He does bring the heat when they need him. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to get that map 1, but now jumping on board with a man of hour. And there were so many players coming for it. Eventually, he does get that pick with a sniper. Temp opening up first blood here and giving Paris the advantage.
Temp once again showing his star quality there. Good shots coming through, but Seattle Surge play into that one. No better sight than when you have a sniper down A side and seeing 3 or 4 members of the opposition team run down it. Now there's going to be that side control for the Seattle Surge. They have the issue of that bomb site now. They have to try and make that push, but accuracy gets rid of Jimbo in the mid-map. That must have been a hell of a grenade. He's literally chilling next to the tank. But now a 2v3 as Jimbo will be avenged by gravity. Pred will fall. Seattle, all the work to do.
John eventually going to pick up accuracy though, leaving Simp in a 1 versus 3. I don't know whether he is as well. Simp tries to get gravity, not going to happen though. And Jimbo slides on through. Sorry, John slides on through. And now it's a bit of an issue. It's a 1 versus 2. Temp going to be sitting on that God Heady. And just continuing to just make himself a nuisance. Eventually, gravity comes to back him up, but still haven't managed to find him. And he found another one. Simp, this is a 1 versus 3. He only has Temp to beat. No idea where Temp has got to. Temp has every bit of information now. I think he saw him go through you. Might be an easy cleanup here for Temp. It's going to be a bit of a trouble as Temp gets a few bullets onto him, and he's not going to get away. Simp denied by Temp, eventually just being in the right place at the right time.
Good clutch up from Temp that he did that. You can see the frustration in the bottom left corner from him, though. The fact that he had to manage to pull that one off is a frustrating one for Paris, but they get the round. That's the important thing. And I was a little bit worried there, actually. I was curious if he still just had a hold of the sniper, which would have made things very, very tense. Get the job done, though. Well played from the Paris Legion, just about well played from Temp. 2 kills in that round. Into the next one. What's the hit going to be? I mean, it's all A all the time here. Here we go from Seattle Surge. This is aggressive.
Going for the hit, and both sides are. Temp's actually going to back off with that sniper rifle. The nades come raining in, and Simp takes first blood. And now it's all gone a bit quiet here on Tuscan, but apart from Temp, goes for the peak and takes that accuracy, brings it back to a 3 versus 3.
Oh my God!
Temp again! And Gravity gets it, and Sib last alive, and Temp manages to run through mid-map. Sib does not see him and does go down. Temp is the playmaker here.
Honestly, Temp, this is his best game, and yes, by the way, the amount of times, every time we're commentating over Paris, we're always talking about him. He makes the plays so often for this Paris Legion squad.
And I want to bring this up. Yesterday, terrible S&D from Temp. I'm fairly certain he's just got more kills already in this one than he did in 2 S&Ds yesterday.
Snipe battle going to go down the south side. Push over towards B, going to come through. The Sib seeing absolutely nothing out here, so Paris Legion, are they aware of where this push is coming through? It's a slow one for Seattle, but Pred's going to catch John in a place he did really not want to be. 4v3 momentarily for the side of Seattle.
He goes for a slow check again with the nade and hopes to get something out of it. All he finds is giving his team more of a disadvantage in this one. Big push about to come through onto Jimbo, and Jimbo gets taken down by Mack before he can even get a trade. And Temp is now left in a 1 versus 4. Doesn't even get an opportunity to shoot a bullet. It gets completely evaporated off the map.
And that's a shame for the side of Temp specifically. That was a full spree that he was on. I was wondering, I was thinking, God damn, Pred killed him quickly. It wasn't Pred, of course. Sib, good shots from mid-map with the cart. Seattle Surge back into this one now. Can they keep this one going? If they just keep Temp quiet, if anything, then they should be in a decent spot. He's very much been the one that has been doing the damage for the Paris Legion. Seattle Surge have been in a lot of these rounds. 1v1 in the first, here and there in the second, but third well executed. Grenades going out. Let's see if Paris can find a pick. It's only a hit marker.
Big push coming out from Paris eventually as well as Max trying to hold down Temp. But the rest of Paris are here. They come in for the reinforcements. That is a huge stack, by the way. One grenade could have ruined their day. But now they are moving as a team, as a unit, continuing to hunt down the rest of Seattle Surge.
I like this play call. Rotation over towards B. You send everybody through, but are Seattle going to be ready for it? Thing is, if Seattle's turn around at this point and can get themselves into archers, if anything, then they're in a good spot to maybe counteract this. Mack is going to find one, but it will get traded. It's a 1v3 from accuracy. We've seen it happen plenty of times, but this one might be a little bit tough. They all know where he is.
I'll tell you something. Yesterday, we critiqued Paris for maybe splitting up in some of these scenarios. Today, they're taking it to heart and almost going to get taken down, but they are so close the trade comes in. And while that is an extreme example of sticking together as a team, that is how it pays out. You get the trades when you have the numbers.
Nicely done. Paris Legion's sticking together, and you're very, very right. When you are in those numbers, you can't ever let a 1v3 happen. Especially when you're all concentrated on that area. You know exactly where accuracy is. He would have had to do very, very well to find himself in a spot to win that round. Paris Legion, much better from them here in map number 2 than what we've seen in those search and destroys yesterday. 4 spree now for Gravity. Kind of been hit and miss since he came in, but a good game so far. 7-2.
Jimbo in a lot of trouble now as he knows he's going to get chowed, but getting one there is about as best he could possibly hope for. Temp here with the grenade, cooks it long. Doesn't even get a hit marker from it in the end, though.
I think he did.
Slowed down Seattle Surge.
I think he got the hit marker, but I think Seattle got out nice and clean. Must have just caught one of them, but what's the play here? Is John going to be aware of this very quick wrap coming on through? I think as soon as Paris decide to push through maps, then the call will come. John's got a huge job to do here. Which way does he challenge and when does he challenge? Does he just sit tight and hold on to maybe see if he'll have somebody pass him by? Some bad timing as Mack goes onto the bomb site, but there you go. Gravity there to help. John just lingering around here. He's skating around it. It's a free kill, surely. Onto accuracy. Fantastic play from John. Very patient. And Paris Legion walking away with this one, Bryce.
Yeah, they certainly are. And just massive improvement from yesterday. They seem to be able to take advantage of everything that goes right for them. Seattle Surge, they chose to back up there and maybe try to rotate around, and Paris Legion, they went for it. They saw a little bit of blood in the water and they went straight into the throat of Surge. And they're doing everything right in this S&D that they need to get back into this game.
Clinical performance so far. Outside of round number 1, which they did go on to win, which was nearly a terrible 1v3 to give away, it's been pretty safe from the side of Paris and looked really, really good so far. But John is going to fall immediately to accuracy. It's not the kind of spot you want to be in when accuracy is in an advantageous position. Man has the beams when he needs them. 4v3.
Seattle just playing this one very, very passive now. Look at all the corners and all the sight lines they currently have. Jimbo might get caught out here. Preddy's watching over. You see him checking that angle over and over again. And Paris, obviously, they don't have the benefit of knowing where Seattle Surge are. They also don't have the benefit of hitting that movement mechanic. He'll try and go over to B here. The only player who's going to be on Overwatch is accuracy.
Even just information here for accuracy. Solid. Stun out. Will that slow them down? The grenade will. Stops to make the push. I'll play from accuracy. Just needs to slow them down. There's 1. There's 2. Did he see the second? Not sure. There's 3. Oh, Temp with the snipe. It had to have been. There's no way you drop accuracy that quick. And Simp towards the back now is momentarily on his own, but now it is 3 versus 3. Which way does this one go?
I didn't see the player on the bottom at the moment, but Mack has managed to get 10 around the back as well. But Gravity brings it back to a 2 versus 2. Bomb is going to be down. Sib is just pre-aiming with that sniper. You can see it. Mack going to eventually hit towards platform himself, but Jimbo comes flying around the corner of the Rat's better. It's now a 1 versus 1. Gravity running for his life on 6 health. Sib desperately chasing, trying to figure out where he's gone. And he has called this one wrong. Gravity staying alive. Going to find Sib as well, but he doesn't get the bullets down. Sib's going to chow at the same time. Come around the corner. Oh. Sib gets it. Sib gets it. Gravity did so much right, but a little bit of windmilling on that engagement, and Sib walks away with it.
Oh, that's a round you should be winning if you're Paris. Those are the situations where it's kind of just a bit of a snap from Gravity, isn't it? It's shots that pro players should be hitting. Unfortunately for the side of Gravity, but that is well played from Sib. Repositions himself wonderfully and just sends it. This must have been a great shot here from Temp. There you go. How's your head, son? Bang! Ultimately, it didn't matter because they lost the round, but good shot either way. Temp continuing at 6-3. Gravity 10-4, so we will allow that mistake. 4-2 to Paris still. Look at this, man. Map control.
First blood for Paris again. Pressure now coming through. Jimbo actually going to be backing up John, and Seattle Surge have lost players now. There they go. Accuracy and Gravity just throwing bullets through the wall. Neither actually able to walk away with a win here. Paris actually really slow to react to this one. I think they're not too worried as it's a 4 versus 2. We'll probably see the same tactic again where they all group up and hit this as a unit.
I was about to say that exact thing there, Bryce. No point in necessarily sending your 1 or 2 over towards that B bomb site. If you do have that information, group up together and find that control together. Accuracy. Well, I mean, I'd imagine he's about to be very dead, I would say. So there you go. John will find him now. A 1 versus 4 for the side of Mack. Gets out.
Well, it's just cautious from John there. He checked it and he probably didn't even believe his eyes. Mack at a 1 versus 4. This is probably one of the most difficult 1v4s to do because Paris are playing pretty cohesive at the moment. Mack now going to try and get away from this one. Managed to get back into church. Is he going to find anybody? Finds Jimbo. Takes that first shot. Finds the second one as well. Mack now in a 1 versus 2. Where are the rest of the players? Temp's going to come behind him. There's no 1v4 versus us today. And Paris will go 5-2 upturn.
Really good effort. Really good effort from the side of Mack. And that's the kind of situation where you just need some good timing. He gets it. But unfortunately for him, Temp was clearing out the rear side. We'll find that kill. Paris Legion, very, very solid. When you stick together like that, there's not really much room for Mack to breathe, if anything, in a 1 versus 4. It's well played. This is much better from them than what we've seen yesterday up against London. Their S&D yesterday was very, very sloppy. There has been a couple of clutch situation potentials for Seattle, which would have had Paris coaches sweating maybe just a little bit. But 5-2 nonetheless. They've managed to shut up shop when needed. Temp through the middle. Accuracy falls. 4v3.
He keeps making that exact same shot, and Seattle Surge keep falling for it. Temp with huge amount of confidence for the wide peak. Sim's up there now at the same time, and they have managed to get this one back. And Paris, maybe a little bit overconfident, have just run through and now find themselves at a disadvantage. But Temp again gets that first snipe, now runs away. Still an awful lot of time for Temp to make this.
Time is very much on his side. And take his time as much as he needs to. You gotta be careful because he isn't missing. Grabs himself an order, but yeah, he only has one clip in that press.
Oh, difficult fight at the best of times. Simp locked in and waiting. It will not be for Donny Temp. The 1 versus 3 does not materialize. And Seattle Surge get one back on the board, but is it going to be enough?
Be some comeback. Let's see if they can keep this one up. As said, there's been a couple of close situations and clutches and 1v1s that have just not went their way. Could be staring down the barrel, a very different scoreline, but Temp, once again, sniper is out. Here come the grenades, though. Has to be careful, has to back down. Would have seen them coming in. John now just going to try and survive around the bomb site. May well get some good timing.
That is great timing in the end here. Eventually, they are going to go up here, Paris. Red managed to get one back for it, but Temp is ready for it. His team going through already, though. Simp going to be on the God Heady. Jimbo should be able to cut him down if he has been seen, and he has been seen. He is going to go down. And Paris Legion win map number 2 in what was a pretty confident game of search and destroy. You have to hand it to them. They were definitely the better search team today. Big plays out of Gravity and Temp.
Yes, Seattle just not at the races whatsoever throughout that one, but Paris really finding those opening picks so many times. Gravity and Temp, as you said, a very, very good game out of those two. Gravity found some kills, but it's the opening picks from Temp from me that would sort of take the cake in this one, I would say. They just help your team out so many times. And how many do you find? Well, two to Jimbo's 2 as well. It felt like more. Anyway, the sniper kills from Temp, very, very solid, helping his team along the line. 11-4 from him, 11-6 out of Gravity. John and Jimbo sitting tight. So thank you very much, boys. Let's head into map number 3 with a little bit more confidence. That was really well played from Paris Legion.
Yeah, I've got to admit, like, my biggest issue with it was yesterday. We were very critical about Paris Legion Search and Destroy. You couldn't convince me this was the same team if I didn't know better. Genuinely. Obviously, Temp being a complete menace with that sniper that was absent yesterday. They played as a team when they needed to. No more splitting. Even to the point where I wonder if the conversation last night, Ton, was, hey, let's just group up. Because that was missing, and they found it today. And yeah, it seems really obvious. Huge fundamentals. Stick together as a unit. And they did it just then. But it is all tied up in this series. We'll have to find out who comes out the victor. It's time for map number 3. But first, a little break. We'll see you back with more Call of Duty League right after this.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. This is our scuff player of the game, and it's Temp with a clip load of snipes. And just continue to rain terror on Seattle Surge with first blood and pick after pick ton.
Just so well played from him. And aggressive with it as well. It's not like he's just sitting back holding angles. He's flying forward and just finding the angles himself. I know. Pull them off. I mean, Temp's just like, yeah, bro, I'm so good. Fantastic play from Temp. Yeah, accuracy went through the blender a little bit there with Temp, and an unfortunate game from him. But hopefully a bounce back for the Seattle side here on Control. They're going to be looking for it on Berlin. As far as this map goes for both these two teams, not necessarily fantastic. Paris Legion, not necessarily with the map pool, so to speak, to show you how good they are. Losing it to London yesterday in pretty convincing fashion, but also for Seattle, 1 and 2 out of them. Teams still working Berlin out. Maybe these two teams yet to fully figure it out. Yeah, Brycey. And is this now the time to get a couple more wins on the board, I wonder?
Well, we certainly will have to find out exactly how these two teams go to war into this one, of course. I feel almost like we've been repeating this a lot. Berlin kind of new to the CDL. It is starting to get a little bit long in the tooth, but it has been pretty exciting every time we've seen players play it.
Can I get B hit going to come in here from Seattle immediately? Mack will find one. Can he find his second? That would have been huge. Would have been only one player left from the side of Paris down this side, but momentarily it is actually just one player left from Seattle Surge. Fred now getting a little bit of positioning over towards top fire. And I think it's kind of an exploratory role from Pred there, isn't it? You kind of see what you can find. If you can find a pick, that will determine which way you're going to start making your way through. It'll most likely being a hit before dead, and that's really bad considering where Paris Legion are. Seattle Surge now. Good luck trying to get out of this because Paris should be able to lock them in.
Wow, this is going to be dangerous. Seattle Surge are going to end up burning time here.
Uh-oh.
As they go to work. They're just not letting them move. There is no breathing room for Seattle Surge. Eventually they're getting away. Just to stop that clock for a few seconds. Gravity having to reposition as this kill started to come through, but will eventually go down. A decent amount of time burnt for them. And you can see Paris Legion also not only have control over towards Train, they do have Jimbo in a great position. Eventually Jimbo will go down as well. They've got to be careful though. Keep an eye. Pred is going to try and make some madness at B. It's been called out by Gravity.
It's been called out, but that will ultimately take a little bit of pressure off over towards it. Temp getting aggressive here, though. Paris want to get a hold of it. Keep an eye on accuracy, though, as he does make his way through trains. Is he going to be there to help and cover his squad? Flank's going to start coming on through. Temp will find one now. The control around the outside, looking for that as well as Pred's on his way over towards top 3. The map is kind of flipped here, Brycey, but the important thing is 23 seconds to go. Seattle have a little bit of control over towards B. They might have a lot of control in the second. Jimbo left alone.
Jimbo's going to try and slow down any sort of push that comes through for it. Looking for an accuracy, will find him there. It's not easy to have that gunfight. Actually staying alive, eventually going to get taken down by John. Still going to be Pred alive, and he knows the pressure's going to come in from Paris as the contest comes through as well. The reinforcements are coming here for Seattle Surge, but he needs to win that one, and Gravity finds 2 as well. Shuts that one completely down. And now Paris Legion are here in B in force, and it does mean Seattle Surge will have to settle for A and then use their remaining time to get themselves across the map.
The problem is for them here, Brycey, Paris have done a really good job at kind of just pinning them in. That initial push over towards A has given them a 7-life lead. Seattle are going to have to take this really slow. Thankfully for them, they do have a full minute to try and make something work, and that something might be a push around the back. Accuracy. For all it has been a pull around so far from Seattle Surge, might find themselves in a good spot to do something here. There's 3 of them around B. That's going to go up quickly.
It's all on Gravity. He has to make the difference. He has to try and barrel his team out of this one, but he hasn't got to, as every single kill goes to Seattle Surge, and all the hard work that Paris has gone. It's in the wind. It no longer exists. A great start, a bad finish. Seattle Surge take that round.
And that is Berlin Control in a nutshell. You can be in a dominating position throughout that round all the way through. I know this can happen with any control map as well, but specifically on Berlin, you lose a little bit of pressure and the round can be gone immediately. Gravity was in a good spot, to be honest with you, in Ticket, but he was all the way towards the back. And I think he was waiting on his team, finding 1 or 2 kills. But ultimately, he needed to be proactive in that situation to try and help his team find their way out. If he can push forward, find a kill, it helps relieve that pressure. He was waiting for the team to do the job on the other side, couldn't get it done, but now it is going to be an attack for Paris Legion. It seems like A is going to be the concentration of their efforts.
Oh, not if Predator has anything to say about it. On a 3 streak currently, and going to be looking to try and do some damage to Paris Legion. Hasn't played out for them yet. The big difficulty about Berlin, though, Ton, is it's not A you should be concerned about, it's B. If you cannot find that huge wave of trades, you're not going to get it. Seattle Surge did it, and even when they had that disadvantage, ended up walking away with a win. Can Paris do the same thing?
I think what Seattle did really, really well, if we're going to cast our mind slightly back to the last round, they just got a little bit mixy. They sent people in a few different directions, got control of fire, and then things went well from there, but that's really nice from Pred. Paris will get a hold of A with 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining to have a head over towards B. But Seattle, map control belongs to them right now, and Pred, can he keep it on going? A little bit of bad timing with the grenade as John will take him down. Now they will find their way out here, Paris, and have 2 minutes to find something over towards B.
Tim going to be looking for these flank kills in and around fire. He's going to find Pred as well. They see each other. Tim walks away the victor of that one, and that does cause a few issues for Seattle Surge. Keep an eye on that minimap. When they spawn out, they're going to be looking for Temp in fire. That's their #1 priority now. You see, they're not even going through. They know that Temp has to be somewhere, so they are actually going to flank it and ignore it completely. So eventually, I think it's Mack who's going to try his luck.
Good shots. Sib. Oh my goodness. Yeah, keep coming down platform, boys. Sib absolutely frying. Isn't going to be able to find the third. John's the only one to answer. Now, if you're Gravity, you need to relieve some of this pressure that Seattle have put on you. Good shots from Sib. Oh, from the side of Pred, I should say, sorry. They have to fight their way out, and accuracy up top 3. That's not where you want them.
Well, Paris are trying to find their way up here, but it is a slog. It is a bit of a grind, Ton. Just too many Seattle Surge kills for them to establish themselves in any meaningful way.
Yep.
Plenty of time to make maybe 2 pushes. They don't have the lives for it. They are stuck in their spawn.
Yeah, they need to find their way out, but take your time with it, John. Never gonna expect Pred there. There's one gone. Only 2 more remaining before you are on to your last live. Pred finds another inside of it. Very much locking the office down. He's gonna find more here if he's not careful. Paris Legion, no more respawns remaining. Got to be perfect in these next 22 seconds. Got to find a way across the map as well.
18 seconds left to do this. Perfect trades for Paris. And unfortunately, that's not perfect. That's 2 down. It's a 2 versus 13. 1 versus 13. And Temp will find 1. No, not even going to find that. Seattle Surge take their defense as well. Benefit being, obviously, Paris Legion now have the defense. They can potentially try to get back into this one, but that was a very one-sided affair. They didn't even look close to capturing B.
Just super composed from them as well. Remember the moment where Temp got himself into fire? Seattle Surge did not even think about it. Temp was in that position to maybe potentially flank, and Paris Legion were taking their time to find a way out of their spawn so that Temp could then pinch with them. But Seattle Surge just pushed towards tickets, took their time, and Sib, finding 2 fantastic kills, relieved the pressure. I talk about that relieving of the pressure so often. You look at where players are on the map and distinguish of how things are going to go if you start finding some kills. It's all about that map presence and how much of the map you have behind you. Fantastic work from Seattle Surge so far. Their turn to attack once again. And can they find 3-0 there? Will give them a lot of momentum, Brycey.
Well, right now, straight into A. And Gravity with a great pick on the Sib. It's going to stop them to begin with, but they're making a push for B here. They are no longer going for A. John is about to come under pressure as well. Pred gets him down. A big cover fight from Pred. Shouldn't have been allowed to win that. Fortunately, Temp is on the flank. And they must pray and thank he was there, because that looked bad for the Legion for a few seconds. South Surge have been rebuffed, though. And now they're going to have to go for the consolation of A.
Getting a hold of it is just fine. John Duff going to try and stop that from happening. Good shots into Sib, just about. Temp will find another hero as well. Seattle Surge, remember in that previous round, they got stuck in their spawn again, but still won it. So they're going to try and fight their way out of it as best as they possibly can. John now just surely going to get traded here. Doesn't even find the first kill. It's not even a trade, just a kill. Spread will find one, but Temp playing this lingering role, surviving in the spawn of Seattle, and just creates so many problems. He's got the bounce as well. It's 14-4 out with Temp, but he may well have just slowed this round down for Seattle. Fantastic, Røkkr, just staying alive and being a nuisance.
Yeah, that's all they want out of Temp now. Just slay, baby, slay. South Surge have a down. 1:42 on the clock for them to do this. Just going to see Sib, and he's going to get completely, totally decimated. They know Temp is still going to be somewhere in there. Oh my goodness, accuracy rips Temp asunder. That was a long-range gunfight. Now Gravity and Ticket trying to get control here at the same time. John cuts down one of the flanks. It's a little bit of a chess game going on. Currently, Paris are winning it, Ton.
John's surviving here. Sib staying alive in here is actually crucial to Seattle getting out now, because now, if you're Paris, you kind of have to turn around. You have to deal with them. You see, Paris are quite happy. They just sit in corners and wait. But Seattle Surge have an ace in the hole, and that is currently Sib.
They're going to be hunting him down. Surely they do. Eventually taking him out, but still a good amount of Seattle pouring up that street. Him holding them back. It does feel like a game balanced on a knife edge at this point. Seattle could tip the scales if they find a couple of kills. Paris just trying to hold position, Ton.
Just look at that map, though. Look where Seattle are. They're the ones attacking.
For them.
This could go really, really bad for the side of Paris if you don't win your gunfights, and all of a sudden, Seattle have had 3 on the flank for what feels like 30 seconds. Paris not going to have to answer that call, but Mack is in a brilliant position to try and shut this down. There's one of the first players coming off the respawn going to be dealt with. Temp will answer back.
Gravity has to
ticking
go.
up nicely. Yeah, you got to go. You got to do something.
Gravity has to do something. John has slowed it down for a few ticks, but Gravity's the only player really going to be on the flank to get this. Jimbo managed to get a grenade in. Gravity has been Ticket for so long. He has to make this play out for his team. He needs to give them the opportunity to jump back through and break it down. And down he goes to Mack. Temp trying to get through at the same time. And they just walked into the blender. Did Gravity wait too long? Because now Seattle Surge, that's a 3-0. And they're 2-1 up in the series. He wanted to hold position, Gravity. I know what he was doing. But his team were in the meat grinder.
It's a carbon copy of round number 1. He's done exactly the same thing. He is doing the right thing by staying alive in Ticket. It's the correct thing to do. If you do not have any kind of map control, but you have somebody in Ticket, fine. But it feels like we need him to be proactive in those situations. He needs to then put the pressure on. If he can find a kill from behind, it means Seattle then have to turn around. It relieves the pressure for Paris Legion to then try and get out of their spawn. I know it's easier said than done. In the moment, it's easy for us to say with the podcaster. We know where the players are. But 2 rounds in a row there now, you're looking at Gravity in a good position, and he's not doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, he must have been caught out. Obviously, Paris knew they didn't have any map control, and
yeah,
that's what Seattle Surge were waiting for. You saw the huge push that come around through the flank, and obviously, Gravity was standing out going, hey, I should be able to cut down any reinforcements, just win a couple of gunfights. But as anybody will tell you, walking through that choke point, trying to get back into B, it's a nightmare.
Tough situation for Paris Legion now. 3-0 as well, Bryce. That's a stinger. Well played from the Seattle Surge, though. I actually love what they were doing. They were constantly just sending people down Doc's side. And the map looked completely split. It felt like Paris Legion were all in mid-map, ready for Seattle Surge to push out their spawn. But there was already 3 of them all the way through Doc's and into fire. It almost like they didn't know or were happy to be in that position, even if they had pushed through, and then they would just go on to retake from there. But you lose 2 gunfights, all of a sudden, Seattle are swarming inside of B. And it's game over. It's a risky play, and the risk did not pay off. Seattle Surge a dominant control in the end. There was potential for Paris in a couple of those rounds, though, it has to be said, especially 1 and 3. Yep, they had Seattle pinned for quite some time, but did absolutely nothing with it in the end. A 3-0 for Seattle. That was, in the end, dominant.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about Seattle just a little bit. While we are saying that maybe things could have gone better for Paris, don't let them detract from the fact that Seattle were very, very good in everything they tried to execute. They had a plan, they stuck to it, they won the gunfights, including, and while I talk about it being a choke point, they still won those gunfights. They still made the plays they needed to make, and it was huge from the individual players of them to essentially just continuously out-trade anything Paris could throw, even with the nades pouring through the door, even with the pressure they were put under. Seattle Surge did not buckle.
Very resolute. And as I said, I actually loved the push that came through from Docs. Fantastic work. As I said, it feels like Paris handed that situation to them, but Legion, for the side of Seattle Surge, they made it work. Brilliantly played. It's just on the fly moments like that, isn't it? You're like, right, well, there's 3 of us on fire. What do we do? Find the kills inside of it. Appreciate that there's going to be players pushing from behind as well. So maybe Gravity was completely locked out of that one. Maybe somebody was aiming down and didn't have the position to then try and push in. Paris Legion just put in a tough spot by what Surge did. Fantastic work from the side of Seattle. Sib delighted with his performance so far, as you can tell.
Yeah, can't wipe the grin off, but I think it's just all the moment they're just settling in. Seattle Surge do not want to let this go at any point. You know that there has been a lot of things said about Seattle Surge, including by ourselves and the desk and the community at large, waiting for them to be ascendant once again.
I mean,
the win here is big for them, ton.
It is big for them, but I think, you remember the first couple of weeks of the league, you remember kickoff, a lot of people were calling them the best team on the game, and it was a very fast fall from grace. Unfortunately for them, it seemed like they figured the game out very, very quickly, and everyone then caught up very, very quickly. But they're inconsistent, it has to be said. We have seen moments of brilliance from them. As I said, they can go on, they could beat OpTic, they can smoke OpTic, who are our quote-unquote #1 team, and then they can also lose to teams like Paris Legion, where they would expect to win. But having a look at our top performers in Hardpoint, a 1.12 from Temp. Really good stats out of him all season long, and he's going to need to be even better if they want to try and pull out the win here. But Tuscan, Hardpoint for them. Not too bad yesterday. Can they maybe find something here up against Seattle to force that map number 5? Force another search and destroy. They look good at map number 2, but they need to be good here at map number 4 to see that map number 5.
Well, yeah, Temp is going to have to just be every bit the great player they kind of expect him to be. They're now going to be feeling it. They're kind of probably going to be a little bit upset they'd let that first Hardpoint go, ton.
Yeah, I think they should be. I think they could have been in a really good spot, especially, I mean, plenty of people will go over it. Plenty of people will maybe disagree with what they did. Maybe people will agree with what they did. But ultimately, you play that passively. You allow Seattle that much time to get some points on the board. It's always going to sting you eventually. But Seattle now, commanding position heading into map number 4. If they can just do the same in the Hardpoint, stay with Paris, and find a way to win, and that is GG. But Paris will be looking to bounce back here. Average of Tuscan for these two sides. The holds and the breaks for Seattle look very, very good. You remember at the beginning of the season, they were very, very solid on this map. Paris not looking good necessarily, but what a series so far from Pred. A 1.4. He's having the time of his life, Brycey.
He certainly is. Simply on the side with that, a 1.56. Non-traded kill percentage, 83%. They're going to need it. Statistically, Seattle Surge look like the better team on this map. Paris Legion are holding on for dear life. But all is not over.
Of course, when it comes down to Tuscan, a very, very different map to what we've seen on Bacage. Rotation's very, very important, as they are in many maps, of course. A really good opening break here for Paris Legion. Now they're going to try and force their way through Church. They want those spawns for P2. Seattle want to try and keep a hold of them.
John going to find 2 here. Is he going to get the second one as well? A little bit going for it. Goes for it with the rat in the end. Still think he had actually plenty of bullets left in the auto, but players, muscle memory, readjusting to that extra 5 that have been put into the magazine.
Pred sliding through and Temp gets dealt with. Surge really battling for this one as best as they possibly can. 25 seconds over towards the Paris Legion. No, 13 seconds to play with. Seattle Surge wouldn't mind grabbing them themselves. 3 spree for Pred. Nicely done. Could he make a 4? Gravity ready and waiting. That was an ego child if I've ever seen one. But Seattle Surge will lick their wounds and move away. P2 hold going to start coming in here. But Paris Legion, a lot of mid-map control. You've got control of radio and maps. Should be an easy push, but can Seattle defend it?
Sib looking to try and stop the stand there, but Jimbo gets 2 as well, but Mack cuts them down. Gravity looking towards the back here, but there is someone who's going to come down as well as accuracy. You can see Temp trying to beam here from radio, and he's doing exactly that. Where are the rest of his team to kind of capitalize eventually? Paris sweep through. Pred though on platform. He pays his position there, Tom, but it doesn't account to much.
It doesn't. Of course, he wasn't probably counting on two of his teammates getting beamed by Temp from over towards Archers. And now they're keeping them in the spawn here. Paris Legion played this one very, very well. If you're Seattle Surge, I would maybe just choke this one up, get yourself through Church and round out it to try and lock down some time over towards P3. Jimbo's trying to do something about that, but looks like Seattle are going to get this rotation in, but really good hold from the side of Legion. Once they got in there, Seattle didn't get a sniff. 40-point lead, heading over towards P3, but Paris got a long way to go before they even get there.
Oh, sneaky Mack. Was not expecting him there, and the nade does eventually hit him in the face, but Paris slowly but surely making their way to this one. They have the lead currently. And Mack again, another sneaky corner.
Being broken.
And Paris with the stack here hasn't really got into anything. Temp's going to be on a streak here. Eventually jumps out for it. Somehow wins the gunfight. Temp almost gets his 6th streak, but not enough for the streak in the end here. Paris has broken the back of it off of one player. Seattle Surge, though, refusing to let this one go. They then feel the kill feed themselves.
Yeah, Paris get a hold of the spawns over towards Tiles, whether or not, luckily or not, but Seattle Surge do so well to fight back at that one. Paris Legion are going to get a little bit of time, but Seattle have definitely closed that gap. They are players towards the back here, so this isn't going to be a clean hold for Paris as those rotations starts to come through. Keep an eye on when the Seattle Surge players now start to spawn, and that's because of Simp finding his way towards the back tank. Now Seattle in a position to break what was a good rotation from Paris. 2 kills come in for them, though. They're holding on so far as Jimbo finds a second. And that Seattle spawn is still there, but Paris holding up.
The Gravity tries to hold the cut. Doesn't play out for him. Paris Legion in control so far on this hard point. They have Church locked down. John gets another kill towards the back. Gravity up top against Gravity. Gravity wins the gunfight. Accuracy, though, going to pilot in himself and get the 2-piece, and Paris are gone. They're out of here. Maybe one last challenge coming in from the Legion into Church before that rotation hits.
You can already see Jimbo considering P5. And with that kill onto John, is that going to be Paris done and dusted for this hill? It's looking likely. 10 seconds to go. Seattle Surge are going to make this a little bit closer than it was. Probably going to get cut down in mid-map, though, so it looks like Paris Legion the first ones here. Jimbo needs to win this gunfight against Mack and does so. So Paris can set up shop now. But can they find some decent time here on what is a very, very mixy hill? Kills starting to come in for Seattle, Bryce.
John's just trying to play the stairs here. He knows he needs to kind of hold it open for his teammates. And he gets the second kill as well. A little bit stunned, does go down at the same time, but where are Paris? They do not have the players in this one as Accuracy picks off Temp long range. Eventually grabbing it in. This is still very, very mixy as players from both teams try to pour in. Eventually, Paris walk away with the goods.
Accuracy may well have struggled against Temp in map number 2, but he's having a game here at 18 and 9. There's another 2 kills for him. Glide bomb's locked in. Plays from Paris inside the point. Now still with the lead here, Paris, but Seattle Surge definitely feels like they're on the come up themselves, and if Accuracy is frying like this, it is always a scary situation for the opposition. 19 and 10 out of him. Rotation over towards P1 is there for Paris. They were very good at these rotations over towards P1 yesterday against London. They got a lot of time for it, and for all that Seattle have started this comeback, Accuracy with the glide bomb is going to help them out. Paris Legion still with a good lead.
Yep, he gets one. Jimbo about to just try and hold off this pressure. Coming through, and he's not going to win that first gunfight. The rest of Paris trying to swoop in now. John going to be on this flank. The rest of them hitting you. They have managed to win these initial gunfights. John coming around the side, does get one as well. As Paris stream in through you to try and hold off the Seattle Surge push. At the moment they're doing it, Tom, they've managed to get it through, and Jimbo's getting a bit aggressive. Pre-fire coming through from him as well. Eventually, though, Paris lose enough trades that Seattle get back in.
Yeah, Jimbo gets aggressive and Temp gets left alone. And for all that, Legion may well have just left a little bit of control go back over towards Seattle there. Seattle invested the glide bomb, and they are further behind than they were when we went over towards P1. So it's a win for Paris Legion, whichever way you look at it. You get rid of the glide bomb, you lose nothing. B2 rotation is in for them as well. It's about a 40-point lead by the time we get there. And Pred, well, you need to actually jump for this one. Come on. 10 times the charm. Lovely done. Right now, let's get going. Seattle Surge, can you find a break? You need to.
See at the moment there's a big fight about the back. Gravity holds off the pressure. Seattle Surge, though, punch from the front. And Pred is almost getting a 2 there as well, but not going to be quite enough. Paris Legion will hold on to this hard point. Seattle Surge do not want to give them the rest of this time. Here they come through P5. Gravity standing in the way. Jimbo has the cut. Jimbo goes down. Double chow on the Gravity. And he is going to get taken down by Mack pretty much straight away. John left alone on the hard point. Deflects one. It's not going to be enough to deflect the second. But even with Jimbo trying to reinforce, they are going to lose the scrap time here. We're heading over to P3.
We are heading over towards P3, but I think Paris were quite happy to do so. Immediately, you've seen only 2 members of Paris over towards P2, fighting for that final 20 seconds because they've invested a lot to get control over towards P3 here. Simp, though, over towards Tiles. Is that going to be the danger zone for the side of Paris Legion here? They're going to get hit from 2 different angles. They need to lock this in, but accuracy. The Hail Mary towards the back, but John, late flank coming in. Accuracy be the first to fall, but that's the only one he can find. Paris Legion still not far away, but it's a beautiful break from Seattle Surge, courtesy of accuracy.
And they are holding this as well. Paris are not getting a look in on the kill feed. Fred's all the way out by Tiles, and he knows the pressure now is going to come in. Gravity. Trying to do a little bit of work into the arch here, but it's bottlenecks left, right, and center. Seattle Surge cut down. Paris's push.
They need this time, CL. 20 seconds remaining here. That deficit reduced just a little bit. It's going to be about, well, if you're looking at Paris Legion, they're giving up this final 10, 15 seconds or so. A 30-point game or so by the time we head over towards Church. And Seattle did well at breaking the spawns back, but this time around they do not have the luxury of having a player back tank. Paris are going to be able to dig deep and wait for Seattle Surge to try and find the push through the front door.
Well, Paris Legion currently in control of Church, but Seattle Surge have been winning the trades across the map. They'll be looking to execute, and there's nobody getting time for Paris at the moment. While the pressure's not coming in from Seattle Surge for a few seconds, nobody from Paris was on the point, and now Seattle are in. They're gaining their own points and shrinking this deficit second by second. John is desperately trying to play the Church door as well. He's going to go down as Fred gets 2. Simp gets another one. It's 10 versus Fred on the hill. Oh, Fred gets a 3rd, and Legion have been shut out of the hill they held.
It was looking so good for the Paris Legion, but that lead is withering. Mack and Seattle Surge starting to heat up just a little bit now. That is disgusting from Mack. Shades of a seam. Last time we seen them on this map, fantastic stuff over towards Church. Temp is momentarily just going to slow that one down. Paris Legion still in lead. Do not get it twisted, but that has dropped significantly over the last few hills. Thanks to Seattle Surge, a resurgence from themselves, but Paris Legion the first ones here over towards maps on P5. A minute to go. Paris could just about win it here. You're not going to be helped by that though.
Yeah, not a great teammate coming through.
He dead.
Seattle Surge win the trades without actually having to win the trades. Surge are in now to P5. They cannot win it here, but they'll be looking to take the lead. Here come the Legion. Big fight in every single orifice of this building. And you can see them fighting through here, but it's Seattle Surge in the kill feed once again. Temp manages to find 1, but 1 is not going to be enough.
He was still going. He found 2 there, but where the rest of the team? Not quite there on time. Accuracy still locking it down. He's 33 and 21. Having a hell of a game. Gravity trying his best to lock something down over towards P5. There's going to be 15 seconds of scrap time remaining. That looks like it's going over to Paris Legion. They are going to be about 18 points away by the time we get over towards P1. Seattle 41. They need a good hold. They just need to get to the point where they can prevent Paris from winning it at P1 because they've got the spawns for P2 as well.
Well, Paris are splitting for the pinch here. They win a couple of gunfights, which they are doing. Couple more into the thing here, and John takes down Temp. It's another team nade for Paris. Just when they thought they could break in, it's going to be Seattle Surge again. Hold the hard points off the back of a team nade. And surely it doesn't end like this. Surely.
I don't believe it.
It cannot be how this one goes down. Seattle Surge are still holding here against the Legion. And this game does not end with a bang. It ends with a whimper as the Legion cannot get here. And Seattle Surge end with a win. It's 3-1 to Seattle Surge, but it's a weird one. It's a very, very weird one.
Je despair. It's just one of those moments. It's never intentional, but you can't let it happen then. That rotation, it was set up beautifully. Paris would have had it. I would have felt. I mean, you can't just pin it on that single moment. No. But you I'm just kind of speechless at those kind of situations. it's unfortunate, but at the same time, it's heart-wrenching for Paris Legion.
Here's the thing, right? I thought Paris had done very, very well there in this setup. Apparently, we can go back and look at the last setup for this one. So take a look at Paris. They're in a great position to try and get this one. The kills end up going through for Seattle Surge. And Paris Legion try to set this up for a hit here towards the end. They're in position. They're stacking for it as well. I think they just end up kind of losing a lot of gunfights, but you see them. Look at this. They're about to put pressure through you as well. They don't get any of the kills they need. And obviously that team kill come through before. That wasn't the push. It was a little bit before this clip actually started, but
yeah, it was right at the beginning. And the problem is
fantastic hold, by the way. If we ignore, we ignore the stuff about Paris, that was kind of become our focus. Seattle Surge locked that hill down spectacularly.
And the thing is there for Seattle is because of the team kill and it was technically kind of like a 2v4 on site. They still had work to do, don't get me wrong. Team kill definitely helps them on the way, but then they fine-tune on themselves. And because Seattle are so close, Paris spun quite far out, and Seattle have 4 men and basically inside the point to lock it down. Pred sitting in mid-map. You've got a gauntlet to get through because of the whole situation that pans out. And yes, Seattle, yes, they defended it very, very well, but they're in a perfect spot to be able to do so. Gotta just win your gunfights from there. They do so emphatically, and it will be a win for Seattle Surge. That was off an 8 losing streak, I should say, for Hardpoint, and they win 2 in a row. That's painful, if I'm honest with you. Painful. It has to be said for Paris Legion, that one.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard pill to take, but let's throw it over our desk and see what they made of it.
that was a really weird game. I feel like Paris. Hey. There we go. Ted put on the Standy shades, man. There we go. Hey, don't hate on the Versace's, all right? But that was a really weird game, and it was way closer than the score provided, right? For the simple fact that this should have been a map 5, and it felt like Paris just kept throwing it away the same way they threw nades to kill their own teammates.
It was 2 team nades that made Paris lose that map. Like, they have the man advantage there on P5. The trades go in their favor. They have that man advantage on P1 when they had an excellent break, by the way. When they got that first kill on the other side of P1, they sent 2 through church. They shut down the player on that side. It should have been a free break, but the team nade, unfortunately, takes down one of the Paris Legion members.
Yeah.
Simp finds a 2-piece deep field, and Seattle just lock it down from then on. Paris are all spawning church. They can just sit down and wait in the lanes, have somebody watch mid, and Seattle come out on top.
Yeah, that was a big turning point, especially when Jimbo blew up John when John was holding it down, right? But also another turning point was it was one of the game field tactical plays, right? There's going to be Mack going crazy, getting a 3-piece, and Mack seemed to find a lot of consistency, even though he started off cold on that last map. We're starting to see that 2 days in a row now.
Yeah, 2 days in a row now.
I'm not worried, but I'm worried.
They were able to win the Tuscan still, though, this time, and it was only a 4-point differential yesterday. So, like, I see why they still allowed Tuscan Hardpoint into this map pool heading into today. But this 3-piece on a Mack was kind of like the big momentum change I feel like he needed specifically as a player individually, because he was having such a rough time on Tuscan, not only yesterday, but today as well. But right before that, Pred also popped a 3-piece at church.
Pred and Sib as well. Sib on map 1 was on the absolute tear. And Ali and I were watching from the back and saying, all right, this is Sib's game, definitely. Seeing Sib in form like that as well, with Pred going crazy on his routes, that's why we believe in Seattle most of the time.
Absolutely. And for me, it was the 3-0 on the Berlin control. I mean, that is some of the most dominant Berlin control I think I have seen out of the likes of Seattle Surge. There was some hiccups on the likes of Paris, like when Tom Gravity, not once, but twice was pushed up train room on defense. And I feel like in that situation, he was just trying to put so much trust in his teammates to win a gunfight. He's like, I'm going to sit here. You guys are going to get at least 1 or 2 kills in the front, and I'm going to make them spawn out warehouse, and I'm going to get the kills off of spawn when they try to re-hit the B site. But it just didn't work in his favor, because at that point, none of his teammates were winning the gunfights in front. He then has to make the decision to push the site, and then he gets caught off in bad timing from a player spawning right on train the second he makes the decision. So just a little bit of a misplay out of Paris, but Seattle also looks so dominant on that map.
No, big time. Seeing Gravity also like kind of slouched at the end of that control as well while all of his teammates were fighting in that hill. If he was there, it would have been the biggest difference maker. But that's the thing, right? Paris, they're not an awful team, but there's so many scenarios where they have the opportunity to win maps or, you know, just dominate hills, and it seems to always get thrown out the way. So hopefully they can fix that. But looking forward, this was a win that Seattle needed. They cannot lose to Paris Legion, and they got by with a win. I don't know.
This was a team I feel like both teams definitely needed a little bit more so on the side of Seattle, because it was always the woes of like they can beat the teams above them, but they cannot beat anybody below them for the life of them. So this was a really good win for them. Save for the Berlin control, it was a fairly close series overall, but in that map 1, man, it was just little mistakes back and forth when it came to that bocage. I mean, Pred went 41 and 26, Sid with 37 and 30. Temp had 2 streaks, okay? He had 2 streaks on entire bocage, and I feel like they weren't optimally used. The second time he tried to call it when it came to River Hill, and it should have panned out for them, but Seattle just held on so incredibly well. The next time he tried to call it was P2. Unfortunately, Paris just did not have Bard in control, so Seattle was able to send all 4 players in it, trade it out, and still capitalize on the time of P2. Paris, it's like we see these lights of hope, right? Like these moments of shining, and then they just can't pull it out in the end. And I think a lot of that has to do with the comps for me. After map 1, when we went into that listening with Paris, it sounded like they were defeated. It was still a close game, but it was very low vibe, very low energy, and you can tell that Temp is incredibly frustrated, and to a point, rightfully so. Rightfully so, because he is popping off double streaks in there in the S&D with the incredible snipes. I know you had a stat about that where he has the most snipes in Tuscan.
Yes. So not just Tuscan, period. So shout out to Dottie, aka Tim. Tim actually tied the lead in the most snipes in a match by 7. I think the only 2 were, it was Vivid and also Insight, and that was on Desert Siege, and he did it on Tuscan, which Desert Siege is a really good sniping map as well. By the way, Tim was turning up map 1 as well. He was leading away all the way around. I was talking about how Sib was dominating, but it was really Temp that was doing better than him most of the time, especially considering the fact that his team was fighting from behind throughout most of that series, right? So shout out to Temp. Hopefully Temp gives more help in the future. Gravity showed off some great things, but Gravity had some very small mental errors that costed Paris. I don't want to blame him for the loss, but if he was able to tweak those, I definitely feel like Paris could have definitely won this series. It's very weird. But also, we have a Game Field post-victory spotlight with Pred, the man that came into the scene, killing it from challenges. Pred, congrats on the win, but you and I know we're going to keep it honest with this one. Seattle, you guys have been having championship caliber plays this season. You are really in form right now, but there's a lot of inconsistency. And my question is, what are things that you guys are starting to work on? Because it seems like the SMG play is there. When the AR play is there, it's just different. How can we get that better moving forward?
I think with us, it's more about executing our game plan. I think sometimes, you know, we fall away from the game plan and like let the game suck us in sometimes. So like, that's why we tend to play really well against the better teams. We just, I don't know, it's kind of, our team, honestly, I couldn't even give you the answer. Like, we know what we're capable of. We know what our potential is. It's more about just executing what we talk about and what we practice. Sometimes we do it, sometimes we don't. And I think that's what the inconsistency comes from, like just not executing what we practice every day. You know, one day we'll do it, one day we won't. I think that's just the main thing. Once we start really perfecting that, I think our ceiling's really high.
Fred, try to make sense of it though. Like, do you guys practice more steady, more VOD when it comes to the likes of Atlanta, FaZe, and OpTic versus other teams out there? Because I'm trying to make sense of how you can beat the best teams in the league, but struggle against everybody else.
He is too, Belly.
Like, come on, what's going on?
I mean, I'll be honest, man, we treat every team the same. We do the same VOD sesh every single time with every single team. I mean, we don't go out of our way. I think it's just like, I don't know, it's weird, man. Like, we don't really like turn up and be like, yo, like we're versing FaZe or OpTic, we gotta like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, it's just how we are. Like, it's just how we are on the day. Like, it just, we sometimes, like I said, we sometimes execute the game plan, sometimes we don't. And I think that's what falls in the inconsistencies. But I mean, to show, I guess we execute the game plan a lot more against the better teams. I don't know why. I couldn't give you an answer, man, but we're gonna keep trying to get better at that.
I'm right there with you guys. I think that's probably one of the most impressive things at the beginning of the season is you guys stood by that of like, you know, we play everybody the same. Everybody's just another team to beat across the stage, and it was incredibly typical out of you guys. And I need to ask, the Berlin control was arguably one of the dominant that I've seen so far as it's been added into the map pool. Is that something just you guys were very comfortable on that you just succeeded with right off the bat and translated from hardpoint? Or is it something you specifically focused on to add into your map pool because Gavutu was not your best, to be honest?
Honestly, like when that map came out, we were just playing it. Like we didn't really know if we were gonna like it or not. I mean, I guess it just suits our playstyle. I mean, like it puts us in situations where like it, you know, like the gunfights that you have to capture the B point. Like we just, I don't know, our team is good in those kind of situations. So like I think that map suits us because once we get a wave of kills, like we're good at doing that. And I think that map just suits us. But we haven't really, Gavutu is something we're obviously working on as well, but I'm glad there's 3 control maps. I think that's the most important thing, like having only having 2 maps, and then whoever wins the coin flip picks the map. Like I think that was a bit, it was pretty annoying.
All right, pretty boy Pred, man, thanks for the interview. Keep winning with Seattle, please, right? And keep up on the gameplay you've been having lately. You're a killer on the roll, man. You take it easy.
I appreciate it, man.
Oh, anytime.
See you guys.
See you later. All right, so that pretty much puts a bow on the top of the first series of the day that we had, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Paris Legion almost there, but not close enough. As Seattle Surge proved that they were just a better team at the end of the day, and yes, they needed that win. This is a team that we know can win championships, and they're working their way there. But coming up next, we're gonna have another great game. The Minnesota Røkkr will face this new look LA Thieves. Not a roster change, but more motivation. We'll catch you guys on the other side.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
The prophecy will be told. You will not escape your fate. When the cold wind blows.
For the rugged. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price for y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. 8-6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the
Octane.
That's what we wanted! That's what I'm talking about! He don't miss!
Off record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record, off record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Once again, I'm your boy Velly. We got Ali here on the desk, and I'm Ali. We just got through a very interesting game one, right? All right, yeah. Paris Legion almost took away with a win, but Seattle Surge shut that down immediately. But coming up next, we're gonna have the Los Angeles Thieves facing off against the Minnesota Røkkr. But before we jump into this match, let's talk about some money, okay? Because next week, we are activating our bounty program with specific games being on board with $10,000 being awarded to the winning team for this series. You're gonna have one shot at it. If they win, that's over $2K for each player on the roster. That's solid.
It is solid, and the matches are even solider. I know, I don't think that's a word, but London versus Boston up first. That's going to be a huge matchup. Again, those are two teams actually fighting for third seed right now. Boston only 20 points behind the London Royal Ravens.
Yes, and by the way, with all that money, you can buy you a whole bunch of Mountain Dew game fuels. You can buy you all the Zennies, do whatever you want with it, all right? But to get into the match that is coming up next, the Los Angeles Thieves are looking so much better right now. Yes, there was a lot we had to say about this roster, but lately they're winning, and when they're winning, we're quiet, okay? And by the way, Kenny right there, as long as he continues to put up good games, and you know what to expect from Envoy, right? LA Thieves are hopefully trying to get back into stage 1 form, and I'm curious to see if they can actually do it. By the way, it's going to be up to Octane to continue on that hot streak that he's been on lately, where he has been absolutely killing it, especially in Search and Destroy.
The heat wave meets the ice and snow is what this matchup is going to end up being. And I like your take on Octane. I feel like from the Pro-Am, he really has stepped it up in the way that we were expecting. And now when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory for LA Thieves, I'm going to add it in right here. Prove recent improvements are real. Third in map win percentage since the Pro-Am. Again, this was a team that was dominating Respawn at the beginning of the season. They had a little bit of a dip, but it looks like they might come back to hitting form. And take the swing map. Thieves are 3-0 on Berlin Control. Røkkr are 0-1. Kenny has been the Berlin Demon as of late since his role changed. So heading into two of them in this series, I'm very interested to see what he brings out and find defensive success on Tuscan Search and Destroy. Thieves last in defensive round win percentage on Tuscan at is 44% overall. Now we've seen what they've been capable of doing when it comes to Search and Destroy. They have slowly been winning maps, right? That is where their woes have been. And when it comes to this map pool, honestly, it favors LA Thieves heavily, except in that Desert Siege Game 5, where Røkkr is 3-0.
All right, but Minnesota Røkkr, I'm kind of liking their chances when it comes to this game, all right? This is a team that has a lot to prove, and if they're having a watch party right now, shout out to all of you Minnesotans. Is that what you call them out there?
Minnesotans?
Minnesota? You're from that area, Al.
I'm not from there. I live there for a certain period of time. My favorite place to live, by the way.
But by the way, the point I'm trying to make is that Havok is going to be key in this matchup for the simple fact that LA Thieves have been on a tear when it comes to S&D, right? Havok's stats, he's been rocking a 1.2 KD there. He is exactly what the Minnesota Røkkr need to overcome this little bump that they've been facing all season long. But when it comes to the game field keys to victory, Røkkr, you're going to have to shout in a big way, okay? Continue to build that chemistry with the new SMG duo. Havok has a 1.52 KD, that's a thick stat right there. Standy's at a 1.7. in a 3-0 sweep over LAG yesterday. But they have to steal a hard point in this series. Against the LA Thieves, they're second in hard point win percentage this season. Røkkr dead last. But also, you got to win your rotational gunfights on Gavutu hardpoint. Røkkr 12th in rotation, win percentage on Gavutu, second in break percentage. That break percentage is going to come in big because of the simple fact they're going against the Los Angeles Thieves team that is heavily persistent. This is a high-flying, fast-paced team that is always in your face.
The issue for me right now, I guess, when I look at the Minnesota Røkkr squad, is they have to be a 2-3-5 team in this matchup. They have to play the long game. But the issue is the Berlin Control, they are 0-1 on, but they are 3-7 and their last 10 hard points.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's send this over to Bryson Tunn. Fellas, Minnesota Røkkr, the new look squad, how do you like their chances against the LA? They just look just so much better, man.
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup for sure. Obviously, the resurgence from LA Thieves after what could have been a little bit of a calling for blowing them up, essentially, from some members of the community. Minnesota Røkkr, they've been down quite an awful lot recently. Their win yesterday does help them out a little bit. Coming into this one, I still kind of fancy LAT to be the dominant team. Tanner, I don't know how you feel about it.
Well, considering what you just said there, and considering I've already seen the maps and modes, I would be inclined to agree with you. We're going to Gav off to kick things off. You know, both these two teams looking good on this map in particular last night, so wanting to go again. Let's see what comes out on top. But I agree with Ali that it does have to be a 2-3-5 for the side of Minnesota here, but I worry about the control for them. I really do. Berlin Control so far for LA Thieves has looked pretty decent, so let's see what they can do on that side of things for Minnesota. But Gav hardpoint is a curious one. Yes, you would think, you know, LA Thieves, we talked about that previously at the beginning of the season, how good they've looked on this map. They're starting to get back to that form a little bit more now. But I feel like the jury is still out for this Minnesota team. We haven't seen them too much, obviously, since the change came through. It will take time for teams to make a change like that as well. Havok looked great in his game yesterday, so it's just to see if you can keep that up against an opposition in LAT who have looked strong recently. So I think it's a one that nobody's able to put a pin in it exactly what's going to go down, but I think a lot of people will probably just about be leaning over towards LAT.
Yeah, I can kind of agree with that one, but let's look at our top performers for the hard point we have coming up. It'll be Drazah and Attach. So your 1.0 and a 1.10 coming in for both these two players. Tan, kind of coming into this, I know before the changes that LA Thieves made, Drazah was coming an awful lot of fire.
He was, but honestly, I feel like he's just been really inconsistent. He either is crazy good or has a very subpar game. So let's see how he's going to do here on particularly Gavutu. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the role switch is going to work for these guys on this map and see how they do firsthand. He's feeling good right now. Look, he looks chilled. He looks chilled.
You know what, Tan? You know what?
Go on.
I can't continue with this anymore. We need to talk about something that has been weighing on my mind pretty heavily recently here. And don't worry, it's not a bad thing. I just can't believe we're not talking about it. The CDL point standings, they do matter. And at the moment, Røkkr are outside that top 8 bubble. They're on 60 points in this league. LA Thieves are on 80. That mid-fight, by the way, currently is LA Thieves at 6, going down to Røkkr at the bottom end at 10th. They are all close. We only have a couple of majors left before we get to champs. This is the time where you need to get those wins on the board. Both teams desperately need this. This is the storyline for me coming into it. If Thieves do this, they get 10 extra points. They come closer to the LAG, who obviously won that tournament as well. For Røkkr, it's about trying to claw back their way into that top 8. It has to start. You have to keep moving forward. Yes, doing the business at the majors matters, but each one of these qualifying games is worth 10 points, and some of these teams need them.
Yeah, absolutely. Minnesota Røkkr very much needing them here up against the LA Thieves, and it is a storyline that's going to have to start being incorporated a lot more from ourselves. It has to be said, we have to be highlighting this every single time that these games are going on. Some of these teams in a really tough spot, and we are getting to that stage now, Brycey. I feel like you're going to disagree with me. Here we go. I feel like we're not quite there where we're going to start worrying about it a lot. For some of these teams in the very...
No, you're wrong.
No. Okay, let me finish. Let me finish.
Past the halfway point of the season.
After the next major, there's so many different points on offer, that's when things start getting scary for some teams, because you could maybe have a poor side of things here and then go and have a good event, and then that's what a lot of these teams be banking on. But after that, that's when things get very, very scary for me. If Toronto does not go your way and there's these teams at the bottom then absolutely that's when they're going to be like, right, okay, we are in a bad position. There's still time for about 10 teams.
Tell you what I hate you,
would say.
right?
Go on.
You say, yeah, you gotta go. Oh yeah, well we can have a good event. So can anyone else. It is so close there in the middle. A team is going to miss out on going to the biggest event of the year by 10 points somewhere. Every single game is massively crucial. And I feel like people are forgetting that because this is qualifiers for Major number 3. People are forgetting points are on offer. Teams are going to miss out, right? And that is going to be the issue.
I just like arguing with you, to be honest with you.
It's fine, but look at how close that is in the middle there. Obviously, you've got some of the biggest teams here. Ravens with a great start at the beginning. They look pretty safe. Boston Breach have been a great team all year. LAG, Major 2 winners. After that, though, LA Thieves, 80 points. Then Røkkr, down to 10th with 60 points. It is very, very close. Not even forgetting, right? New York Subliners are looking like a team resurgence. They won the Pro-Am. There's every opportunity they could get themselves in the mix as well and cause upsets for it. It is the time where teams have to start thinking we are in trouble if we don't start. Even 10 points of qualifiers, it's going to matter. And I'm sick of people not talking about it.
LAG for me are in trouble as well. They seem to be in free fall right now. It is a very good job that they actually managed to win that major, and obviously props to them for that. But since then, things have looked very, very slow. So they could be slipping away here, Bryce. You are right. It is getting to that point where we really do need to start keeping an eye on how things are breaking down here. You say the point is here right now, and I think I agree with you for a couple of the teams. Some of them still have time here, but I'm talking Subliners, Legion, Røkkr. These guys all need to start stepping up. We're seeing more from Ultra. We're seeing less from Surge and Mutineers. We're seeing less from Guerrillas. We're seeing more from Thieves. Things are mixing up very, very quickly. Come the end of Toronto Major, let's have another relook and see where we're at, because honestly, things could be very, very scary for some of these teams heading into that final major before champs.
Maybe it's just me. I'm a little bit too passionate about Call of Duty.
A bit stressed today.
What we are going to do, I'm always stressed. What we're going to do, though, is going to go for a very quick break while we get these teams in the lobby. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back with this game just after this.
Yo. We're back. Yeah, you're back. You guys all talk? Yeah.
Hello. Yo.
Bro, we can be champions if we want to be. Straight up.
Hello. Again.
Start, bro.
Give me this game, man.
Let's get this.
I got him.
Nice, Dill. Let's go.
I got
Let's
Let's
go.
go. Let's go, Dill.
Wait, check bomb. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him.
He's good.
Let's go.
Zach,
Nice,
you're fucking
boys.
best, baby.
Let's
go,
go.
Zach.
Go, boy.
Zach.
When you say I'm a yeah, I just don't match Ben. It's just not close.
Need that moved.
I need it moved now.
Yeah.
Right.
Can you hear me, Drazah?
Whenever you just said that, and I can hear you fine.
Yo, Reese, vivid, yeah.
I can hear you a little bit.
You're quite quiet for me. Am I? Is it quiet for you lot?
A little bit.
What about now?
Yeah.
Is that better? Not really. Is it better like here? Fine.
No, that's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's
here.
ass.
Yeah, that's good. You'll say,
Am I good?
I'm out.
Yo, Paul, you're pretty good.
You're pretty good too, bro.
Thanks, man. Not bad.
Not bad.
It's impressive. It's at least a B tier, you know?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I think I'm still in
E
C
minus, you know? Or maybe you might be a C plus. Might be C plus.
I give you a good B.
How the f is his eyes dehydrated if he's watering?
I'm wondering.
My eyes aren't dehydrated. I'm literally crying. Big
I know. You put your water like somewhere else.
Yeah, holy shit, brother. Just get that away from you, bro.
Bro, you don't understand, dude. If there's water in front of me, like, I don't care. Like, I'll drink it. Like, I don't even think about it. I literally
Did you
just...
drink mine yesterday? Be honest.
Probably.
Oh no. Just close his eyes. That's it. Where'd it go from? Sleeping on the desk.
Wait for him to look at you. What is he doing, man? Look at him. Better.
Oh, he's staring back. Staring contest.
You.
I've sensed an incursion.
You're an idiot.
Go back to your universe.
Yeah, I don't know how people play so close to their monitor, bro.
I feel like I want to call out or talk or anything.
Even at home, I feel like I'm pretty sure my monitor is like kind of far back.
It's the same thing with game sound.
Nah, I play on pretty high games.
Yeah.
I'm telling it. Their side.
Come
on, go!
Flash is just trying to hunt him down. There's a tank, there's a truck, there's a van, there's fire. We're just around the roads with the 1v3. bits of pressure coming in now. Havok going all the way through tunnel, trying to get this flank through at the same time, but it is going to be OpTic to hold. You can see Havok though around the back. The pressure coming in from Røkkr. Then look at these fouls. Shotzzy as well. Diving back in the tail. Only one OpTic player going to be left, and it will be Røkkr now in control.
Just lurk this whole time if you're a slasher, and as soon as you opt to pounce, Nero's gonna drop. But Methodz able to get two. Can he clutch up for the 1v3? He's just gonna be slasher. He's cooking an 8. He's hit down to 52 HP. Where did he go? I don't know. Around the fire we go. The spot is in. He's hit the 12. He's trying to scramble.
Slasher's just trying to hunt him down. There's a tank, there's a truck, there's a van, there's fire. We're just around the roads. He with the 1v3.
It's aBeZy that's come across. aBeZy's able to get both. That might be the nail there, or maybe Scump on the other side.
Well, the key here is you only have one tick done in the round. Is Simp, he's gonna get taken down, but off a spawn. Come his teammates. aBeZy's gonna see nothing at A right now, so they're going to go over towards B. And here comes the big fight, but Scump on a 5 spree.
Tags in a green, Paul's hurt, but he's still dangerous. Massive wins! Paul! Oh my god, it's 3! Can Paul get on 4? That is sensational stuff out of Paulehx!
We know this Toronto team is the veteran roster that they are. They can find a gap. They can make something happen. Cammy, an excellent 2 on the flank, now makes it 3. 4 in a row. He takes down the entire roster, and there goes Cammy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Of course, we are here for the game. The LA Thieves versus the Minnesota Røkkr. And I've never seen Octane look so relaxed, Ton.
Oh, he's chilling. Just big vibes in the compound for the LA Thieves, but Minnesota Røkkr also just chilling now. Waiting for a couple of issues here and there, guys. We'll get into this game very, very shortly, but as you said at the top of the show here, for this team in particular is very much getting to that stage where things are going to get very, very scary for their position at champs. We still got 2 events before then, but it's something you got to keep in the back of your mind.
Definition of his arm there. Look at that.
I mean, the guy's jacked. I honestly, sometimes I see him in events. I'm like, bro, you look good. every time I say it, he's like, you know what, Bryce? I used to have a body like that. That's not true. That's not true. That's strictly not true.
Oh, okay. So we are currently waiting for this to all get underway. I know you're probably sick of looking at us. We're not the greatest pair to look at. I have terrible hair. Ton has sunglass tan lines.
I know.
Which, you know,
oh no, they're wearing off. They're wearing out a little bit. I'm leveling it. I'm leveling out a little bit. We're getting there.
So in the interest of being transparent and honest with everybody at home, we're just having an issue or two getting this lobby locked in and ready for our players to play. So I'm not going to lie to you. What we're going to do is we're going to go to another quick break rather than listen to me and Tan be very, very English on stream for 10 minutes. When it's fixed, we'll get the game going back underway. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
What are you most insecure about when you're on stage?
I'm not insecure about anything when I'm on the stage. That's like my home.
I mean, I don't really have anything I'm insecure about. I just play my game and just try to perform, to the highest level.
Honestly, there isn't much to be insecure about, but if the gunny is lacking going into the match, I'm definitely gonna be a little insecure about that.
I'd probably say going on the stage and getting free O'd, like a 30-minute series, and then that's it, and then you're off again.
The vibe we're getting, I feel like right now it's like a weird vibe that I get when I'm on stage from the crowd. Like most people don't like me, so that's probably what I'm insecure about right now.
Whenever I have to do interviews, and I just know I get really anxious and nervous towards interviews, and I try so hard not to mess it up.
Which actor would portray you in a CDL movie? I think if one actor was to portray me in a CDL movie, it'd probably have to be Bruce Lee.
Actually, James Murray from Practical Jokers. For a while now, I've been told that I look like him.
Would probably be Mark Wahlberg, just because he's like a troll.
I wouldn't want an actor to do that. I would want MacArthur Jovel, Cellium, to portray me.
Honestly, if there was one person portraying me in the movie, it'd probably be Peter Dinklage, just because I feel like we're looking pretty similar nowadays.
I'm going to have to go with Robert Downey Jr.
I'd probably say Zac Efron.
Americans won't get this, but it's Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. He's not an actor. He's a football player. He came off the bench all the time, always scored, so he would be, because that's me. I'm the best bench player.
If you could pick a theme song to play when you walk on stage, what would it be and why?
The theme song I'd pick when I'd walk on stage would probably be some old school Mac Miller, maybe senior skip day. I feel like it would just be dope to walk out to something like that.
As soon as I saw that, I thought of my teammate Cellium, because I know he did this, and I know that he probably picked a song from Creed.
I feel like Baby Sharks would be a funny walkout entrance, so Baby Sharks probably.
I'd probably pick the Triple H theme song, you know, when he walks out on stage. Just because, you know, when Triple H comes out, you know he's coming to just kill somebody. And, you know, that's the vibe you get from us, so.
Well, I don't know, like a WWE song. Let's go like The Undertaker, like what Ailey did that one time.
I think we have like a team anthem at this point. It's called Black Magic. We'd have a lot of fun on stage if that song was playing while we're walking in.
Who on your team is most likely to react to a mild inconvenience? Oh man, probably the whole team.
Who on your team is most likely to react to a mild inconvenience? aBeZy.
Probably be aBeZy. I feel like aBeZy is really like strict about things.
I'd probably have to be Cellium. I feel like if any little sort of thing happens to him, he's gonna freak out. He's gonna call aBeZy. He's gonna call him Alec.
Usually me, it'd probably be me or Alec.
That's Bance. Honestly, he's an old grumpy guy. If you've never met him,
it'd be Cam. Definitely. Any little thing will throw him off.
Most likely be Eli. He just gives the most reactions, I feel like, or Standy if you guys don't know. I feel like he just gives the most reactions for anything, really.
This one's easy. It's gonna have to be Eli Standy, because every time the Uber Eats driver forgets a spoon or straw or drops it off a little at the wrong place, you know, he always freaks out and, you know, is having a war with the Uber drivers.
Who's earned your respect in the CDL, and how have they done it? Well, for one, I'm gonna have all my respect for all the world champs and just for anyone that has won chips recently or before.
I'm gonna go with my boy Asim. He's been thrown around a lot of teams, underappreciated in a lot of circumstances, and finally got on a really good team and showed his worth.
It'd have to be one of the LAG boys, either Asim, Slasher, or Kyla. One of them three for sure.
We've got Nasty and we've got Gizmo, and Afrela came in last year. I know how hard it is as a European to break through in the scene, and the way they've done it this year, I'll definitely give them my respect.
I'll go with my mate Gizmo, my little friend Gizmo.
I'd probably have to say Shotzzy.
Honestly, I'd probably say Shotzzy.
I'd probably have to go with Shotzzy. I'm pretty sure a lot of people's answers are probably going to be Shotzzy because he literally transferred from Halo and he learned the game so fast, and he's like so impactful on the map and is always doing the right plays and making heads up plays.
Scumpy, Seth, and Hector, obviously.
A lot of OpTic, to be honest, because they're really good, obviously, at the game, but also they do a lot for the scene, like publicity-wise and growing it.
I would probably have to say Scump because he's really made a name for himself in a way that no one else has really done.
I now see being in the league, like how hard it is to manage, you know, streaming and growing a fan base as well as being on top of the game.
The audience and the fan base and everything he's built around himself is just honestly incredible.
They helped build Pod to what it is today, and gotta support them all the way.
Hey, what's up everybody? I'm Cellium and I'm a player for the line of FaZe. Decido asked me to stop by and show you guys some map callouts. For this episode of Pro Callouts, we're heading to Tuscan, so let's do it. So this map is Tuscan. This map is played in all 3 game modes for the CDL, hardpoint, control, and search and destroy. This map it's like a medium-sized map, I would say. There's a lot of nade fest going on, like a lot of nade hills in this map. So just make sure you have fortified on. Let's get to it. This whole area of the map is called field, and then this is called field door, and this whole area is called backfield. Depending on what side you're from, obviously it's called our field, and then if you're coming from the other side, their field. This one is called either our slab if you're spawning on this side, and if you're on the other side you call it their slab. You know, there's 2 slabs, so it's pretty easy to call out in my opinion. This one we call this call out outer block. We call this the outer block heady. That's a pretty easy call out. If you hear this call out, just make sure you want to nade it and you get to get off the heady, so it's pretty easy. With this pillar, our team uses calls this it's on their tree, like their tree heady or pillar heady. You can call it whatever, because there's, you know, it's pretty easy heady to call. This is the only heady on this side, so our team calls this pillar heady or tree heady, just depending on what you want to call it. With this call out, we call this the inner heady because it's the inner part of the hard point, and you know, it's pretty much a god heady. You can either call this inner or low inner, you know, just up to you guys. And once again, this is a tree. We call this tree heady. If you're coming from that side, you know, he's on their tree, or he's on our tree pushed up. You know, you call whatever you want. With this little arch here, we call this ivy, or our team does this. I know some teams call it like archway. but with our team we call it Ivy because there's like ivy and stuff around it. So that's what we call it. It's pretty fast and simple. So with this one, I think this is the best head glitch in the game probably, or not in the game, but this map for sure. But this one is called pretty much God Hitty. I think this is pretty simple. You know, if someone calls out God Hitty on this hill, I'm sure you know where they'll be at. So make sure to throw your nades over middle or field side, and you get this kill every time. I can blow this stuff up too. Want me to blow this up? I don't think that was there.
Yeah, hell yeah, let's do it.
Oh, I could just break it. Okay, I'll just blow it up then. Alright, there you go. And moving on from God Hitty, this building is, our team calls it wine because, you know, there's a lot of wine bottles in here. And over here is the roof part of the map. I think this area is pretty simple. I love playing this part of the map in control and hard point for breaking the P5. So this part of the, I call this low roof. You know, it's pretty simple, low roof. If they're coming from low roof control spawn, like they're spawning over there usually. But yeah, this is called low roof, and then this is called pretty much roof. We call this chimney over here. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple. If you call it chimney, I'm sure everyone knows what they're talking about. So moving on from the roof, here's P5, hard point, search and destroy control. I call it the same thing. P5 is pretty much a general area for this part of the building. On the bottom part, I call this P5 stairs. It's pretty simple. And then we move on from here. It's pretty simple area to call out. This area is called well. I'm sure every team calls this part of the map well. It doesn't matter if it's hard point control or search and destroy, but I think this spot's used a lot in search and destroy, just for like off round, like just hits or just shoulders to middle. I think this spot's it's very useful in search and destroy, and hard point for breaking this hill too, and just for taking routes in general. To be honest, it's very good. So moving on from well, we have middle of the map. I think this part of the map it's pretty easy to call out. You know, there's from broken. Our team calls this building broken, by the way, because there's a lot of stuff that can be broken. There's a lot of spots to mantle up from to top broken. You can go here, or you can mantle up from this part and just break the window, or you can just mantle it up. But you could either mantle up. Okay, bro. Okay, there you go. So obviously you get it from there, but yeah, I mean it's either the window or this part of the map you can from like just jump in from, you know. So this part's called top broken, obviously, because you know everything's broken up here again. And as an AR, for me, I go up here a lot, just to have map control for my team, for my sub players to push up middle of the map and just you know, and just try to get middle map control and just try to be annoying in their base. So and mainly in search and destroy and off rip on hardpoint, you'll mainly find yourself challenging people from top church to top radio, or say if you're like challenging like a sub player, he'll be probably bottom church most likely. But search and destroy, there's gonna be a lot of people just challenging you from top or radio, so just be sure to watch out for that. Yeah, and moving on from broken stairs, over here is P3 in the hard point, and this is called statue. It's usually gonna be a nade fest in this, so like once again, on this hill, the only thing you want to watch is usually Ivy, because your guy God Hitty has your mid eye. So the only thing you want to watch is this part of the map from if you're playing hard point, you know. And from middle of the map to this part of the map, our team calls this part U because it's pretty simple. You know, if you look at it from this way, it's a U. You know, it's a pretty big U, but that's what our team calls it. It's pretty simple and fast. And you know, if you call out U, I'm sure your whole team will know what you're talking about. So it's pretty simple. If you're coming from this side of the map, you call out dare you. If you're coming from that side, you obviously call out dare you or are you over here. So it's pretty simple and easy. And if you're a sub player, it's very good to play in these corners, this corner, or in the opposite one over here, because if an AR or a sub, any gun pretty much comes into your sights, and they're pretty much dead. So it's pretty good for a sub player to finesse around this area of the map. So so if you're a sub player, just make sure to finesse around this part. And moving on from you, this part of the area is called front church, and then this whole area is called bottom church, the inside part. In hardpoint, usually there's a lot of people that like camp behind this block. So what our team calls it is he's behind the block usually. You know, it's pretty simple. There's a whole block here, so he's behind the block heady pretty much. And then obviously back here it's back church, field door. And moving on from church, we have arch door. This is pretty simple. There's an arch here, so we call this the arch door. And there's a ladder. Obviously, if you call it ladder, there's only like I think one ladder this map. So if you call this out, it's pretty simple. Our team calls this the arch ramp. If you're in control in the point from right here, this is pretty simple. You just say Ivy ramp. It's pretty simple. Ivy ramp, don't worry about it, you know. and then your team will understand what you're talking about. And moving on from ramp, we have radio stairs. Our team calls radio stairs. I know some teams call this green stairs, but it's what you prefer. But our team calls this radio because there's a lot of radio stuff in here, you know, just a lot of.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. I know you've missed us, but we are back. Minnesota Røkkr versus LA Thieves match. It has been tested, and I believe everything is now good. I know everything takes a little while sometimes. You're just gonna have to be patient. But this game can get underway, Ton.
It's nice that you just stop holding everybody offline so we can get the game underway, because we all know that. Well, it's both of our fault. As the casters, you know, we do control these things. So hopefully we're ready to get into this game shortly. Thanks for releasing the players from their eternal tomb, as we are about to jump into this one. LA Thieves taking on Minnesota Røkkr. And as we were just saying, before we got into this one, it should be an interesting one. We're yet to see the full potential of Røkkr, and we are starting to see the potential of LA Thieves that they threatened at the beginning of the season. A very good map record for the Thieves on this map. Of course, Minnesota looked not too bad at it yesterday as well. Their break percentage is solid. The Minnesota Røkkr second, but for the LA Thieves, theirs is even better. The whole percentage is going to be the difference. We know how important rotations are when it does come down to Gav. Who's going to be there first? Who's going to win those influential gunfights? That's what it's going to come down to. Let's see how Røkkr can deal with LA Thieves here. Map number one. It's going to be Gav to kick things off. Tough one for Røkkr, I would say.
Yeah, it is, and we'll have to see how this one goes down, though. At the moment, at Mixer straight into P1 from both teams, and they are going to be trading for this one. And eventually, Envoy trying to get two, though, and eventually will win this engagement. That's the only player left up from Røkkr, and he is going to try and hold this with a bit of a contest, and he somehow slips the net, gets past him, and is in now control.
Using those well-defined arms, Brightsy, to punch Octane in the face. Fantastic stuff from Røkkr, and attached specifically. Find themselves inside the point. You can find some good time on here, but the good time is not a lot left of that. 20 seconds at this moment in time for Thieves to pick up the rotation over towards P2. It's going to be coming in shortly. I love what Thieves are doing, though. They're pressing the issue. Is Røkkr looking to fight back through P1 as well? Fight over towards green is important as all of this goes on too. It is going to be Standy to find two more inside of P1. They will get this rotation locked in. But now for attach. Backing on down. That's not the right team. So here we are now with Octane. Is it the push coming in from Cave? Can they find something to lock this one down? Boat control belongs to them.
Good rotation from the LA Thieves in the end. Røkkr walk away with more points on hardpoint one, but they're in a great position now. Drazah going to try and stay alive around Propane. Eventually, Røkkr are going to find him. No reinforcements from up top yet, and that's a good couple of kills. You can see the flank coming in as well. Standy's going to try and do this, and this is going to be ripped away from Thieves with a perfect break.
Standy 4 in a row. Good way to kick things off here for the side of Røkkr. They're really forcing LA Thieves back as well. Bearing in mind where Røkkr are with 25 seconds to go, the rotation over towards P3 is something that will be starting to happen now. Kenny, 2 and 4 from him. He's going to fall over towards P1. Priestahh is beaming right now. 2 streak for him. Now going to try and get control of P1. Perfect from Røkkr so far.
They have the hills. They have the spawns. LA Thieves will take the scrap time, but can they now flip this into something a little bit better and try and get control? Octane's going to try and punch through. He gets Standy down. A little bit of messy here in the mid-map. They don't have ring control. They're going to be looking for it. Priestahh going to be in the corner. Let's find one as well. Envoy looks the wrong way. And with the fact that this spawn has actually come still for Minnesota Røkkr, they haven't been able to get a lot of time on this.
Yeah, they've kind of just been juking between each other over towards green, both these squads. In the end, we've found a little bit of control for Røkkr here, but nothing on the board. I actually like that play, though. Attach staying close up and personal over towards P1, but Envoy slipped the knife, if only momentarily. Attach will find 2. That should be trades for Røkkr. It is. LA Thieves the ones who will be in control of that P4 rotation, which is going to come up in around 20 seconds or so. Røkkr are going to have a decent little lead. Havok had slipped the net momentarily. LA Thieves are here first. We know how much time can be gained on this hill. That lead for Røkkr could decimate very, very fast.
Well, LA Thieves going to dig in here. We're not able to break P3. P4 just about to spawn up. You can see Minnesota starting to swing into action. Drazah trying to stay alive down bottom cliff. It isn't going to be able to. Kenny's going to get the cross before they can do anything else. And this may be a game of rotations. I say that as 2 kills go down for Røkkr.
Yeah, it's a little bit of mid-map control now for Røkkr. a step further, a step closer. Standy's going to find 2 on the outer beach as well, so momentarily, LA Thieves only have 2 players inside the point. Priestahh going to try and press the issue here. Finds 1. As Standy here helping out as well, and from dark side, it's going to be Drazah. Last one up at this moment in time for LA Thieves. Good pressure from Røkkr here. For all that, Thieves made the push, and they found the rotation. They haven't been able to have the plain sailing that we sometimes do see over towards this hill. 6 spree for Standy. Let's see if he can keep it going.
Just going to try and catch them now on the exit. They know there's no longer any points up for grabs. Standy's just going to be a pain. Just going to try and stay alive. Eventually he does go down. Røkkr are not set up as they would like to be. They're going to have to watch that overextend as well. They're coming through. They're just going to pass like ships in the night, and eventually Envoy is going to try and get past as well. This is a huge play from LA Thieves to get through. Eventually they'll be shut down. Thieves going to be hit in numbers, but is it going to be enough as Røkkr still hold green control?
Octane top board. This is the kind of control you need if you are pushing from this side. You cannot allow anybody from Røkkr to get below you and cause issue just like that. There's Attach finding 1, Attach finding 2. Surely not the 3rd. That would have been absurd from Attach. Still control for the side of Røkkr here, but Thieves are knocking on the door. Priestahh trying to stay alive inside the point. Now it's going to be thinking about these rotations over towards P1 very, very shortly. Standy is going to be the first one there. He's going to survive the gunfight that came in from Kenny as well. So a really, really good first rotation coming out from the Minnesota Røkkr. Very, very well played. Standy with streaks as well. And if you're the LA Thieves, you need to wake up very, very quickly because you're staring down the barrel of a 40-point deficit here.
Yeah, I think Røkkr may end up using this glide bomb here to try and push ring at this point.
A good idea.
When it flips through, probably see it end up dumped out, and they'll try and get through at this point. You can see now already Priestahh making that first kill. They're now pushing here in numbers at the same time. Drazah managed to hold off a few of them, and Octane gets the second. Minnesota Røkkr still going to try and get into ring control, and Attach is not able to work his magic this time around, Ton.
Not this time. Can Standy trade? Yes, he can. 40 seconds to play with here for Røkkr. And look at the boat control they've got as well. Havok's getting the cut, so the ramp from the side of LA Thieves is a hard push. Minnesota Røkkr ready and waiting. Havok, can he help his team out here? He's actually let 1 slip the net. It's going to be Octane on the flight. The rest of the team doing the business as well. And now Havok will push up Cliff's side. The rest of Thieves are now going to start thinking about P2. Havok ready, waiting. 4 spree already. Can he find the 7 and get themselves another glide bomb here? This has been quite sensational from Røkkr so far.
It certainly has. They are currently in control of this hard point. Let's see how they are in the comms, though. This is a Minnesota Røkkr. Listen in.
I'm going ring. I'm going ring.
Let's go play Cliff. Go play Cliff.
Kenny could have won ring.
I'm going top Cliff. Hold ring, Eli.
One more Cliff. Kenny could have won ring. Kenny's ring. Kenny's ring. Low ladder. They're ring sides. They're ring sides.
I needed their side time. Watch out. I needed their side time. Mid tank or Kenny.
Done.
One more time. I'm playing mid tank.
Oh my god, he's
watch out. Watch out.
There's 5 steps. I'm getting a ring. There's 5 steps.
I'll go left.
He might jump down the cliff.
I'm making top Cliff. Top Cliff.
Top
boat dead. One shot top boat. One shot top right and one top left. Top right. Top right done.
Kenny's going ring. Kenny's going ring.
Yeah, we're going ring. Mid this time.
I can see the ring cross. I can streak for new. We should low-key play this.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Listen, he has not crossed ring yet. Yeah, Kenny's ring weak. Yo, RP5. Drazah's RP5.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. Do we know what?
Kenny's on ring.
Okay, P5 is on ring. Back ring and old.
I'm on him.
Hold dead.
Back ring. He's front green. You might go short. Top or down.
No, in mid tank. There's 2 both sides. Got one. Nice. Last guy's ult.
I'll play one ring.
Get time for it. I got it.
Well, Røkkr trying to figure out exactly where all of LA Thieves are. The one thing they are doing very, very well is holding this again. Pretty much the same story for Minnesota. Get the rotation, hold it down.
Yeah, and when they have been getting this rotation, they've been doing phenomenally. Honestly, their whole percentage on this map has been really bad typically, but here comes the push and here comes the glide bomb. It might just help alleviate some pressure here for Røkkr, who have been forced back. Good call from the LA Thieves just to push forward. It takes a player out of the game when Standy has to call in that glide bomb. The rest of Røkkr can't do anything to really stop the push coming in from Thieves, and Standy with the over challenge as well. This is good time for Thieves, all things considered. They'll be focused on this rotation though. Priestahh is on his way. He hasn't found the kill. Going to be called out there as well. Eventually will find it. Has a little bit of backup and Attach as well.
Envoy, crucial player here for LA Thieves. Going to find Attach. He knows one more. Going to try and tail him. And he does eventually go down. Octane to the rescue though. Does get that trade against Priestahh. And LA Thieves, they get the scrap time and the rotation. That has brought them screaming back into this game. Octane already going to push out Cliff. Havok though guns him down before he can fire a bullet. Kenny going to be trying to watch this as well. LA Thieves are not winning the gunfights they need.
Oh, I mean, they're not winning any gunfights here, Pricey, by the looks of things. Everybody in mid-map drops, and now welcome to the blender at the back of Gavutu. Standy will find two, controlling P1 as best as he can, as that's where the spawns will eventually come in here for the LA Thieves. Unfortunate for Røkkr that they didn't stay inside there. Now Røkkr will spawn back there, so this might actually work out for Thieves here. Yes, there's still 30 seconds to play for. You've lost the spawns, you've lost control, but you have rotation over towards the next hill, towards green. If you can stop Røkkr winning here, and maybe even get some points yourself.
Well, they're going to make sure they do exactly that, but bear in mind, LA Thieves have to play pretty perfect here. They cannot allow Røkkr to get a big setup in for this one. It's not about just getting near the location. They have to make it chaotic to give them the opportunity to break. Right now, they're not doing that. They do not have position to force Minnesota away from this hill very, very quickly.
Setup is here for Standy. You're just going to have to be pretty perfect. As you said, those kills going to go well traded. 2 for 2. Priestahh having to stay alive inside the point. Has done a good job so far, having a good map as well. 24 and 18, make that 25 and 18. Is it going to be number 26 here to lock this one in? Not quite. Maybe a little bit overzealous, but Drazah's going to get taken down by Kenny. The nade destined for the point. Finds his teammates, but Thieves have made a big dent in the defense yet. Envoy will find 3, make it now 2. Sorry, Octane is actually the one who finds 3. Envoy going crazy, only 16 to 29, but he's done well to break the hill here. 23 seconds remaining. Look at Røkkr already setting up for P1.
They've got to be careful because they can still win it on that hill. They have to try and stay alive, and that's a huge kill by Havok. Drazah wants to get here and make sure they can't win it. I think that tick's just gone against them. It's now the rotation battle coming in. LA Thieves have to cut and run. They're going to get here into numbers as well. And they will batten down the hatches. They will turn this into a fort. This is their opportunity. They cannot break at any point against Røkkr. 3 players from Thieves in the hill, but here come Minnesota.
Havok will find the break, as will Priestahh. Now trying to get their way in. There's a touch. That's it. Minnesota Røkkr. A rotational masterclass from the Minnesota side. So many times when they locked in a hill, you were not getting in if you're the LA Thieves. And it was just that rotation for 1, 2, and 3 in that second rotation of hills that did the job. 1-0, the lead was, in the end, insurmountable for the LA Thieves. They could not bring it back in Røkkr. A relatively close game. They will take it. 250 to 211, a good start for the Minnesota side.
Yeah, it's difficult being the Thieves in that one. Minnesota just seemed to hold things much, much better. And when you get those rotations locked in like they did, they didn't blink, they didn't really let it slip. There was an opportunity for LA Thieves. We saw as it went to P3 to P4, Thieves clawed back that game massively. They were always fighting from the back foot, always having to be better in every single engagement. And it just was a little bit too far for them to stretch this into a win. And I will say this, I don't mean to be harsh, but I remember the days, and they weren't that long ago, if Thieves asked people to challenge them on Gavutu. That is something that has aged like milk.
Yes. It has not went well for them. The record is still, I want to say, like 8-4 or something along those lines, but it is not what it once was, Pricey. Say it's pretty even over the last 6 or so. So it hasn't necessarily been the fortress that it once was for LA Thieves. And I think that was down to, you know, their AR presence, how strong their ARs looked at the beginning of the game. But the pace has been stepped up and things have not necessarily worked out for them. But for me in this one, it's that rotation round towards P4 you need to maybe do a little bit better on with. When the chips are down, you need to make it count. And in this situation, it's always going to be so hard to stop Røkkr just getting 3 points on this, right? You can trade it out, but attaching the point, the pistol to win the game. See you later, Drazah. We'll see you in map number 2, but we're in the lead. I'll play from the Røkkr. And it just shows, you know, when we talk about the stats, we talk about their hold percentage, their break percentage. For this team, they are working on new stuff. They have a new player in Havok in there. Obviously, a positive influence on this side. Rotations and holds were not their wheelhouse, so to speak, when it comes to Gavutu, but very much so. They did a fantastic job in map number 1 to lock in as many points as they possibly could, and they have a lead now in this series.
They do, and a lot of people were not expecting Røkkr to take that over Thieves. And most of all, Thieves. That is not a happy team. On the side of it, though, great start for Minnesota Røkkr. trying to kind of regain a little bit of lost glory. There was a time where Minnesota was considered one of the big teams in the CDL this season, and that time was a long time ago. But
I can't remember that.
there was a time when Røkkr looked very, very good.
You know what it was?
It was a little bit of a flash in the pan, and the question for a lot of people now is, can Røkkr recover? And I said about the standings before, but it is something we have to bear in mind. It is going to be brutal to win as much as you can do, because anybody could have a good event and put themselves out of it. But as we go through the hard point, let's talk about the S&D and our top performers we are expecting going into this. Envoy and Standy. A little bit of a difference between these two, though. A 1.08 and a 1.2.
A 1.2 in Search and Destroy. Very, very solid from Standy. Let's see how he can get things going with his new duo in Havok. When it does come down to Search and Destroy, who is going to take it in this series? It is a little bit more of a difficult one to try and work out. Of course, with Havok coming in, it just looks like a new look Minnesota squad. But then for the side of Thieves, you know, they've had that role change that had worked out for them. Found themselves in a good spot in the Pro-Am, of course, have looked a lot better, but we need to see some consistency from them. They need to keep this up the whole of the qualifying season, I would say. For everybody to start talking about Thieves as a contender once more. We're heading towards the business end of the season now, Brycey, and is it time for them to start waking up and start being that threat once again?
Yeah, and the other part of this is that people are expecting big things out of Thieves now. You've got to remember, second at the Pro-Am. People expect a win here at the same time, especially as a team like Røkkr, who have failed to impress recently.
They have. But I think, you know, something we said at the top of this show when we were talking about this game specifically is that we needed to see a hardpoint win from Minnesota. Røkkr Ali was talking about she was expecting a 2-3-5 if Minnesota are going to win it. But there's number one. Not something we necessarily expected. So on to Search and Destroy. Can Octane continue his form here when it does come down to Tuscan? Thieves are not necessarily being the best on the defensive side of things. Last in defensive round win percentage, if anything, at 44%. And Envoy, not a good Gav map out of him. But USMG's at home. You know when you're playing ranked and you jump into it. If you are in the blind around Gav with an MP40 in your hands, it is not the best place to be.
Yeah, I could agree with that one as well. It can be a little bit tricky for these, but we're going to start this one off on board with Standy. Jumping straight through. This might end up jumping into well here, and he does. Unfortunately, there are two members of LA Thieves finding him, and Drazah gets two off the rip tongue.
Let's just run in the middle of the map and headbutt each other and see who finds the first round. Here we go. Looking so good so far for the Thieves. As Kenny will eventually fall. It's now a 2 versus 3. Priestahh getting a leg on here. Not going to happen this time around. Octane will find him. 1v3 for a touch.
What can he find? A little bit split up from the LA Thieves at the moment. Attach will be looking for just that first kill to give an opportunity to come back in this game, and Octane sitting pretty. And that round is over.
Nicely done. It's all on Drazah finding those first two kills to kick things off, and then from there, I mean, Thieves are in the driving seat. Octane finding two of his own as well. Well positioned, they had a good idea of where the player was. And now LA Thieves, one to the good here in Search and Destroy. Can they keep it up here on Tuscan?
A little bit of an adjustment then, maybe for Minnesota. That first push didn't really work out for them. How do they deal with the defense? Another big push coming in from LA Thieves. Octane sitting on this same power position we've seen many times in L. But the big P5 push. We know players are watching this. LA Thieves know players are watching this. Can they break through? Havok's called that one out. There was a wall broken. Asking for reinforcements. Priestahh's coming over. And LA Thieves decided against it. They've all dropped into well.
Uh-oh. Somebody got map control here.
No.
The side of Røkkr. And the answer is absolutely not. Priestahh is there. Kenny is dead. I think it's just a little bit too long. There wasn't that map control, but look at this fight. That could go down. Does Octane know he's there? It's an easy kill on the Standy. A control should be there for the side of Thieves. 3v3.
I don't think Octane saw that play at Top Church. Doesn't matter, though. He's all good. He's going to get the bomb back and gets taken down by Priestahh. Still dominating Top Church. Envoy's going to try him now. Looking for him, eventually taking him down, bringing this to a 2 versus 2. And Røkkr are hitting the rotate.
Oh, you got to be quick if you're Thieves. Yeah, 22 seconds to play with. Attach. Oh, just through the creek. Oh my goodness, Attachy's got the angles.
Threading the needle with a sniper. LA Thieves just run out of time, and Attach says thank you very much. Finds that first player. Instantly repositions, bearing in mind how little he can see here. Takes him by the shoulder, repositions, sees the feet come through, and thank you very much, Drazah, for the two-piece.
Nicely done from Attach. A big moment to get themselves back into it. One apiece now. That was looking like a Thieves round. They had plenty of control over towards A. I love the hit through well with all of them, but they got control of it. Minnesota were like, well, why aren't they a B turn round? And it's a couple of free kills, making it a little bit easier for the round to go their way. Now, Thieves on the defensive side. Røkkr looking like they're going to head over towards B, but a lot of map control for Thieves here. Røkkr going to have to fight their way through.
Now, Octane just looking for information to help out Kenny as much as he can. Røkkr not liking their chances either. Pretty similar. Maybe a rotation from them as well, but they do not have any sort of control in the mid. And Envoy almost looks away at the worst possible moment. Here they come. They can't see him yet. And he can just about see them. He sees Standy, he sees Havok as well. Gets the first one, pre-aims into the second one. Envoy gets two.
Oh my God!
Envoy shuts down everything from Røkkr there. And it's glorious, it's beautiful, and Thieves are bamboozled.
I can't believe it. It's absurd from Envoy. Just the positioning sensational. First one's easy enough. Standy, Havok, get caught. The second, yeah, you should get the job done. This third one, see you later, Priestahh. He's like, give me that ace, baby.
Even Thieves didn't quite believe it at the end of there. Like, how on earth has Envoy just aced the enemy team in a matter of seconds?
Disgusting.
Well, that was pretty impressive.
One of the better S&D players we've seen this year coming out of Envoy. Big moments in these games. You've seen a big moment from Attach already. Envoy says, oh my beer. I mean, Havok is just going to get caught absolutely napping there. Flies forward, 5 in a row, and 2 more, and you got that glide.
Oh, Priestahh manages to get back Drazah, bringing this back even. Bomb going down. Standy just close enough to get it before it does. He's going to retrowel this one as well, and Standy just says thank you very much, Envoy, for challenging that one. Kenny does get one back here. It's the 1 versus 3. Sees that window open, smashes the door down low. Attach is surely waiting for him. Kenny doesn't care. Kenny guns him down, looks for the 1 versus 3, but denied just about. Røkkr, hold on. These are some adrenaline-pumping S&D rounds as these teams just throw everything at it.
Yeah, let's keep this pace up, boys. Keep it going. We love to see rounds like this. An entertaining search and destroy so far. Heavy blow after heavy blow. Røkkr staying composed, though, after that previous round. And nearly a big 1v3 situation. That would have been a very different scoreline. Had they not managed to pull that one off, but here we go. It's another fast round. It's going to be Drazah 1 and 2. My word. These rounds just burst into life very, very quickly. And it's big plays, time and time again from each player. It's a 3v2 now for Thieves.
Oh, and Attach is going to catch it, bringing it back as well as Priestahh wins the gunfight. And they started off this one, Thieves, with the advantage. And Octane finds himself alone. Where are Røkkr? That is the question he's asking. Fortunately, with the benefit of Codcaster, we can see it's all around the houses. Might be a fight here, Top Church. Octane going to go to his favourite position, and he sees them. It pays off for Octane again. With that information comes opportunity.
He's hunting. Does he expect the transition over towards B? Did Attach see him? Did Attach see him? Yes, he did. You can see because Priestahh turned round. Havok getting loud inside the complex of Minnesota. The shots are there. It's another round where it just flips so fast. Drazah finds the opening 2 kills, maybe overzealously goes for the 3rd. Then Røkkr switch it around with 2 of their own. And Thieves can't answer back. This could have feasibly been, what? So ridiculously one-sided. It could have been 5-0 Minnesota. It could have been 5-0 Thieves. But the way that some of these rounds have went. As it goes, we got a very close game. Into the next round we go, Brycey. I don't know how this one's going to break down, to be honest.
Well, a little bit of an aggressive push coming out of Røkkr towards the mid. I think that was seen, though. LA Thieves have backed up and are holding fast. The first round in a while, it goes a bit quiet here, but Havok gets that first blood onto Kenny. And Standy takes down Envoy as well. LA Thieves now reeling. Having to tail this one up. Røkkr putting the squeeze on, taking more and more map control away from them.
It's a 2v4 for Thieves, so if anything, we still haven't a clue how this round's going to break down. But attach shoulders very well. Octane will be dealt with, and Priestahh will find the next one. Well played from Minnesota, Røkkr. It's been a topsy-turvy kind of search and destroy. But you've got no idea which way the round's going to go. Not a clue.
No, genuinely have no idea. It is really a game of minute timing, of tiny opportunities, and just who comes out better on some big gunfights. But it is aggressive in this search, and at the moment, Røkkr have come out on top.
That's the nade spot. Oh, look at this aggression. Did it actually get checked by Envoy? No HP taken off him. So they have no information on the root man who has managed to find, well, the root. But has Havok. There you go. Kenny will now be taken down, and like ships in the night through the middle of the map. Now Standy behind Octane. The shot's a little shaky. Octane surviving. What is this round? What is the map positioning? We haven't got a clue what's going on. Octane will eventually fall. It's a 2 versus 4 for the side of Thieves.
Envoy finds one back. 2 versus 3. A little bit of a pinch actually here from the LA Thieves. Had the opportunity. Drazah gets one back. Looks for Attach who comes through. What? Refires and doesn't. Attach gets his teammate. What is going on in this round? Drazah now chasing. Looking for the player. It's Attach versus Drazah. And Attach wins another one. The Røkkr go up 5-2 in this S&D. And none of this makes any sense. Everybody's tickling each other with gunfights.
I'm not even sure what went on in that round. It was like both teams kind of slipped by each other through the middle of the map. Havok and Co got into church. Envoy got towards the back spawn, back towards the P3 fountain. Nobody had really any control of the side of the map that they wanted control on. But ultimately, Røkkr just about get away with it. 6 spree for Attach. And they're starting now to group up together. They're looking for this glide bomb for Attach. Havok will find the first blood, though. Now it's all of a sudden a 4 versus 3. Kenny in a really bad spot. Havok will find 2. It's done and dusted. This surely Kenny will find 1. Havok will find a 3rd. He's on for the ace. It's Octane for the 1v3 to stay in the map.
Oh, he's in trouble. They're chasing him. They're firing at him as well, and Attach wins another gunfight. And the Røkkr run over LA Thieves in the end. It was not pretty. That is not what you would call clinical S&D. It is not something you'd find in a textbook. But it is very entertaining. Røkkr go up 2-0. LA Thieves highlight was Envoy with the 4-piece, an ace in 7 seconds. But that's all they can take away because the rest of it was Røkkr. Attach 10-3.
Oh, you'd be furious if Envoy. You can't post that clip after the game now, can you? Livid. 6-2 to Røkkr. Attach really performing outstandingly there. The sniper moment that he had as well, and just locking down all the angles, helping his team chip away at LA Thieves, but some strange rounds of search and destroy throughout that map. We're going to bail in control and a bail in hard point if we need it coming up next. I don't really know how to break that down. If I'm frank.
Just enjoy it.
I don't know what to tell you. I did enjoy it. It was lovely.
Yeah, that was certainly one to kind of watch as just a highlight reel, if anything else. Just seeing the players go at it every single second. But 2 games down, the Røkkr have risen. LA Thieves have a long way back, but it wouldn't be the only reverse sweep we've ever seen from them. It's going to take some gusto and some guts. Find out how it all ends here on map number 3 after this break.
of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Scuff play of the game. So good, we've got two of them starting off with, of course, the 7-second ace. This is Envoy taking down the first, the second. Hits Priestahh in the face, grabs his gun for a hit to the deck and says, hey, attach, got something for you. 7 seconds from start to finish. But I said we have two, and we certainly do. Attach with his two-piece sniper as well. Finds that first one, and the second player just says, all right, I'll give you it. And just threads the needle through the wood there, Ton. What an insane S&D.
A crazy search and destroy. That so many of those rounds could have went in a different direction. Minnesota Røkkr enjoying that one. I was tweeting about it there as well with the Envoy side of things. His ace comes through, and then they don't win another round. Minnesota Røkkr, though, the trash talk started quite some time ago, and living up to that hype from the social media team. And Minnesota Røkkr 2-0 up now. But yeah, a very, very strange search and destroy, Bressy. As I said, I wouldn't even like to try and begin to break that down. But yeah, as soon as Envoy got that ace, LA Thieves then did not win a single other round. So I don't know what to tell you. It was a tough one. Very, very close here and there. A couple of 1v1s, of course. But yeah, Røkkr get the better of them in the end. 2-0 up.
They certainly do. Well, let's find out if it ends here or it goes the distance as we move on. Our top performers for this one, though, will be Kenny and Attach. Kenny currently on a 1.0. Still an awful lot of criticism leveled at this man. Looking to find some form here for the Thieves. Attach, though, especially in that S&D, was sublime. Just kept winning gunfights I didn't expect him to make. And that's making the difference.
I mean, Røkkr have just come out with a different kind of fire. And honestly, this is more like the Thieves of maybe about a month ago that we're seeing at this moment in time, Bricey. But is Berlin control the time for them to turn this one around? 3-0, undefeated so far for the side of Thieves. Røkkr only playing it the once in a 100% losing record, of course. But can things change up? Have Minnesota had the time to maybe put some more practice into our newest map in the pool and see how they get on? Berlin control, it's attack straight away, and it's going to be beat. The first hit coming here from the Minnesota Røkkr.
Here comes Havok. Instantly going to go around the back, and he's looking for the players.
This is dangerous.
No one now, and he's now going to go for everybody respawning, but unfortunately his teammates have not won the gunfights he wants, Ton.
It's okay, though. He can stay alive. That relieves some pressure if it does start coming through from the side of Thieves. Big gunfight wins coming through over towards the B side, and then continuing on over towards A. And you can already see Havok has turned it around to help his team out as best as he can, but the shots go in towards Kenny. Doesn't do anything with it, but still. No kills to his name, but staying alive inside of fire. He's being a nuisance.
Well, here's the crucial time. To LA Thieves try and squeeze onto A. Envoy's going to do it. Try and get some time away. They've got to be careful, though. Whenever you overextend towards A as a defensive team, you can be leaving gaps towards B, and Røkkr might have an opportunity. As they feel the kill feed, they have players heading towards B already. Octane, though, with a huge first win. Is it going to be enough?
Havok is still roaming around inside of fire. He's about to fall inevitably, as you can see on the mini-map there, but he's still just roaming around, causing issues for Thieves. I think it was 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock before he even died.
Well, here's the problem. LA Thieves, 2 ticks already down on the B. They're going to have to try and get some control here. Attach! Looking for that second kill. Jumps back out with a wrap. They knew he was going to challenge. And Thieves plug the gap in their defense before it becomes an issue. 2 ticks down on B is nothing to sniff at, though, for Røkkr.
Absolutely not. Fantastic work. And again, it's just coming down to players getting inside the fire and then kind of playing with their food just a little bit. Havok is there again. Just cause an issue to LA Thieves, but if they can keep control of Ticket, they can keep control of B. Now they're currently losing A. 30 seconds left to go. That, of course, will be increased to 1 minute and 30 seconds once A is locked in. Havok again, more kills from mid-map, now roaming around once more.
The player in there with him and has left. Havok is currently 5-1. Might be 5-2 in just seconds. Octane does take him down. With A taken now, LA Thieves don't really have a lifeline. they mess up, they put a foot wrong, and they only have one tick of time to fix that mistake. And that is a big mistake already. Octane has to hold down Ticket.
I love that.
He just waits for Havok as well. He does get it. And players have managed to get in from LA Thieves, or at least into a good position. Envoy loses that gunfight though. This might be it. That might be all over. LA Thieves have made that misstep, and already they're going to be in. The Røkkr are in B. That tick is coming through. They lose the gunfight.
They take too many of them.
In the bag.
They take too many of them. If I'm honest with you, you can just lock it in, stay alive inside the point. I understand what they want to do. They want to keep that extended yes, but you can't all lose your gunfights. But 5 lives remaining for LA Thieves. If you're Røkkr, take your time. You have a slight advantage in that sense at least. That stun hasn't checked Envoy either. He's going to wait. So patient from Dylan. Envoy, can he find a third? Not quite. Attack chances back 6v4. Make that 6v3.
Time is an issue. Thief just had to hold for a few seconds. Attach bashes Kenny in the chops. And now Drazah and Envoy have to hold against the pressure of Røkkr. Standy's going to go down. They pause the clock for just a few seconds.
This is doable.
Gets another one though. 2 versus 3. It's a 2 versus 2. LA Thieves have held
the point.
So far. He needs to get to the point. Priestahh on the pillar. Drazah's going to get him. And now the only player left is Standy for a 1 versus 1. And he has to run. Drazah sees him. Standy's going to slide for the chow, but Drazah wins it. And Thieves hold against impossible odds for the defense. And that may be the closest control we've seen all year.
What is this series? Berlin control is nutty. That was wild. Nobody seemed to have any sort of control. I honestly, Røkkr, I can't, Bryce, I'm gonna have to watch that back again after this. I actually don't know. Round number 2, here we go. Bloody hell.
Well, I don't know what happened at B on Berlin, but there's a lot more story to be told. You can see now LA Thieves moving for B themselves. Can they win the gunfights necessary? Drazah wins 1, but his teammates are going to be a little bit vacant. They say that Octane's in the point, but Priestahh guns him down. Crucial gunfight in the end. Drazah staying alive towards the back, though. That stun's been checked, so they know he's here.
Honestly, at one point in that round, I couldn't remember who was attacking or defending. It was just Mixy. Drazah will fall. Will not manage to find himself the glide bomb, and now we can maybe take a moment to breathe as LA Thieves will make their way over towards it. Standy just lingering around the outside of Ducks, just trying to be annoying. Trying to find himself a position where he can pinch with the rest of his team, attach through the front door and through a few bits of breakable cover. Not able to find a route out. It looks like Thieves are gonna still remain in control of A. Priestahh the only one over here. The rest of Røkkr have given this one up. Priestahh on a 5 spree as well. I would have liked to see him maybe play this one a little bit more passively, but there's number 6. Be aggressive for number 7. Well played from Priestahh. Having a really, really good series. Nearly finds a 3rd as well and pretty much breaks the hold for LA Thieves on his own.
So that should now be a lock for Thieves on A. A minute 42. The long route towards B, but Havok is going to be causing more issues for them. This was a catalyst for their attack, and he finds 2 as well. The 3rd is around here. Unfortunately, he doesn't know where it is, and he's going to get cut down. Can Minnesota now hold against LA? That is the question. LA, you can see them stacking now. They're looking for a ticket push. They're going to try and win their gunfights here, but they haven't cleaned their back line. Standy is ready to just rip Octane's hat off.
Well, there's Kenny's. Octane as well. Standy's had a... feels like he's had a good game. Only sent a 9-11, but that's absolutely fine. It was unfortunate not to win that challenge at the end of the first round, but winning the ones at the middle of the second, nice and handily.
And this gets a little bit slower now. Thieves know it's not easy from this position. They don't have map control. Couple of kills from Drazah does open it up for them a bit, and I think Havok's been seen as well. Octane does find him. Instead are not in position.
They're not, but they'll be able to get into a spot where they can maybe defend this. We thought before Thieves can just walk through the front door. Look at attach already. The flank is on. Is going to find one, but get traded immediately. So Thieves inside the point. Thieves with Octane aiming down sight. A dangerous prospect for anybody. Standy's going to get caught out from behind as well. So for everybody else, and apart from Havok, you got to go through the front doors. Thieves are in. Thieves are locking it down.
Envoy's through. There's a big fight going on towards the back here. You can see the Thieves are dancing around. This is going to come down to lives maybe again. Envoy finds one on the flank, brings it down to a 5v5. They're looking for him. Envoy's going to go down as well. 4 versus 5. Octane gets taken out as well, and Thieves were close. But I don't know if they have this with 15 seconds left to go. He's going to get in, stop the clock, looks for the second one in there. Not going to find him. Drazah basically has to just headbutt the front door. I just don't think he can make it. Down they go. Røkkr hold in another tight round here on the control.
Very tight. All these teams going blow for blow against each other when it comes down to the slaying department. These lives are very, very close towards the end of each round so far. We're yet to see anything clean cut from either team in any of the series, to be honest with you. It's just been a bit mental. But long may it continue, Brycey, because it's been very enjoyable so far. An absolute banger. Røkkr still 2 to the good in the series. Thieves need this.
Havok finds a big kill there as well. Eventually does go down, but it is trade for trade. Standy may try and get some control here into the office. And almost gets cut down himself. Desperate to stay alive now as they go for the chal on him. They know he's going to be here close as well, and he's just firing all randomly in the walls. Priestahh trying to back him up, but Røkkr just cannot tip this over the edge as he's wallbanging everything, but nothing comes through. Attach is still going to be here with 2 at the same time. Envoy coming to back him up as Attach gets 3. Desperately needing reinforcements as Octane is trying to...
Oh my god!
Attach has just found magic from nowhere. The rest of the Røkkr are piling in through. And that may be one of the best plays I've seen as Attach takes everybody down, and if Røkkr grab this now, it's on his back.
What is this highlight reel of a series? Everyone's just like, all right, yeah, hold my beer, let's do this play. No, you hold my beer, let's do this play. My word. What is going on? This is absurd, and now all of a sudden Thieves are back in control. It doesn't matter, 4-piece here or there. Last time when one of the players on one of the other teams found themselves a 4-piece, what happened? The other team didn't win a round afterwards. Bryce, I'm clueless at this. I'm clueless at this stage.
Attach makes a 4-piece, and they don't get it. And now they're fighting around A. Just got to stop the clock, and Envoy is making it difficult for them. Priestahh gets him eventually. And you are right, this has been so chaotic, so insane from both teams. Stuff was a bit of an anti-climax as the typical A ticks in.
Well, it has to settle down at some point, doesn't it? For the side of Thieves, though, they've got plenty of map control here, and this might be a sensible end to a round. I don't want it, to be honest with you. I would like Røkkr to break on through and just continue this absolute madness. Can the trade come in here onto Drazah? Not looking that way. Drazah, good snap onto Havok as well. Give Standy the business also. Surely, no, oh my! I mean, he had Octane help him, fair enough, but disgusting from Drazah. Time and time again, everyone's just stepping up to the plate. Thieves will find a lead in this control.
Can they not hit him? What on earth is going on? Drazah's just having... It feels like Drazah has about an hour to win these gunfights. It's 2-1 now to Thieves. They shut down Røkkr completely. And now it's Røkkr's turn to be on the defense. And from Røkkr being very, very close to taking B there on their attack, because of Attach, they get nothing. And it's LA Thieves' turn to attack here on Berlin Control.
Bryce, I don't know. I feel like this is like what Maven's brain feels like the majority of the time. I'm just all over the place.
I'll tell you something. Who isn't all over the place at the moment? Thieves get a few kills on the board. Trying to capitalise. The push for a ticket is coming. After see Standy, and Standy decides, nope, I'm not having that gunfight. Dips out before anything can happen. Both teams in the position to make a big push into B here.
Røkkr have kind of put all their eggs in one basket over towards B here. They've waited to allow Thieves to get the pressure, and the problem is if you lose the gunfights, all of Thieves are here. 3 dead. Attach makes a big gunfight, but Thieves still in the point, still making progress.
That's looking for him as well, and that's another huge play from Attach. They desperately needed that one. B-tick will not go through. And Thieves will settle for A at this point. Røkkr get away with it a bit. Attach makes 2 very important kills.
I think got away with is the exact term I would use. was passive over towards B. They kind of invited Thieves in, but you have to make sure you win the gunfights, and all of a sudden they're losing them again. Kenny flying around the corner, but Havok can answer back with 2 of his own. It looks like Thieves are eventually just going to lick their wounds, tail between their legs, and move back over towards A, lock this in if they can. Røkkr not having any of it, though. There's 2 ticks in today. They've still got a chance to try and rebuttal this and force Thieves back into their spawn.
I think even if Røkkr hold now, there will be Thieves who get the defense, but Drazah is frying. A ticking over. And once that is over, the real game begins. Can Røkkr keep a lid on the Thieves and take this to a round 5? Havok causing issues. And at the moment, they are pinning them in pretty effectively.
Standing in a good spot. It's always a nice position for someone on the defensive side to be in. You can cut off the spawns, you can force them to have to take the long route round, then you can be in a position to lay it flank and cause some chaos. But is this going to be another chaotic round? 14 to 30, 14 to 12 lives now. Advantage over towards Thieves. Can they manage to find something over towards B to force a map number 4 at least?
Well, Envoy should be the catalyst here. If Thieves win a couple of gunfights towards Ticket, Envoy might be able to tip the scales in their favor. The Thieves have to win those gunfights. It's all well and good Envoy being all the way through. Drazah's going to drop this. This will call out every single player he can. Threads the needle for it. Not going to get it quite. Envoy now coming into action, but Attach shuts him down. And Thieves have played patient, but nothing has come from it.
Investment of the glide bomb. Not sure I agree with that one, but look, all of a sudden the kills start flowing on through. If they can get rid of Standy behind him as well, they're in business over towards B. Octane will open things up. Kenny, will he follow? Not quite. Havok inside the point. They will get the notification of that is contested. Good guns coming in from Kenny. Needs some help from the rest of his team.
A second tick's going through here. If Thieves win a couple more gunfights, but of course, it's Attach to the rescue. Attach gets 2 again here for the Røkkr, holding back the Thieves.
5v6 on the live count. Very, very close once again. But look at Havok in the prime position all the way from behind. Number 1, number 2, Havok. Give him number 3, not quite there. Drazah will shut him down. 3v5.
And Envoy's managed to get in, but will be taken down by none other than Attach. I know we were joking in the pre-show before this map about how defined his arms are. And we've got to talk about his back, because his backpack is weighty this game. He has been making some incredible plays, and Røkkr take this to a round 5.
2 kills made towards the end there to maybe make it such scary. But Røkkr, after those kills from Havok, always in the driving seat at the end of that round. To round number 5 we go. The hard point was fairly standard affair, but since then, all predictions, all sense of normality has been pretty much out of the window here, Brycey, and long may it continue into round 5. Can Røkkr close it out 3-0 at the start of the reverse sweep for LA Thieves?
Well, here comes the first push, and not an awful lot has happened. Priestahh manages to find one. Attach finds another. Is this going to be a case where they try and get B early again? And Attach is firing desperately. Havok eventually gets it through, and they are going to be in. Does go down, though. There are not the numbers they need. It's only going to be Attach here as he finds both players. Eventually only gets one, though, as they split, and that aim goes all over the place. But A, quite a quiet capture for them. LA Thieves not really had an opportunity to dominate the map.
Calm for a moment. Thieves start to set up shop. Good shots from Priestahh, though. Getting rid of Kenny, who would have set himself up in an awkward position. And Attach going walkabout just a little bit. Look at Thieves here. All pushed up the map. Attach in a position to maybe cause some issue. He's got to get the jump straight onto B. So there you go. Thieves are going to have to answer that call, but also going to try and defend over towards A. They will send somebody over. Envoy is on his way.
Definitely another challenge attached there. Problem is, Attach is going to have to now fight 2 different directions. And he's surely going to be taken down. He does get the first tick for them. And somehow comes Octane. But he will go down regardless. Røkkr will settle for A and a tick onto B. And now the long fight. 2 minutes on the clock. 20 lives apiece. Thieves fighting for their chance to stay in this series.
It's been one of the craziest games of the year so far for me. This has just been absurd. Røkkr now. Can they find a little bit of purchase over towards B? That tick is going up. Thieves, you need to answer the call very, very quickly. Havok will find one. Envoy trains it back. Røkkr inside, Bryce.
Attaches here though,
Go.
And he's been their key player over and over again. Will eventually be wall banged. Second tick coming through. Priestahh trying to just hold off the Thieve reinforcements. He knows he's going to be chowed here at the same time. Octane eventually wins it. Pushes back Minnesota for a few seconds. They have to stabilize Røkkr. They don't want to give this one up, but they will have to. Only 2 ticks. It will not be enough. And he's ready. Standy looks at the door and almost like a sixth sense. Doesn't walk through.
Get that tick further down, make things a little bit easier. Røkkr do manage to find a pick here. But look at the bottom left. Cast your eyes down to the bottom left corner. Nobody's gonna clue where anybody is right now. Envoy and Kenny getting the job done though. Winning the gunfights that land in front of you. Attached though. He's a scary, scary man on the map at the moment. It's the one that seems to be wrecking things open, but it's an 8v10 here. Røkkr with the deficit.
Attach wins the gunfight.
It's huge.
Getting sick of saying that, but it keeps happening. Eventually Octane will take him down. Thieves do have the advantage here. There's not a lot of time left for Røkkr. Standy finds a second. Priestahh won't be able to cut down the reinforcements, but they're in. They are in. He has no help at all, though. He is alone.
6v4. 23 seconds. Do or die for the side of Røkkr on this map in particular. 2-0 lead is nice, but killing it off 3-0 would be good.
That's just taking every grenade in the game.
Priestahh finds the opening, though. Is this it for Røkkr?
He's gone through. Attaches found Envoy as well. And somehow they've just split this around. Octane has to make every single kill, and he hasn't done it. And now Minnesota Røkkr pile in. That is ticking away, and they have done it. Røkkr shut down the Thieves, and they 3-0 them here on the control. And it was a tense, tense ending. I could barely catch my breath. But it happens. And you know what? The Thieves threw everything they could have attached towards the back, and outrageous plays.
That's disgusting from Standy. Opens them up like a can of beans, Brycey. I was going to say a can of something else, but I'll stick with the beans. What is that from Standy? What? 46 and 33 from Attach. He was an absolute giant that game. 33 non-traded kills.
27
5k damage.
27 kills on Attack. He is the reason they were such an issue for him. A 1.39 for him. The rest of his team negative.
I need to see that 4-piece from his view. I need
They lost that round.
They did. I don't care. I don't care. I need to see it. Because that was a... My brain hurts at that. This has been 3-0 to Røkkr. After all of the chaos in this game, after everything we've seen in these last 3 maps, how have Thieves not won one of them?
I don't know, but
this is it, isn't it? There you go. There's 3. The 4th is... This is disgusting. Octane gets absolutely hawked on.
Well, I like Berlin Control. I swear, every time we cast it, it's insane. Every single time.
And then Drazah was doing this. Can these two just play each other every day? Because that was so much fun. Maybe not so much for Thieves. They lost at 3-0. But I enjoyed myself.
It doesn't feel like a 3-0. That Control for them went on for about an hour.
Yeah, bizarre game. And I'm trying to like piece together anything, but honestly, I think everything was kind of out the window there. It was just let's fight, and then Standy does this too. Yeah, the third, still a good gunfight to win, and then that's what gives them that momentum. He's all on his own, but that's what forces Thieves back. But this is a hell of a couple of gunfights to win. Thieves just fall all at the wrong time. Octane could do little to absolutely nothing there. Drazah, well, hits anything but Røkkr players, and all of a sudden Røkkr have won the game. What an absurd series, what absurd control. It was a stupid S&D. The hardpoint was pretty normal, but I mean the last 2 maps, I don't know what to tell you. That was bizarre.
Yeah, it's a 3-0 that doesn't feel like a 3-0. And whichever way you are a fan of it, if you enjoy Call of Duty esports, that was a great series. I can't even get the smile off my face. I'm just enjoying it. That's everything I talk about. I talk about the intensity and the passion I have for this game, distilled into a 3-0. Like I said, it doesn't feel like a 3-0. Kind of want to see 2 more maps. Take a map off. Take a map off Røkkr or something. I don't know. They're too handsome or something. I don't know. We'll get some more maps going through, but yeah, kind of a crazy one there in the end. Man of it though, Attach. We didn't even talk about him on the S&D as well, but I tell you what, we've done enough talking for this series. It's going to be over to our analyst desk to break that one down.
The disrespect.
Oh, no, we all are the Sunnies now.
No. You guys said it doesn't feel like a 3-0. Yeah, because Minnesota Røkkr, a week ago, wasn't supposed to win this way. But at the end of the day, they did. And I feel like we should give them all the credit in the world because this was one of the worst teams in the CDL, and they're looking significantly better. Shout out to Havok and Attach, by the way.
I am tipping my hat to Minnesota Røkkr right now. I don't think anybody expected that series to be as quick and dominant as it was out of them. Woo. I certainly expected it to go this distance, and I certainly expected Thieves to be the ones on top, but the pace change that I have seen from Standy and Attach alone with the addition of Havok, you can completely see a difference, right? You can see the difference in the fact that, that first they were questioning themselves, they were waiting a lot before this change, and now with Havok, they're just going. They're just trusting their intuition, they're trusting their gunny, and they are absolutely frying.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, we have a Game Fuel post-victory spotlight with the man of the hour. It's Attach. The guy that went 46 and 33 to close out the series. Attach, you are phenomenal right now. But Ali was just talking about it, and I have to ask you, what have you noticed about the change of pace with your team and how much faster you guys are playing?
On me, bro.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, I mean, the change of the pace has been great. We had a very lackluster performance at the Pro-Am. We just weren't really comfortable with each other, but when we did bad there, came back, we were watching all the VODs, figured out what we need to do, and then we need to really get Cole and Eli on the same page because they are like the exact same player. So we're trying to work around that and kind of let one know when they can go rogue, the other one know when they got to chill sometimes and hold the pinch or get in hill. But it's been we've been making good progress so far.
Attach, I have a little bit of a calm question for you. We got to have a little bit of a listen in during that hard point, and it sounded a little bit like Standy being a bit of an IGL in it, making a couple of play calls. Has he really stepped it up for this squad with the addition of Havok and kind of losing the veteran and Major Maniac?
Yeah, Eli's always been a very vocal player. Even last year when we picked him up, he was talking a lot. And I think with our old squad, we had a problem talking. We all wanted to talk too much. So it was constant just talking. Like when everyone's talking, people aren't listening. So that's a big thing. Knowing when we want to talk, knowing when we need to calm the comms down. So we all take a deep breath, reset, and then get back into the game.
I completely agree, and obviously heading into this, y'all's respawns haven't been to the place you want it to be. Has your map pool expanded since adding the likes of Havok? I feel like you guys got a little tested in the respawns that you put in here in the Berlin and the Gavutu, and you were able to take them. So I'm just wondering, did he added to that at all?
Oh, I mean, Colt's added tons to our team, whether it be comms, skill, routes, playmaking ability, and aggression, just so much to our team. And I feel like every player on this team is a different player now. And we see the game differently, and we're kind of starting, or not to see it differently, but we have a new perspective, and we're all starting to get on the same page. So I feel like the longer we have together, the better we'll be able to get. But it's a good start, but, job is not even close to being finished yet. We still got a long way to go.
Talk that talk. Hey, tell Priestahh he better keep it up, all right? Congrats on the big win. We'll catch you next time.
Disgusting.
Yo, for real, right? Yo, Priestahh took them all to church. When Priestahh's like this, Minnesota's entirely different team, and it feels like this is really the best game he's had all year long.
I love that Attach touched on the fact that they all feel like they're newer players now with the likes of Havok, and that they have a new perspective on the game, because that's initially what I thought after this series is, wow, Attach and Standy look like totally different players. Add P-Dog getting into the mix, him getting comfortable in this game. Minnesota Røkkr, there is so much more potential under your team's belt right now, with the fact that you had such a slow performance in the beginning of the season.
You're right. You know what? Playing like this, I could see him at champs at the end of the year. But also, for all of you Minnesota fans out there, I don't know if you guys are having a watch party right now. You all usually do. Check this out. If you head over to GameFuel.com/CDL, you can buy a case of Game Fuel, and guess what you can get along with your favorite drink? You could also get your favorite team skin, aka the Minnesota Røkkr. You can rep them. Or even if you're an OpTic Texas fan, FaZe, New York, it doesn't even matter. Rep your favorite teams, your favorite colors, or even your favorite players in those lobbies that you clap nerds left and right.
Clapping them left and right. Well, got a game fuel in hand. Now that's a picture to be had.
You're right. And also, there's going to be a bounty week next week. I'm sure Minnesota Røkkr are going to love this as well because there's a big chance to get a whole lot of money in your pocket. You get a lot of those game fuels and team skins, by the way, as well. Because next week, during our selected matches, teams have an opportunity to where each win for each team can grant them $10,000. And we have some pretty good matchups along the way. We're going to close it all out with Prolute and the rest of OpTic Texas against the Atlanta FaZe. But we have some really good matches in between. But kicking things off with London versus Boston, that's a series that I can't even predict.
I don't think anybody can across the board when it comes to these matches, Billy. I'm going to be honest, without my glasses on, I cannot see a single thing on that board, but I do know the bounties are high, and it's going to be an exciting weekend.
All right, so check this out. Today is a beautiful Sunday so far. The sun is out, the birds are chirping, and also we've had some good games, but coming up next, we're going to have an even better game. We have an East Coast rivalry that's been forming, and me personally, I would really love to see the likes of Crim face off against Methodz, who have been on an absolute tear this year. But also, I want to give one last big shout out to the Minnesota Røkkr, because heading into this year, we really didn't know what to expect of them. They weren't showing as much, right? But I see clearly now the pickup of Havok has evolved this team so much. We'll catch you guys on the other side of this break for the last series of the day. See you in a minute.
TeamLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have one last game to go. And me, I'm Belly, this is Ali, and we've had a good weekend so far. But the storylines are getting thicker than ever, right? Bryce and Tim was going back and forth about teams going to champs and the race for points. We just saw the Minnesota Røkkr have a fantastic weekend so far, and they're making their case solidified for champs. But you have a team like the New York Subliners who just won the Pro-Am Classic. They didn't get points from that, and now they're trying to rack up those points and what they missed out on it throughout the Major III Qualifiers in the head for champs. And if they're not able to get a big win against teams like Boston, even though New York are looking solid and even better, it could be all for nothing.
It could be all for nothing because in the likes of their first matchup out of Pro-Am was against the likes of Atlanta FaZe, and that was a really tough series overall. So now coming out against Boston, they need to show what they are truly capable of. Again, New York Subliners are fighting with 40 points under their belt right now, where on the flip side, Boston is trying to secure that top 3 seed. But with the addition on Kismet on the New York Subliners roster, they have been looking incredible. My biggest problem right now, though, is yes, he is the route main, and he's played a lot of crowded positions to get them a lot of big plays when it came to respawn, but he is not slaying. He's not up to that level, and I think that's why they struggled against Atlanta FaZe.
You're right when it comes to the game field keys to victory. What do we got for New York? 2 of them. Keep it simple. Keep that momentum in hard point. 9-2 since the start of Pro-Am. That is sexy. Last but not least, search and destroy post-plan setups need to be a focus versus Boston. Boston are second in neutral take percentage this season at 52%. Also, New York Subliners are going to have to really bring it when it comes to search and destroy. I'm betting my money on New York when it comes to hardpoint, but taking a look at what Boston has done this year in its whole, right? They're great there, but having the addition of Hydra and also Kismet has simply elevated this team when it comes to that game type. And speaking of Hydra, aka Paco, he has been tearing it up lately. We've seen what he's been doing, and because of that, he's going to be our Mandu featured player. We saw what he did at the Pro-Am. We saw what he did at the beginning of the year, and this guy isn't slowing down at all.
Easily the most consistent player on the New York Subliners squad, right? I mean, just disgusting overall. I mean, overall, KD is 1.06. That's 3rd overall, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd down the line. I mean, just an incredible player brought up from challengers and has added so much life to this New York squad. Finally, now they are starting to find things to fit together. On the flip side, though, he's going to be matching up against Capsidal, another player brought up into challengers, but has had a little bit of some inconsistency issues. We've seen what he's capable of doing, but at the end of the day, Hydra's the more consistent player.
And talking about Boston for just a second and flipping over to them, excuse me. Boston, they're so strong in specific positions, but we have yet to see this team be fully well-rounded all at the same time. Nero is an animal. We saw what he did at it was the Pro-Am, but also it was another event. I think it was a Kickoff Classic or Major 1 where he just went on an absolute tear, right? Methodz has been having LeBron-type numbers. He has been one of the most significant ARs in the league this year, and also Big Cat brings a fury. I want to see what TJHaly is going to bring to the table this game, though. But when it comes to the game field keys to victory, Boston, what they got to do?
Well, they got to get rid of Bocage Hardpoint. NYSL on a 7-game Bocage Hardpoint win streak. Thankfully, Zed and Dens knew that. There is no Bocage Hardpoint in this series. And Lockdown Tuscan Hardpoint. NYSL is 2-8, only 2 wins by 9 and 13 points. That's going to be the first hardpoint of the series. So if Boston can get that first map under their belt, that is a lot of momentum in their seat for the rest of this series. And continue elite S&D first blood execution, converting 76% of 4v3 situations. That is 2nd overall in the league. So against a team like NYSL, yes, they have been on a terror, but when it comes to search and destroy, Boston are a team to beat.
Right, and we're going to bring in Miles and Chance to commentate this last match. And I actually have a question for Chance right now. Chance, what's going on, brother? Yo, so we're going to see a matchup between Crim and also Methodz, 2 entirely different players, right, that bring a lot to the table. What is your take on a matchup of these 2 amazing players?
Well, I think my take would be you almost know what you're going to get. Methodz is going to end up having stats at the end of the series, but that doesn't necessarily walk away with the W, because I think Crim with the boys are going to be very hungry to take this one down.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Game Fuel Marquee match. Last of the day, the Mountain Dew Game Fuel Marquee match. We got the stats coming through from charts. We got ourselves maps and modes. Ali alluded already to the bocage not being present, and I think she's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's a double dose of Tuscan followed by Gavutu Billion, and of course, Desert Siege to close things out. Chance, this should be an interesting one, brother. I like your touch there. I like Valley's question. I also like the fact that we're not wearing sunglasses. Why is that, Chance?
I do not own a pair of sunglasses. I haven't had one in like a decade or something like that.
That's absolutely fine. But ladies and gentlemen, this should be an absolute treat. Once again, your Game Fuel Marquee match here to close the day out. Tuscan Hardpoint will start things off. Should be a lot of fun. And we've had a fair share of everything today, brother. It's been spicy to say the least. Aces, wild 3-0s. That last one in itself was clip worthy from start to finish. Bryson Tunn fell asleep literally seconds after it finished.
Yeah, I mean, can't blame him as well. It probably takes a lot out of him. Something that like we haven't had a ton of this year, but I feel like the community is like usually kind of obsessive, is like the top 5 and top 10 like player list. Because after watching that last series, I don't know exactly where Attach is going to fall. I've not made my own personal list, but like he's got to be in the mix. Like, I don't know if he is top 5, but like he got to be in top 10 somewhere. Like Attach has been gross all year long. And now when his team is having success as a whole, he looks even better. But while Attach is doing that on one end for this series, obviously it will be a very interesting one. Not just for the fact that it's like the Empire State going against Boston for, as far as like American cities goes, like the best rivalry, honestly, that we really have to offer, but just for the fact that you have the storyline for Boston where obviously they have exceeded expectations. They have been great all year long, but they have struggled against the tippy top teams, which I think right now Subliners, especially after the Pro-Am, are proving themselves to be. And of course, for the Subliners, well, as good as they have looked as of recent, they are still in 11th in the CDL standing. So these guys still desperate for wins. And to even take it a step further, obviously saw it in the keys to victory. The Bocage Hardpoint isn't going to be in the mix. And that is where the Subliners have had a great deal of success. So I'm very curious as to how many different maps that Hardpoint prowess will actually extend to, or if Boston will have the answer.
I mean, I think another consideration you had, Chance, I'm not sure if you already brought this up, but yeah, the record overall still for Hardpoint, not that great there for the New York Subliners. Hydra and Methodz, they will be our top performance there for Hardpoint. We'll have a quick look at those two again. As far as the numbers are concerned, slight edge going towards Methodz right now, the 1.17 KD, the 146 damage per life. All that pretty good. And again, we'll see if that does come to fruition in match. But again, for Hydra, hey man, he's been fantastic since he hit the debut in the CDL. His opening match in the Call of Duty League, he took on Atlanta FaZe. He bested Atlanta FaZe back with that old New York Subliners roster in Cold War. He has had non-stop individual prowess, fantastic performances, yet to really go mega. Again, a big win at the Pro-Am Classic was wonderful and very, very well deserved. But we'll see if they can keep that life and love going here against Boston Breach. And Chance, we'll see if this, rivalry continues between the two teams, the two cities, throughout the remainder of the league as well. A lot of fun either way.
Just so many good things. By the way, Miles, this is more of like an American sort of trivia thing, but if Boston ever trades a player to the New York Subliners at any point in like the CDL, it doesn't matter who that player is, they will become the greatest of all time.
Ah, well, we'll see if that comes true. Chance's crystal ball is out and he's been rubbing it ferociously here on a Mountain Dew Marquee match as we get things going. Tuscan Hardpoint up first and foremost. Boston Breach, New York Subliners, bound to be an absolute treat. And if today has shown us anything, friends, it's that anything, and I mean literally anything, can happen here in the CDL. Let's get into this one, start the series off right. The last one of the week here in the qualifiers leading up to Major 3, Tuscan Hardpoint. Let's get it.
And we're kicking it off with Zinni, right? One of the few guarantees that we have in the league, I think might be fair to say, of he's going to be able to throw up numbers, and even off the break, he makes a nice little read, and he'll be locking down at least the middle of the map for his team. Actually, I take that back. He does get traded, and Capsidal, when he's effectively by himself, is so deep in the mix, and I mean, actually, he just bought his team quite a bit of space to actually get near the hill. Capsidal is a wild man, right? He will always slide in no matter the circumstance.
He did all there, man. Twinkle Toes was putting in the work. Nero can't get much done there on the front line, but Capsidal's finding himself in mid-map once again as the hard point sitting currently in the hands of the Boston Breach. Capsidal, nice set of kills either way. Flying forward, big tags. Here we go. One more to be had, and it's Crim, and it's 3 for Capsidal. Beautiful stuff. Any more to be had here? No. The multi-kill comes to a close. The time as well. The final 5 seconds going to be finishing up here in P1. Column, bottom right-hand side of the minimap, up next.
And overall, obviously a solid hill for Boston, but now your Mountain Dew featured player trying to make the play. He will be in effect blocking these spawns, or at least forcing out over towards Church, but right now you actually have Nero on the hunt behind him, but a little bit too late in Hydra. At least able to take down one, converts it into the second, and well, you convert that into a little bit of hill time as Kismet slides on over, and I mean, that is a heck of a play right now. I thought he was going to be dead to rights maybe before he found even one, and nope, c'est la vie. Subliners now in the hill. Kismet's hops aren't quite as good, and I think that's a spot that Havok was showing off, but whatever the case may be, bloodbath around this B2 point.
You're back over to Hydra, 6-4 so far, locking down the point. Test still on for now. Capsidal swings around the corner, catches himself nothing but Hydra. As the trades on trades come to a close, as the market now finished, it is going to be Crimsix the last man up. Will be able to take the lead back for his squad, but they will lose out on the rotation. Boston breach left-hand side of the mini-map. Mid-map is all covered. They've got the roof cover push. They've got the side now with Zinnias on and by field. All sorted, oh dear, until Hydra comes through. Opening time might be cut a little short, bar this push.
And that's just good utility coming out of Nero, right? Because right now, pretty much only one lane of the map is open as Methodz actually turns to watch roof and up top fire. Well, Nero does his job, at least takes down that second player, but there's the opening. The player from actual fire side, it doesn't matter if he gets called out, he wins the gunfight anyway, and a little bit of poor positioning when Vines was open, and well, Boston just get bullied straight out of the hard point, and this could have been a nice little chain. Admittedly, kills going back and forth as Paul last man standing, and Paul does not care. The only man that needed to be towards the hill was him, and well, he delivers as these final 20 seconds potentially going through.
That's nice stuff out of Paulehx. Gets himself even at 8-8, and thus far in the matchup. The hard point time ticking up now for Kismet. Still 10 seconds to be had here. They're going to hold him in position. Now rotations down towards Church. The next hard point up here on Tuscan. New York Subliners got a bit of a break to do. Boston have got themselves locked into this one early on. Able to now pull the lead back as the hard point now pops open. Methodz tagged up, backs up, stays alive. Pressure now from Hydra on the inside of the Church. Kills are all goods, and he can only find one before being brought down immediately. And now, oh my word, the Subliners, they break on through. That's their hard point for now.
Oh, I was gonna say, that looks like a dangerous door to go through, and Paulehx is there for the reads, but right there, New York just doing a really nice job of just dominating the top side of Church. But hey, on the retake, Boston, it takes them all of, what, 5 or 6 seconds before they just get the instant retake on Church, and by the looks of that timing, it will be a back and forth hill as neither team really able to stabilize, or maybe not. Actually, this will be a chalked up time. Boston rotating with 20 seconds left. That is a good chunk of scrap time to get rid of. Maybe Capsidal on the minimap actually wants to fight it as Kismet's winning the gunfights on rotation. So you have scrappy battles at old, scrappy battles at new. And it looks like Boston actually come out on top of both. Cap wins the gunfight in old, and well, Boston would have been here first, but it is just a bloodbath in this game.
Wild stuff so far. Paul's making things look good. Overall is the next hard point. P5, always a wild one. Let's dive in for a quick listen in with the New York Subliners.
I have your bottom, I have your bottom, I have your bottom.
I'm watching roof. Yo, they flip, no?
Yo, one mid, well done. I have mid still. I'm gonna jump up in the fire. No, we're good. There's 20 fire.
Alright, I'm watching my back though. No, I'm getting naded. Yo, I'm watch out.
Yo, on the chimney.
Yeah, chimney. One more deep left. There's 2.
Deep left.
That's fine. Watch me behind you. Look low.
I know.
Behind you guys. Low. Cap low.
Weak. One shot low.
TJ's not too low as well. He's sitting on middle.
Logan.
Low cap.
He's in mid. Weak. One shot mid truck. One shot mid truck. Nice.
Not close.
I need to play a line. Get through new.
Yo, cap was here.
From fire going ammo box.
Ammo box, half a bullet.
Oh shit.
Alright, listen.
Pushing
tree.
Alright, I'm coming.
Hydra still keeping things going. 17-11 now for the New York Subliners. The lead working out for them. Everything's looking all fine and dandy. Over towards the next set of hard points now. Back over to first chance, second set.
And I will say, as far as that listening goes, that's honestly a good example of how in Call of Duty Vanguard, even at the pro level, you can never be quite sure of where they're spawning. It takes so long to actually figure out and establish which side of the map they're going to be on. Like, 4-man wipes are honestly scary, but whatever the case may be, it was not a perfect P5 hold from the Subliners, but still getting decent time nonetheless, which they've chained over towards this first hill. But now Boston try to be quick on the brakes. They got a nice little swarm on hill, and TJHaly's found his new home.
Yeah, 60-odd point game right now for the Subliners. A lot of work to do for Boston. They've got themselves hard point time for now. Map control and spawns for next. Can they retain all of those with the oncoming push now from the Subliners? 2 players through front. Shots are all in. Zinni's once again got that top church position. The hard point's been overwhelmed. A few seconds now going away from them. Gotta watch out though. You can see that minimap. Players now from New York all over the place. The setup in position now for Boston. Have to hold on for dear life.
And already what Methodz gets first blood because Kismet finds a nice little route, so they'll be spawning out. P5 is Nero. The whole team's coming, and they make the reads. They take him down, and now if you're inside the hill, yeah, you're gonna get pinched from every single angle. TJ goes for the repositioning, but loses the gunny. Subliners haven't actually made the break yet. You see all those nades flying through though, and that'll at least be good to take Cap down.
Below Capsidal, right out of the water. The stun's coming through now, and the check from Kismet. Hydra's going to finish up the kills. All good. That's a break, and it's all nice now from the Subliners. Trades are there. Kismet and Crimsix getting the job done. 20 seconds remaining on column. Should be going the way of the Subliners as Hydra, a Mountain Dew featured player. 23 and 13 right now. Your boys having a wild one. All good now. Rotation over to third. Towards the fountain once again.
And you can see Boston feeling the pressure. They send two different players to try to fight for that old scrap time. They're actually sending Capsidal there again, but New York every single time are winning those gunfights to keep those final seconds. And if you keep fighting for old, that leaves something on the map open, and that's how Hydra has found himself in this position. He's waiting for his teammates to work their way through the middle of the map, and Methodz certainly aware that he is nearby. But Hydra with the gunny again. Make him the main AR.
You clean up those two players there on point. Everyone now from Boston Breach spawns mid-map. They have a bit of a journey to get across. Capsidal through field side now. TJ gets brought down by fire. Nero now through the front. Crim's up, finds at least one. Shots are good now. Ball slides into the gunfight. Catches himself one, but it's two from Zinni. That's a massive break, and that's the Hilda breach. Oh no, Kismet flies on through. Last man up now for the Subliners. He's going to find himself in a pinch, but what a set of plays that was.
So though, not a fun situation where you get broken that quickly on the Fountain Hill. So Boston overall still get a dub on that point, but this is not an easy rotation in the slightest. The good timing will help out Capsidal a little bit as they have now taken control of the top side of Church. You can see though, he is getting spotted on the cross, so Subliners at least know what the situation is. Hydra's trying to make plays, and Capsidal might have just found the opening to get around back. The finesse is here. Maybe it was just bait for his teammates, but nobody wins the gunfight, and Subliners hold on to the hill.
And break the Church again. It's amazing to see them do it. 25 points now for the win. Paul on the outside. Good shots from Paul. Nero's going to find an opening. Does manage to get something going now. Onto the point go Boston. Has to be magnificent hard point play from here on out, and over to Hydra. Making his way through the back line. Reinforcements now stacking up. It is still anyone's game. If you can get in there for Boston, start chaining the hills together, but Subliners, they're knocking on the win. Here comes the hole. 20 seconds. Technically can't win it here anymore. They're going to fight for the last few seconds maybe, but chance again. 15 seconds. Plenty of time that Boston sorely need. This is going to be a tough one.
Well, they've at least controlled the spawns. They know everybody's going to be on the right side of the map. Cap's going to pick an angle out here, or maybe slide out too aggressive instead of holding the angle, and now you don't have the pressure on the front side of the hill, and that makes your life that much more miserable. Methodz, I don't even think you can really afford to die here. Maybe play post to the back, but he makes his move. It's bait for the teammates, but it looks like they might fall like dominoes, but Capsidal's there for the final one. It's only TJ that can take him down.
He does get it indeed. Kismet now trades through mid. You've got another opportunity to break this wide open for Subliners, but Boston holding this one fantastically. Worry now about that P1 rotation. We've seen so many Tuscan games come down to the big finish here, and this one is shaping up to be exactly the same. Boston still holding P5. Hydra now with the opening. 33 kills to his name. Looking to add number 34 to the list. No, Capsidal says nay. And up top, hard points now in the hands of the Subliners. Massive trades coming through, and mid-map control may go to Boston, but they're opting to hit the point.
Oh, and New York are actually, yeah, they're leaving the scrap time. I was going to say, you can always afford to hit old for the P5 because you only need 9 seconds. And if you take your time to rotate, you might have to worry about the pinches and not fun gunfights to have, but they win the intros because it's Hydra, because of course it is. P1 time, initial easy for the Subliners.
This point's open now. This is it. Final moments of the game. Kismet's got field covered. He's got it covered. Through mid, though. The contest is there for a few seconds. Nero gets in, gets one, gets dropped. That should be it, ladies and gentlemen. The game goes to the New York Subliners. What a start it was. And I think it was a sneaky Crimsix. So on that P5, man, he just went straight to the new hard point. Eyes on the prize. Good stuff at the Subliners. The hard point streak continues.
And that is, I mean, it feels like, Miles, at this point, every single Tuscan ends like right from the P5, and whoever wins those like first initial gunfights on P1 ends up getting the dub. And I mean, I had a half of mine in the moment. Maybe you just hit old because you're spawning up at 20 seconds. You only need 9, and you can obviously take your time to get the one break on P1, but they make the call to rotate early, and then they pick up every single kill along the way, locking down the middle of the map and playing it perfectly in the end. And I mean, funnily enough, Kismet and Paulehx were massive in the damage category, while Hydra was actually the main slayer for the team. So everybody for the Subliners putting in some serious work. But I gotta say, it really did feel like Hydra was winning the SMG gunfights against the subs of Boston, winning the AR gunfights against the ARs of Boston. Hydra seemingly could do no wrong.
I mean, yeah, when your teammates are outputting damage like that, there's not a whole lot you have to do except for land a bullet or two. But there we go. Map number 1 finished. Tuscan going the way of the New York Subliners. Boston a little too late in the end there. But hey, wonderful stuff when it comes out the rest of the squad. Everyone looking fine. A couple of massive fights from Capsidal. Again, Mr. Cleanup. He was another guy finding those kills in all sorts of great spots. And I don't know, man. I think it was a tough one at times there for Boston. But keeping things together against a squad that has looked very strong in hardpoint. No easy feature.
And it's worth pointing out, by the way, that 3-piece from Paulehx is, probably one of the bigger moments in the game as well, because there was 25 seconds on that Fountain Hill when he picks it up, and whoever the 4th player for Boston was started rotating off spawn just out of the expectation that surely my 3 teammates can handle Paul by himself on Fountain. But a little moment like that sets up Subliners not only for the easy rotation, but also to collect a bunch of time on Fountain. And it really felt like sort of after that moment that Subliners just had too big of a lead. Boston always fighting off the back foot, and when you're not comfortable, you're having to do things like on P2 where you're sending players into flood old time because you have to fight for this scrap, and really just Subliners never look back.
250-228, map number 1 is done, but don't put your shoes on just yet, friends. We're staying on Tuscan. Search and Destroy on its way in just a moment after that. And of course, the Gavutu control, map number 3. We'll see if we have to go there. Again, in map 3, with a couple of 3-0s today. There was spicy ones indeed. We're going to see, of course, the starting matchup. Seattle, crazy start to the day. Qualifiers here have been wild, mate. We still don't know really what to actually expect when it comes to Major 3. We can't wait, to be frank. But mate, let's get into the Search and Destroy chance. Tuscan for now for both these teams. Again, I'm not really sure how to sit this one. We don't really know in general with Vanguard because it's a little up and down at times. But what's the gut telling you?
Well, I mean, I'd say for New York, like the game mode, they're obviously still good, but I think they're 6-4 in their last 10. So I think it's really the big plays they've been making. Guys like Paulehx that, I mean, just at certain times take over, and like he is that guy that when he should be dead or easily traded, he just makes the big play. We saw it in the hard point, and we've been seeing it consistently from him in the S&D, but obviously this has been Capsidal's home as well, right? I mean, the rookie putting up numbers like that, the 7.2 in kills per round is towards the very top of the league. And honestly, for Capsidal and Nero, I mean, these are 2 players that have been somewhat inconsistent. Like when they're hot, they take over games, but occasionally can drop the stinkers. But for Cap and S&D, not really the case. Consistent performer and can very much go toe-to-toe, but obviously for Boston, it will now be a necessity to try to get that bounce back, because I think New York answered the question well. Bocage or no Bocage, still good at hardpoint.
Yeah, very good at hardpoint indeed. Paulehx on your screen. Paulehx, he's had a great run of things in the professional side of the Call of Duty world since making his big debut for the London Royal Ravens back in the Cold War season. He's certainly turned a lot ahead. Same could be said again for Capsidal. There's massive outplays of superstars. When it came to that kickoff classic, he certainly shocked the world. The Gentle Giant himself has been a staple of Boston's success. Here we go, the winner of the search. Nothing but goats, a lot of heroes, a lot of old legends in this matchup, but we're going to keep an eye on the newcomers, Capsidal and Paulehx, for their respective teams, to see how well they fare. As we roll now into Tuscan Search and Destroy. Chance, no idea where the hell this goes, mate. Absolutely no clue. The Subliners. Oh yeah, of course it's Italy. But again, Subliners have set themselves up for a good one with that nice big win right off the rip there in the hard point.
And I mean, they might just be trying to get that hot 3-0 as well, right? Or obviously they'll be trying to get the hot 3-0. And I know the stats don't look good for the team, right? 11th down the line for NYSL on this map, but I think a good chunk of those stats are with, one of the 4 different roster variations that the Subliners had brought out this year. So it really is about turning the tides. And just for example, you already mentioned it, Miles, their hardpoint record overall, I think, is now 17-17. So Subliners are like a dead even hardpoint team, but in reality, they're like 10-2 in their last 12. So they're trying to pick those records up.
We go. Whoa! Tej, an ode to the great Kobe Bryant. There we go. Methodz finds himself his third in the round now, and the kills are all good. Paul, last man up. The hell are you going to do, Paul? Talked about how dangerous you are. Let's see it, lad. Finds himself one. The ace is on. We've already had one today. 7 seconds it took Envoy to eviscerate Minnesota Røkkr. Paul's taking his sweet time, but we'll see if patience pays off.
TJ's going to spot him, but I believe TJ has the sniper, and he's trying to go out the middle of the map, and whatever gun that was, I think maybe the rat-a-tat-tat, TJ there to take him down, and just a nice little angle. No one over committing. Basically just, you know, every single lane covered by one player of Boston, but obviously this is the moment. There's nade number one going towards the tree, and TJ from the middle of the map. I think it was him and Cap that were able to connect on the two. So that's just good utility. The stuns to check on exactly where they're going to be. Are they on the tree? Nope, but we saw them cross. That means they're closer. Let's land this nade on their forehead and get that nice little two-piece.
If you're lucky, it takes 2 nades again. Everyone running Fortified, one of the perks here in Vanguard. Saves you from explosive damage. Capsidal. It's a couple of sweet kills, and once again the New York Subliners finds themselves in a 1v4 situation. This time it's Crim, the old goat, and he's pinned down inside church. You will find no sanctuary here. Your boy's in trouble. Make a meal of it, maybe, but they're flying in. Sitting through the front door, guns him dead. Another decisive round from Boston Breach.
Yeah, Breach are deciding these rounds in the first 10 seconds. I mean, leaving literally 0 down. I mean, you almost like blinked and Capsidal had already picked up 2. And that is a lightning fast paced. If you're able to get control of the middle of the map on offense that quickly on this map, I mean, that is almost a guarantee for the round win. So there you go. Cap just doing it himself in the end. And nice round for Boston. Dominant early on.
Looking way confident out there. Let's see if they can do it 3 times in a row. It's 3 kills for... Oh, there we go. It's a snipe from TJ. Gets himself number 4. He's on a 4 spree. Methodz on a 3. Capsidal finds himself on a 2. And now over to TJ. Card 98k in hand. If Hydra gets a little bit antsy and he might poke that corner, he's going to find himself a world of hurt. Oh, will he do it? He's on that left-hand side of the screen there, just edging forward. Don't do it, son. We are going to stay on board with this one, because if he moves, there's only so long I can build this up. It's up, Hydra, give me something! No! TJ choked! Jiminy! Great shot,
Hey, I was gonna... Yeah, 2 got out, by the way, in the middle of the map, but the setup from Boston was perfect. Crim, that is the 17th team nade he has had this year. Just adding another one to the list, and that'll be another one before that does not last very long. I mean, I gotta say for Boston, that was pretty much the perfect setup. The only thing that was even vaguely open was the middle of the map, but whatever player it was obviously had the coverage to you to hold a nice little angle. So TJ's first blood really sets up the entire thing. Number 4, Nero, was locking down P5. The duo over towards the U side of the map. One was on the Godheady. One had the off angle to watch mid, and obviously TJ up top. So, I mean, you get the first blood, turn that into a perfect setup on the minimap. It doesn't get any better than that.
There are more World Championship rings in this lobby than there are kills for the New York Subliners right now. Paul managed to get his second. He's just going for something spicy over here. It's not quite going to work out. Oh, okay. Big difference now. There's 2 players down. Oh, 3 players. Nero. Oh, it's all on him. But my God, did he make them work for that? Son of a... Beautiful shots out of Nero, man. Whew. Unreal.
In my mind, that's kind of like one of those moments where Subliners feel like, all right, we got a dominant round, like we're back on the board. And I mean, certainly they're happy to get it, but you're getting 2-piece like that. It's just like, it's in the back of your mind. Just that added extra little stress of like, yep, nope, we got to keep working for this. This is not going to be easy. But hey, at least Subliners able to make the play. TJ doesn't hit the shot. So on defense, you bully out the A side of the map. And now on offense, you turn your attack over towards B. You've gotten sniped. You've gotten naded over towards A. So I suppose this is just the next place to go, but Nero will be the lone defender for the moment.
And Nero, we've seen him do crazier things. The window, the wall break, beautiful shots, easy peasy for Nero. A delight to watch him work here on Tuscan. The old Emperor, can he find his third? Crim's in trouble. Nice reach out. Bang! Nero, what a play. It's 3 in a row. Here comes your ace. Round the corner. He's going to sign, seal, and deliver it. Nope, stolen. Unfortunately, it does happen occasionally to packages in the mail, but Nero, a beautiful 3. His teammates are on their side of the map. I mean, there was basically no need. Methods. That's just rude. Nero probably had it.
I mean, whatever the case may be, Subliners are being incredibly polite, just handing these rounds and making them very easy for Boston. I mean, Kismet tries to cross, just dies. The next guy has to challenge a guy that's going to be holding the pre-aim that already knows you're there because he heard everything break, and you're taking a bad gunfight, you get fried, and then, I mean, Crim just walking face first into the stun grenade, and literally not going to break a sweat. Boston apparently in this map. Nice little comfortable 4-1 lead.
Very comfortable indeed. Capsidal. No, I'm going to get the first blood. Hydra is going to get traded out. Well played there from Tej. Oh, Paul can't land a single bullet with a rat. Would he be able to get something there with a car? No, Kismet's going to be the trades in mid-map. That's all good for now. But you still got these players from Boston now huddled up in mid. And Kismet, he's popped dead silence and he crept his way forward. The party's gone though, and he's now left all on his lonesome. The good news is you got bomb down in position there. Subliners in a sweet spot.
Why would Crim give that up? I think they're worried about the flanking. Okay, it ends up going perfectly. I was going to say, Kismet did spot Nero, like, flanking through back church, and that's why Crim was looking that direction. And nearly COD timing costed him, but all's well that ends well, and it leaves Methodz in a 1 versus 3. Collect that bomb, but yeah, you just got spotted in the dead center of the map. That is just praise. You'll get shot in the back, and hey, Subliners. They're bounced back around. Again, they have to work for it a little bit harder than Boston is, but that just means they're down, not out.
Yeah, it does feel they certainly have to work a lot harder. Boston are not making this Tuscan easy for them whatsoever. Subliners, though, keeping it competitive, keeping it all together, not letting this get away from them. They worked so hard in that first hard point to get themselves the opening map lead. It'd be such a shame to whiz it away here. Here we go, though. Another round. 4-2 still Boston breach. It's first to 6 for those of you counting at home. Heavy stack through mid now for Boston. Snipes up still for TJ, but the bomb's going to be.
Oh, that bomb is going to be very, very slowly. I think this is New York Subliners probably trying to coordinate nades once again, but while they're spending all this time trying to get some nades on board, Capsidal in your spawn already with the first blood. And now if you try to go to B, I was going to say, you're just worried about the pinch. Cap's getting all the intel.
Oh my God.
Doing his best to stay alive, and he backs him down for long enough that he soars back in. Capsidal, there's many things that he cares about. Dying is not one of them.
He really did try to make it work out. Kismet, though, hero play, catching the nade, throwing it back, saves the team, essentially. Subliner's very own Steve Rogers. And they're checking every corner, man. New York Subliners are combing their way through this map like a kindergartner with lice. They are making it work, baby. As TJ can't find a single snipe. Gonna catch one of these players out. He's got easy pickings now. Less than 30 seconds on the round for Boston Breach to get something done here on defense.
Oh, that's just, again, the COD timing at its finest. Wow, yeah, Methodz gets caught, and wow, the instant collapse of the round. You don't quite, yes, you do have the angle. Nero ripping heads for the next kill. This would be a very quick 1v3. The bomb's going to plant. Nero aggressive, and he's coming through well. He's just going to be hunting this player down. It'll be a quick 1v1, but Paulehx makes the read and saves his team there in a moment where if that round slips through the cracks, that could be the dagger in the map number 2. That moment of opportunity does get stopped, and just the cheeky little sight in your head. I don't even know if it's actually like popping over or not, or if the bullets just connect anyway, but whatever the case may be, a very delicate spot to plant.
Nailed it, though. Almost managing to get himself another 1v3 situation. But the New York Subliners, they're not out of this yet. Right back into it now. One round separating them here as the opening salvo of fire has gone big, and Hydra, you Mountain Dew featured player on the flank, finds one, making his way immediately towards bomb. Can't check all the corners though, but Nero, oh God, he's absolutely destroyed him. Massive stuff out of Hydra, keeping the play alive. Methodz backed on up, as that is a tremendous bit of work, and you are on the verge of leveling things up for the Subliners. It all comes down to Capsidal.
And he gets spotted and tagged up as well, so now he's going to be completely trapped in, and maybe you can army crawl your way out of it, but look who's in fire. It is death. Welcoming Cap with open arms. Very solid round, and I mean, you know, no secrets about it. That just boils down to the awkward engagement between Nero and Hydra. should have been traded, but lays down in almost the perfect sort of spot with the bomb being just obstructive enough that Hydra able to pick up those 2 kills and just a solid play call. Aggressive as can be, straight through the dead center of the map, quick and easy flank.
We're all tied up. Pair of Tuscan. Woo. Was an incredible opening from Boston Breach. Has vanished slowly. Just like Paul did there. Absolutely gone. Oh, nice nade out of Crim. Nice Joe. Crim. Kismet. Forward they go. TJ's now in a tricky spot. Can he find any more with the snipe here? Shooting the shadows. Nothing to be found just yet. As again, now Nero backs on up. He has been an absolute legend for Boston Breach so far in the round. The bomb making its way towards B as Tej. If that head's on a swivel, he might be able to catch him out at the very least. The timing could be great. He's in that top green position over by that church side of the map. Nero's got field covered. Tej, your spidey senses better be doing a little bit more than tingling. Here we go. Oh boy, catches Hydra. It may have been a collat. The damage could have been there on Kismet as well. And here goes Nero to finish the job. And he'll finish it indeed. Crim, last man up. 2v1.
And, you know, they're just playing too well together at this point. They're just rapping together and protecting each other for as best as they can. And Crim has to go pick up that bomb as well. He is L-triggered up and ready to go. But by the time he has moved 15 feet on the map, the Boston players have just full wrapped this all the way to the backside of P5. And he has just now picked up that bomb. Does not have the high ground. It does get spotted, but Nero chows and leaves his teammate that has the sniper. But I assume TJ's probably picked up another gun, but this is former teammates going at it. TJ trying to run away because all you have to do is check bomb at 5.
He's on
Easy
it.
win for TJ if he fakes it. Now you just run away, win the round. There you go. Boston getting it done.
TJ. He saw that little head of Crim planted the bomb and he was like, and he scuttled away. You can breathe out the sigh of relief. He's managed to save it. A brilliant bit of work on the round. Good call from Boston. Even better play call from TJ in the individual moment. Crim nearly made it happen. He could have called TJ's bluff. He could have held the bomb plant. If TJ peeks it, that's the kill. But hey, you never know. A moment like that. That point, Boston Breach and TJ making it look good.
First blood machine, both sides of the map. He'll do it with different guns. And Hydra, not as aggressive this time. Maybe waiting for the perfect moment, or maybe a player to overcommit. Methodz right now playing with metal boots. Waiting for the chow to come through. Patience pays off. Spots out Hydra, and there's the trap. They hunt him down and now have the 4v2.
Beautiful teamwork now. It's a 4v2. Subliners. 1 man per bomb site. And Crimsix now in the middle of the map. Nice bit of parkour to get himself back over towards his pal Paul. But it's an A hit now from Boston Breach, playing the numbers perfectly. Here they go. Should be able to get this one down, lay this out. Ample time to hold it together. Can Crim find a pick? That would be one thing. As Paul, with that sniper, has he seen anything? Oh my. Oh my! Gets one. Pressure was on through the side of the truck's gone. Capsidal's there. Crim now got to go big, and he's got shots in, but the 2-man hit, the old bait and switch. It's an absolute classic for a reason. Boston Breach, level us up 101.
And look, I mean, good teamwork, good first bloods coming through. TJ getting it done on both ends. Capsidal lived inside of that well and was always there to either trap players in or to fly out and pick up pieces. It was like, what, half the rounds were just dominant on the side of Boston, but even when things got a little bit trickier, still able to clutch up. And I'd say that's a pretty solid map too overall. Even TJ getting the 1v1 against the former teammate in Crim. Maybe the round that really seals the deal for the team. So certainly not an easy 6-4 win, but Boston ever happier for it.
Indeed. They certainly needed that after the closely contested first hardpoint in Tuscan, but now we say goodbye to Tuscan. Arrivederci, and we make our way ourselves over now towards Gavutu for that control. Map number 3 here. 250, 228 in the 6-4. It's been a fun one so far, and again, we're kind of forcing it. We're hoping for it, for a sort of a historic and continually storied rivalry between these two teams. It could happen. It could.
Or not, you know. There are 2 options.
It could also not happen. You're absolutely right, Chance. Absolutely right, as ever. There we go, friends. That's going to be the first 2 maps of the series done. We come back after this quick commercial break. We're going to Gavutu. We're playing some Control. One of these teams will take the lead here in the series, and it has been an absolute joy so far. Don't go too far, friends. This is the Call of Duty League.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. Our Mountain Dew Game Fuel Tactical Play. It's going to your boy TJ, who had himself one hell of a round, Chance.
And for sure, he's a collat hit marker. So unfortunate in that regard, because I don't know. Have we seen a collat this year? I feel like Vanguard hasn't delivered in that category.
We haven't been blessed as much, but this was a great round from TJ. Beautiful reads, plays Crim like a fiddle, knows the tendencies of his old teammates, plays the clock, the bomb situation, the high ground, you name it. Puts a rock and hard place between a situation which would have otherwise gone against him, and hey, there we go. The round goes his way, as does the map. So that's going to be 1-1 here in the series so far. Boston tie things up.
And I'd say going into control, it's a bit of an interesting pick from Boston as well, because they were actually the team that bans Berlin control. So maybe in scrims haven't quite figured it out. Maybe New York has just looked good on that map. But whatever the case may be, that leaves Gavutu control open, where Boston have a 3-8 record overall. It has not been the finest. They're winning like 39-40% of their rounds in total. So bit of a mystery to me why they left it open. Again, it has to just be not a fan of Berlin. So spicy pick. We'll see what happens on the map, but I think New York will definitely happy to see the big old boat.
Well, we'll see. This could be a longer series in that case, but we have received confirmation from the observers. No collapse this season, not a single. They're going for one there with the snipes. Well, lots of time still able to maybe make that happen. Gavutu control. Here we go, map number 3 on its way, friends. We are loading in. Could be a good one now for the New York Subliners. Will Boston breach? Have they put in the effort, put in the hard work there in the scrims, and maybe they've got a trick or two up their sleeves to try to take this one and make this series that bit shorter for themselves? We will find out as our Mountain Dew marquee match continues here with Boston breach, New York Subliners.
There really are just basically 0 times where players line up and search for collats. Like it is incredibly rare, especially off the breaks, but conversation for a different day. As we go into the Gavutu, it'll be a just 4-man A hit on the attack for New York. And I mean, hey, good news for them. They've already got complete control of the boat. 2 players up top, a player near the point, but no one's hopped on it. They're waiting for the kills first, and well, there the kills come.
Yeah, Kismet's already laying prone. You've got yourselves finally onto the point now to start getting the capture. Kismet going from prone to airborne as he finds another kill. There we go. 3 dead now for Boston breach. Back into the spawn they go. Kismet still on an absolute tear. He's got himself 3 right off the rip, and he's having a good time here on the roster. Capsidal's in. Nice shots out of Capsidal. I thought that was going to be another for Kismet. Second segment of A's already gone, Chance, and this has been a very, very profitable execution on the A side of the map.
I mean, hey, pretty much the perfect opening break. And of course, the pressure you put over at least the direction of B draws the players back to make that clean and easy for the A capture. Gives you 2 minutes to work with to actually try and cap B. But right now, they are going from what, in my opinion, is somewhat of a different direction. You try to get in their spawn and make things mixy and go for kills, but you just have to weed out so many different corners, check the bushes, check the rocks, and while Paulehx is here, he'll be getting stunned. Players will spawn right behind him, and eventually he should fall. The rest of the team is going to be fighting for ring.
You say should. He's finding the kills. And finally, Capsidal once again. Old faithful, truly reliable indeed in these kind of situations, does get it. That's going to clean the last few players out from that side of the map now. Boston breach can breathe a sigh of relief. Just over 1:20 to work with here. 20 lives as well on the other side of the board. Beautiful nade out of Capsidal once again. Trying to keep Methodz covered. He's the man the furthest forward right now for Boston. Staying alive indeed. Hydra, a little bit of help from his friends. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. In that case, it was actually my enemy who somehow all worked out. Just over 1 minute still, Chance. Boston breach, hold the line.
Yeah, I think New York actually might have the record for most team nades in this game. I mean, I think, you know, Crim by himself almost certainly in the upper echelons, but even in Hydra in that moment. But hey, here's the good news. That is a 3-man wipe, and you already have the ring control. And hey, make it all 4. Paulehx right now, the lone man on the point. Hydra's there to join him. Kismet in your spawn killing you. And this might turn into a pretty quick B capture. You're trying to flank, but Kismet at least is going to be able to call this out. The players in the hill looking towards ring. Hydra, though, does get dropped, and only 2 men left on it. Boston might be able to secure this on defense, or at least get him out of the point. Paulehx, the last man standing.
Paulehx, the last man standing. Here comes the hit, but there's a crossfire, and it's Kismet. He's staying alive. The capture is still good. It's still going. Kismet's just done an absolute hero play. Oh my God, they contest the last minute now as Paul is going to abandon ship for a brief second. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, the New York Subliners. Hey, we playing Berlin or Gavutu? What is this? opening round going the way of New York.
And no shot. I mean, you know, perfect setup when they're actually in the point. You have one guy getting the spawn kills. When they actually put more bodies on the point, they turn around. But here's the crossfire. I mean, when you're playing on this map, you feel like when there's one guy in the hill, when you mantle up on the tank, it feels like it is a guarantee that you're gonna kill the guy on the point. But when both players do it at the same time, and unfortunately line up for Kismet like that, well, it'll obviously cost you. And that is a beautifully strung together round for New York, who, I mean, without question, now have a massive advantage in this game.
Unreal. And a lot of that, again, a gargantuan performance so far on GvU2 from Kismet. 11-5 as he starts the round once again, looking incredibly, insanely strong. Defense now for the New York Subliners, looking over towards the A side of the map, but you've got yourselves a sneaky play there. As Boston breach now, they've managed to slip their way on towards B, and it is Capsidal getting the job done. Crim's got that ring controls. This could get ugly quick, but again, Cap, we trust him to stay alive in situations like this. Now the pressure is on. Subliners trying to do the housekeeping and get him off that B zone. Easier said than done. Capsidal is somehow still going despite the crossfire from Crim. Paul now getting involved. Is he going to be able to catch him out as well? Just about. Great work out the Subliners. That he managed to get a whole segment on his own.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Boston, they'll certainly take that, but I think Crim is up here making good plays the entire time. Instead of being hyper-focused on just getting Capsidal out of the point, he's making sure to keep the ring control, keep the pressure on the front, and when you need to turn and actually get him off the hill, he was there for a little bit of help as well. So just keep in the back of your mind, Crim's going to be on a 5 over towards ring, while your new featured player, Hydra, gets bad timing and dies in the boat.
Crim's on a 5 spree. Got to clean these players off the boat side. It's going to Kismet and Paul to get the job done. Now Crim can play a corner, find a little bit of a sneaky bush to hide in, maybe at the back of the tank at the moment in time. Well, a couple more kills is really what he's looking for. Methodz sniffs him out. Great work again. The clock has been stopped once more as the pressure towards A continues. Less than 30. Boston breach have got to get themselves dug in here. Here comes Hydra. Nice work. Keeps the clock flowing. Capsidal's going to bring him down. You should be able to get on this one if you are the Boston breach. That's easier said than done, though, the way the New York Subliners are playing.
And you're pushed up towards ring as well. I mean, good news, do have a little bit of ring control, but there's a gunfight towards the top. That'll be a freebie for Methodz. Forcing that player just kicking open the door. And keep in mind, Crimsix, when he was on a 5, couldn't get the streaks, and well, Methodz streak gets shut down as well. He only managed to get to a 4, but actually TJ now out on the point. He's picking up kills on the cross as well in New York. They weren't wrapping back off spawn. They were still putting the pressure at least a little bit towards A, so they're forced to send everybody this direction. TJ gets 1 before he falls, and I'd say right now, Boston at one point, they were down 5 lives. Things looking a little bit closer now.
Yeah, 11 lives for Boston British now on the attack. You've got 13 for New York to defend with. New York starting to push things out. 2 players towards ring, 2 players towards the backside of the B zone. It's all down to the B zone. Just over a minute to get the job done. Boston, take your time. Crim's going to keep that line of sight safe. You've still got a lot of pressure towards that ring side, and that is what you're waiting for now for Boston. The numbers and the opportunity, but they're now going to have to make it happen themselves. Hydra, unfortunate timing. Pistol still in hand. Here we go. TJ, he managed to provide an opening for now. Will his teammates get anything done with it? Yes, they will. Full ring control now. Crim's been cut down on the beach. Over to B we go.
Yeah, Crim just keeps getting caught out in situations where he is a little over aggressive, and now you're a little bit turtled. You still have decent defense around the point. Well, Crim off spawn wins a nice one. The nade's coming through, and just like that, ring control gets snatched from Boston. You are now pretty much running the map. Crim trying to lock down the middle as well. He knows Cap is nearby, but right now, Subliners have everything covered. Only 15 seconds left on the clock. Boston, they'll have to be perfect to have any hope of clutching this one, but it's looking like that will not be the case. Subliners should be going up 2-0, and really it's about who's going to get these final kills. An extra one for Crim, up to 10.
And wait for it. It could have happened. Capsidal could have managed to make the contest, but the gunfight comes through from Hydra. And once again, New York Subliners here on GvU2, continuing to show the dominance. Nice work there on the defensive round. They find themselves here on map point. Boston, time to dig your heels in the sand, lads. This is going to have to be great.
And just the fact that, I mean, they're going to have to, win at minimum 2 offensive rounds on this map is, you know, I suppose it's never chalked, but we'll see what they can manage. Maybe try to get a little bit of momentum with this round on defense, get the gunning flowing just a little bit more, because I think, all 4 players right now on the side of Boston negative on GvU2. Again, the 3-8 record overall, certainly not ideal if they're not strong in Berlin to have 2 maps that you don't have a ton of faith.
Yeah, that's not great. That puts you Coaching staff in a very difficult situation when it comes to the vetoes, but here we go. Last ditch now for Boston to try to stay alive here on Gavutu. The defense has got to hold, and so far you've got yourselves one player now on A. That's going to be Kismet up and about in the business. Crim's now backing him up. A bit of an angle to work with here as Capsidal continues to roam, but his timing's a little bit off. He's not able to find too many players here, if any, only Paul. And that kill helps. Now over to the point, making the most of his position and his life here, but Crim, he's making him work for it. And the old goat, those horns come on through, and Nero caught unaware as well. Crim having a whale of a time top ship.
Yeah, I mean, they're just running in circles trying to find Crim on the point, and I think that's even Crim probably getting a couple tags on Methodz through the windows and through the walls. You're trying to sweat for these kills, but yeah, now it's Paulehx top third, and well, you didn't get number 3, but you're just getting picked apart right now. Not a fun feeling, but TJ trying to apply the pressure. Any ticks are able to capture, certainly good for New York, but hey, they get him off the point, and you still have pressure way deep past ring. Capsidal's on the opposite side of the map, so Boston now for the first time able to somewhat set up this spawn trap.
Chance is more than a feeling for Boston. It's an opportunity now to actually get it going. Hydra still. Can he escape? Yes, he does. Oh, dear. It might have fallen to pieces. Hydra's got himself through. Nero could stop him. Tags in. All good. The trap may still be on. That was it. But there's less than 30 seconds. Boston, don't let up. Don't let New York Subliners get out, because they've got an avenue to make their way towards A now.
And again, if Boston are in a situation where they're going to have to win at least one offensive round, I mean, if they're doing it with 6 tips captured, honestly, the fact that New York only have 2 for the moment, this isn't a terrible look for Boston, but this might just be the opening to get that final one through and buy the extra time. And there it goes, 8 points secured. So I think New York just making sure that things don't get too crazy. Important for them to get the final one and maybe a minute to work with to see if they can make some magic happen.
Crazy that is how it goes here on Gavutu. Kismet just waiting for the boys. If he gets a pick here, that's massive. 1 kill is going to give him the clearance to make his way forward. Hydra, our Mountain Dew featured player. Little even in the stats department. He's trying to clear out this low side of the cliff. Has a feeling that Nero's there. Could be huge. Timing on this could be massive if they can find the kills. Oh, spidey sensors are on. Yes, good work now. Subliners forward they go. Clock still ticking. Less than 30 now to play with. They should be able to make something happen here. And if they get on that B point and capture it, chance, oh my, this would be one hell of a Gavutu.
Oh, that's the moment to strike 2. Paulehx gets a kill on the cut. Now you got the swarm on the hill. You take care of Beach, and now you get at least 1 body on the hill to stop the clock. But obviously, this could end on kills as well. Paulehx challenged because the nade was coming through, but a nade from Cap on point just to pretty much stop that entire push. And there you go. The trades are in, so utility being used to perfection. No craziness happens. Not even the extra tick to come through on B, and Boston will clutch up at least on this defensive round, but that is somewhat of the easy part of the comeback in this game. Now for Boston, the hard part. You're gonna have to string together an offensive win.
Oh, sorry, brother. There's about 2-3 moments there again where the Subliners really could have made it happen, if not for a couple of magic gunfights, supreme nade from Capsidal. Like, a lot has to go right for Boston, and it did. You got that 1 lifeline now to work with. Turn it into a hope. Turn it into a prayer. Stay alive right now, Boston Breach.
This might honestly be time to just go for a B hit straight off the rip. Try to make some magic happen, or maybe send 2 players that direction, 2 players towards both. So an interesting setup. We'll see how it actually pays off, and a couple bloods get traded. Kismet on the Godhead. He does get dropped in. Capsidal, yep, just tries to cross out in the open, and that is an absolute freebie from Crim. So, I mean, only sending 2 players that direction is a little bit tricky. Now you have no pressure towards A. TJ wins a big one, so a little bit of pressure towards B, except for the fact that you never got ring control, so you're just going to get shot in the back.
That's the New York Subliners kill team flying around the map, finding everything they possibly can. Still got Capsidal to deal with. He's managed to slip through. Dead Silence helped out. Oh dear. Will they keep going now? Hydra, the challenge is there, but the gun was up. Great work out of Hydra to stay alive. Mid-map, all covered now. Hydra, he's done his work. Kismet, Crim, you name it. Kill feed all New York Subliners all day, baby. Now the trap. They're trying to get it set. Capsidal keeping his teammates alive, keeping them afloat. As all this air, they desperately need it to stay afloat here.
I mean, you are begging for an ounce of map pressure, though. I mean, Cap's the farthest one forward, but you can't even step over towards A. Try to go towards ring, you get shot in the back, and these are players that are just incredibly difficult to actually root out. And Hydra can take his sweet time as his teammates are coming off spawn. He knows where they're going to actually pop up, but hey, Methodz makes a good read, catches out Hydra, and those 2 kills, you find a little bit of an opening. the trades come through, but you just don't have to over-chow, which Nero does, so Crim gets another one, and Methodz now last man standing, at least for a moment, around boat in Boston. They just cannot buy any sort of map pressure.
That's pure Hydra, classic French phenom. 14 lives, so Boston breached 10 seconds to get near a zone, and, well, what do you know? They're on a B. Oh, man, Paul's made the read easy straight away. There should be one more player close enough. No, that might have been it. He just won them the game. That's it. Done, dusted. That one shot from Paul. Was anyone there in time? No, it was an op point, not on the clock, as Paulehx wins the gunfight into a Capsidal, flying through the air, seals the deal. Another good map to the Subliners. Here we go, chance to have taken the lead.
And I gotta say, you know, when I'm playing ranked Miles, if I'm going double negative, in my mind, I'm like, you know what? I will just sit in a corner on the objective, let my teammates do the work. But Nero's going double negative, and he's like, no, I will take these chows every day of the week, whether or not they're gonna fall. And I mean, obviously things on offense are already difficult enough, but Boston getting outslayed by 18, 19 kills. You know, just a never no opportunity to have any success. I mean, we played an extra couple ones, but New York literally just wins that in round number 1 with a dominant offensive win. It's great work across the board from New York. Everybody lighting it up in the kills department, especially I'd say for Kismet, right? 24 kills, but with the 14 extra assists, 38 EKIA. Not too shabby for a 4-round game.
Beautiful stuff in the 4-round game. Again, that coordination from the Subliners in that opening round, just knowing when you've got the advantage, you've got those 4 players dead, you managed to hit that point. We'll have a quick look across the highlights now, and hey, I'll tell you what, friends, it was a good look from the New York Subliners. NYSL coming out on top here on Gavutu Control. If those of you just joined us, it's 2-1 in the series so far. Match point Subliners.
And I also like the idea, just a pretty cool look at the opening break, right? You're waiting for, or Kismet, excuse me, waiting for a player to come up the ladder. They have a nice little setup, sort of playing it like S&D, and that ends up paying there. That's the big kill, by the way, just that double kill on the cross. That's what really seals the deal for the first round. So Kismet, I'd say, probably the MVP on Gavutu in my heart.
He did a great job. His first round also was pretty spectacular. And that cross kill was something else, mate. Brilliant stuff. Massive finishes again, and when it comes to, you know, the map and mode, we've seen Gavutu, some wicked comebacks, amazing work. Again, look back towards Major 2. Plays we saw, you know, everyone on LAG make. We're starting to see a little bit of a different look now in this sort of age of Berlin control making their way forward. Offensive rounds are becoming more and more, you know, achievable in teams. And it comes down to the teamwork, the game knowledge, the way everyone's playing. They are what? It's going to be interesting to see what it looks like, you know, the control mode here on Vanguard by the time Champs rolls around. God only knows how we'll be guessing these games go out.
I'm going to go ahead, you know, this is not a shocking prediction, but by the time we start, like, even in the majors, there's certain players and certain teams that you can see have already built up a bag of tricks, and they'll occasionally just show off more and more. You know, Shotzzy, I think, is like the primary guy. Cellium, obviously, in the same category, where, like, there's almost always, like, one brand new thing you get to see. By the time Champs comes around, I can only imagine of how ridiculous this, like, things are going to start to get, but that'll just be a fun thing down the line. As far as this series go, well, you already know what the name of the game is. New York Subliners have been on an absolute, like, smoke show tear in hardpoint. I think 10-2 in their last 12, and they go to Berlin, where, funnily enough, they actually have a positive map record, right? Like Tuscan, they were 2-8 prior to this one, obviously because it's a brand new roster, but Berlin has probably been one of their better maps the entire year.
There you go. So whether the map counts there or not, current form is certainly what is going to be selling the story right now. New York Subliners looking to close the series out 3-1 right here, right now on Berlin Hardpoint. It's on its way just now, friends, loading in, and it could be it. Boston breach, though, chance. This is a team that loves to surprise, a team that loves to shock and awe us, and who knows, this could be it. I mean, if you look at across the player cams, you'd never tell. The stress. 3 players right now having to scratch their foreheads and play with their heads at the same time. You would never know the New York Subliners were up in the series. They do look a little stressed, right? Am I crazy in saying that?
I mean, no, every single armchair psychologist right now is just furiously taking notes. Probably try to, you know, break down exactly what's going on in their heads. But whatever the case may be, I think the biggest head scratcher for me is, why did Boston not want to play Berlin Control? I mean, again, if they're not having success in scrims, then it's obvious that you're just not going to play it. But I would just take a book or like a page out of the Seattle Surge book. Just be like, hey, Capsidal, play like Pred. Go be annoying. Go for the spawn kills. Live inside of fire. Just like take those routes, because I feel like stylistically, that could be where Cap could absolutely feast on the opposition. But I mean, again, they had fanned that one out. Play Gavutu. Their record's now 3-9, and I think at least in the back of my mind going forward for Boston teams, that's sort of the major theme that I'll have of what are they doing in control.
Yeah, we'll see if I think you're right. The stylistic points there. Capsidal's a fast player. He's real dicey. He's really good at finessing and staying alive in tough situations. It really would suit him well. See though, we're not necessarily going to get to see the Berlin control, but the Berlin hardpoint. This is the map and mode where he made his now iconic spree against the New York Subliners, funny enough. So, well, we'll see if history can repeat itself. 4-4, 6-3 for the Subliners. They've got a good record, and the form is great. We'll see, though. This Mountain Dew marquee match could come to a close right here and now, friends. Berlin hardpoint, map number 4 here in the series. Do or die, Boston Breach.
And the biggest theme right there, right? Obviously, New York just solid at both the holds and breaks, but Boston have the better overall average plus minus, and that's because they are one of the best break teams in the game. So that'll be the biggest question mark. New York, when they're actually winning these rotations, can they hold on? But obviously to be New York needing to break first, because just because of spawns, Boston get the free control of the hill off the break.
They're in. Here comes Hydra on the outside. Good work from Paulehx backing him up. That's going to give Hydra clearance to make his way forward now. Nades tags in. TJ's guns are up. Will he be able to find much here? As Hydra on the outside of the point slides through, and it is a glorious break. The New York Subliners not quite finished yet, though. As Crim in off spawn straight to the kill feed. Zinni's been dropped as well, and that, ladies and gentlemen, the hard point is all New York Subliners.
As good as it gets. I mean, similar to like the Gavutu control, right? They almost had the perfect opening break that they needed. This time it was making sure Hydra has the clearance to flank from outer, and now Kismet gets set up top third to catch all these players on rotation. Free kill number 1. The intel will be on point, sees the next few, and I mean, he's just going to be slowing him down at the very least. You already see number 6 has moved in towards the hill, so he's really just buying his teammates time, on top of the fact that now he can late pinch. He does get caught out, but now it's Hydra's opportunity to try to make a play.
Yeah, and Daddy's Methodz watching the flank, making sure he's safe. Over to the second hard point, we already go. And what an opener this has been for the Subliners. How will the break go now? Hydra, what do we got, son? And he goes, finds at least one. The in and out shots now, as you find on this P2 point, the mail room is a tough one. Crim finding 2 more here. Hydra on the hunt. His second kill now in a row. That's your Mountain Dew featured player for good reason. Nearly gets the snap on a Nero. Not enough tags or damage or whatever in, but the break is fantastic, and it is on. Subliners back on the hard point.
Yeah, another moment right there. We had one in Tuscan where Subliners not too quick on actually reading the spawn. So 2 times that they have struggled at least a little bit, just looking the wrong direction. And, well, Boston at least take advantage of that to try to get inside of P2. Hydra trying to make things mixy, and mixy indeed. Kismet wins the 2-piece. New York Subliners have the spawns for new, and hey, you're just stripping away a bunch of extra time on P2, and you continue to shred. Kismet finally gets taken down, but now this is the test. Can the second best break team in the game break into P3, or will this lead get out of control?
This could get out of control here real fast. That's going to see the Subliners already in the rotation, down and out. Here comes the hit, though. T to the outside. Great awareness from Kismet. Once again, having a blinder of a series so far. Heads up play. Takes care of that side of the map. Now all eyes forward over to Methodz. Can they sniff him out? He's made his way through fire. He made a bit of noise there, but he might be able to creep on through. There's one. In we go. No! Paul makes the read, gets the kills. The lead is only getting worse now. 30 seconds remaining.
And that is tragic too, because Methodz, if you get the 2-piece, well, you do successfully break the hill and get a little bit of time, but unfortunately just can't get the second one. Paulehx wins the big one, and all that just for Boston to pretty much off spawn, run straight back in the actual hill. So I suppose losing the first one-on-one gunfight, do buy out yourselves a little bit of time, but either way, you're going to be down by about 60 going into new. And while Boston is one of the best teams in the game at breaking, they were towards the bottom when it comes to actually holding the hills, and P4 is one of the most difficult ones to actually hold. See if Hydra can be the guy to really open things up. Is wait maybe for Paulehx to start moving through train, but they are getting chopped down along the way.
Yeah, they certainly are. 100 points for the New York Subliners. Loud cross. Boston Breach with the control. Now let's go for the dulcet tones of Boston Breach. Gonna listen in.
We're gonna flip, yeah.
You're on the deep right.
I need overtime.
Pitching P5 here.
Hold on.
Yeah, good play.
Nice.
I'm behind him. Warehouse dead.
Nice.
You push up.
Back alley, maybe?
Close time dead.
Nice, I'm going back alley.
Right, back right.
No, back right. Fuck, dude. He's deep right.
I don't see him. Get on the deep right, kids. Deep right train. Deep right, guys. Right side warehouse. Right side warehouse. Stay down. Literally, play left. Stand up.
Open you hold.
Walk the pinch here.
Yeah, he's gonna take his ass.
Fireman. In time somewhere?
Yeah.
I think he's front left.
Front left. He's going first side time.
Paul, watch that time. Paul, watch that time. He's like for laying down front side time. Listen, Hydra, right? Right side time, right side time. Yeah, fire. Absolute fire. He went trip windows, I think.
He's probably dead. All the time.
Okay.
I'll see.
Add all weak Paul. Add all weak Paul. Yeah.
He just snaked me, bro. You guys spawning? He's got 2p5, Paul. He was, they're going left.
That was Boston Breach trying to get themselves back into the mix here, Chance. Now back over to Radio CDL. We got ourselves a big old lead for the New York Subliners, brother. They're having a whale of a time.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, they are just struggling in this game, right? With like individual players as well. Kismet was getting super high value early on. You hear that, hey, we're missing Hydra, and by the time they figure it out, Hydra's already shooting in the back. And I mean, they called out Paul like 6 different times. One shot, but Paulehx just goes on a 6 spree inside of old. And now you just got subliner players flying all over you on top of the nades connected with your teammates again. I feel like this stage, maybe it's just this stage where the teammates have been constant.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of them. We're seeing a fair too many team nade situations, but at this moment of time, it is certainly raining on Boston Breach. They are not having any fun here on Berlin. Even Crim at the point there eats a frag grenade, devours this next player, and it's TJ. Falls back over towards the point, clean shots out the automaton, stays alive. 18-9 for Paulehx. The rest of his teammates, everyone's frying. As we're back over to P1. The lead is only getting larger. It is only getting more sizable. It is only getting thicker. As Boston Breach, they are fading out here on Berlin.
And Subliners also, in the meantime, are getting like more automaton kills on this map than I feel like we are used to seeing. I mean, Hydra's in the feed with automaton kills. Kismet's been in the feed with automaton kills, and they've just straight up dominated this game. Even when Hydra's last man standing, he still manages to find an extra kill. Granted, Boss is going to be able to get that scrap time, but the rotation, it will be the Subliners here first. And I mean, frankly, it's shaping up to look like they can't do any wrong in this game. And I like the play from Kismet, taking a little bit of extra time before you make your move. Try to get these kills closer to win the hill pops.
There's the close kills indeed. He's just eating them alive. There's not a hope in hell right now for Boston Breach on Berlin. We are going to have to see them shed their skin in a tremendous way. This is such a hard map for them. They're struggling. I don't know what to say, Chance. It's such a bad one, but it's not over yet. We're still not counting them out truly. The break's on. All they have to do is take care of Hydra. Easier said than done, as he's managed to find one. Capsidal on the prowl now, trying to take care of him. Paul from the top side, brought down as well. Cap's still going, but he has got Hydra in on that point somewhere. Can the do-si-do, the ring around the rosy, come to a close? And will it be Boston who come out on top? Final 30 here on P2.
Maybe an opening to actually start to push and flip those spawns, but it's not going to be the case. Subliners still spawn over back towards New. This is still great time to get, though. These final 20 seconds will be easily secured, and obviously plenty of time to work with to actually try to make this break. Capsidal, first one to strike, and, well, just gets traded instantly. Number 2, though, Methodz is pushed up the dock side of the map. So actually now the Subliners, well, would have been spawning out, but a couple players fall. TJ trying to make the big play, but as soon as you die towards dock, Subliners just spawn right back inside the hill, and they will be able to keep this control as the hill pops.
Capsidal, he's in the middle of everyone right now. Can't get any more kills. He's bought his teammates a bit of space to work with. Can they get in, get the guns up, and get some of these players from the York Subliners back on a spawn? TJ through the front line now, but his teammates are getting dropped all around him. He gets one. Capsidal with a nade now from Platt side. Shots are good. Into the point, he finally goes. The contest could get to the column, but not enough to get the fight. Nero now on point. Does manage to win one, but again, the teamwork is so on point right now for the New York Subliners. Hydra on the flank. A 3 spree for he. It is a delight to watch. But Boston, they're not out of this yet, Chance. They're fighting tooth and nail to stay alive.
I mean, I would go ahead and say that they're out of it. I mean, they do get the break on the hill, but like, it's not like they're doing it with teamwork. It doesn't feel like they're just trying to do it with like overwhelming pressure. And it's one of those things where like any flank just turns into a dagger. I mean, Paulehx gets set up on their rotation. This should be a freebie on TJ. And well, there's at least the first. Now you're set up in a pinch, but I don't know, Boston just feel a little bit scattered, but hey, maybe pull something together and get back in this game. It is only a 60-point deficit. It's not fun, but it's still doable, but not the best start as Paulehx has made his way inside the hill.
Yeah, he's in. He's set up. Hydra's on the back. Your players take care of the front side as well. Sees an ankle of Nero. He's a dead man now. Beautiful shots out of Hydra. Gets the job done. Our Mountain Dew featured player doing the dirty work here on Berlin. The rest of his teammates now on spawn, trying to make their way through train. Not able to get into the point just yet. And this is good pressure of Boston. They're staying alive here. They're keeping the members of the Subliners back, and they have flipped the spawns.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the pressure has always felt fine. Just about stringing something together, maybe picking it up a little bit in the kills column. Again, I mean, they come into this hill down by about 60. Now, if you get the final 15 seconds, you only be down by about, 35, 40 seconds. So they're working on it. And Capsidal's heated up a little bit as well. He was dancing around like the 0.6 territory. Now he's back to even. Nero was double negged for a while. He's getting a little bit closer. So they have a little bit of momentum. And, well, you got number one Capsidal in the back potentially to flip these spawns long term. So Breach are trying to set themselves up. And you start winning some of these gunfights, it becomes more and more doable.
200 points now crossed for the New York Subliners. We're back in business, and now P5 is up. Not an easy one to hold, not an easy one to get time on, but here we go, Boston. Start to do the unthinkable. Try to find that time. Subliners are in it for now. Looking for a kill or two. Kismet with the coverage, but Boston is still fighting for that map control. They're doing everything right, but just got to get these players off the point. Here we go. Finally, some time going their way. Keep that pressure on. Take care of Crim on the other side of the roof. Methodz is there, and I hate to say it, I'm starting to get a little bit biased. I want this comeback to happen.
Yeah, it's doable. It is absolutely doable, Miles, just because they put so much emphasis on the P1 side spawns that, I mean, you can actually chain that one into a money hill and get a full 60, and they're winning the key gunfights on rotation as well. So Nero, the first one to be set up, he's able to pick up two. His teammates off spawn, slotting in, filling in that position, but now it's Kismet trying to break the mold. He's at least able to strike down one, but he is getting hunted. He is tagged up. He is dropped, and Boston, perfect clearance on this P1 hill.
It didn't account for Hydra, though. He manages to get in from behind. And who is that on the flank of all flanks? It is Paulehx. We'll check in with him in a moment. He might run in a Capsidal off spawn, but here we go. Fight now towards the close side of the hard point as Paul's made his way through. Will he be able to take care of these players? No, that's going to be the spawners from behind. Unfortunate timing. The hard point is open for a moment. Over now towards Hydra, trying to make the break. Two members of the Boston Breach in there. He could get caught out on the timing again, but no, the Phenom manages to land the pair of them. The break is almost good. You've got one more on point. Teach wins the fight. That's massive. You stay alive for Boston Breach. Here comes Kismet. Kismet finds only one, and the hard point is still Boston Breach.
TJ goes crazy in the hill, man. He goes crazy in the hill. And well, actually, dude, look at the fight for scrap time, by the way. Crimsix actually makes the play, wins one, and well, that'll make his team incredibly close just to winning it now. They'll be about 15 points away, and they get the setup early on. Now the Subliners can end the game here.
Got to get it done right here, right now on P2 in the final set. Capsidal through the front, done. Paul's on the point, cleaned up. Trades come through. Zinni from the top rope, absolutely ripped out of his gaming chair. 5 seconds now, and it is done. There we go, ladies and gentlemen, the Subliners. They snuff out Boston Breach there on Berlin. The dream dies, but hey, we saw some signs of life just a little too late there out of the Boston Breach. Subliners get the job done.
Yeah, they really started to sweat forward. But again, nice plays for Crimsix towards the end. Just to, I mean, again, you chow those old 10 seconds. That is now 10 seconds. You collect. The other team does not. It is basically a nice little 20-point swing. And I'd say at that point, you're just way too close to being able to end the game. Because if Crim doesn't make that play, actually, I mean, even if Kismet still picks up the 2-piece, if everything plays out perfectly well, you at least for Boston to have one more opportunity after that to make the attack. But Subliners making the small plays later on, and I think Boston maybe feeling a little bit of that pressure. Capsidal dips out, and I think that's what the technical 0-30 stat line, if the stats guys have anything to say about it.
Yeah, and if there's a ranked, he loses some points as well. Woof, Lordy, what a series it was, friends. There we go. The Subliners clearing house, taking care of business. We saw some great plays all around. Good stuff out of Kismet. Pretty much from start to finish. Hydra always has his moments. Beautiful work either way. But Boston, mate, I mean, it's not bad. It's not abysmal. At times it was here on Boston, on Berlin. They simply didn't have an answer for a lot of what the New York Subliners really brought to the field. But hey, back to the lab they go. Maybe a bit of work on the control game mode as well. Get that Berlin control up and about. You want to create some options there when it comes to the vetoes. But hey, this is all speculation, conjecture based on what we've seen today. Was not a bad look in the search and destroy, but New York Subliners keeping the run going. Man alive. Paul with the 4 spree there. That was another absolute blinder from him. 5 spree. Paul is an absolute menace.
Yeah, I mean, literally just picking him apart. I mean, Kismet, again, was getting like a ton of value out of every single one of his lives early on. Paulehx was going on tears. Crimsix also had another game where, I mean, he was leading the entire lobby in slaying. So Crimsix was having a great one as well, even making the big brain plays towards the end. But I'd say on the flip side for Boston, like, when they play search and destroy, it is easily identifiable how good their teamwork is at times. And at least for that map on the hard point for Berlin, it just doesn't feel like the teamwork comes into effect as often. Like it's almost more reliant, either Capsidal and Nero are gonna fry or they're gonna get smoked, and it is like live or die by that theme. But obviously not a terrible performance in the end, but another one of those games for Boston where it is a tippy top team you're playing against, and they just didn't quite have enough in the tank.
Yeah, fell a little short there, but again, keeping things as close as they possibly could. Gavutu Control certainly needed the work there, but hey, Tuscan Search and Destroy, we saw some great individual plays, good snipes out of Tej. A lot of fun in that matchup again, the 1v3 from Nero as well. Still hope for Boston Breach, a little bit of work needed done there against their old New York rivals, but that is that, friends. The series comes to a close, 3-1. New York Subliners, our Mountain Dew marquee match in the books, and our last match of the week here, leading up over towards Major 3. And Chaz, what? I can't wait to get to Toronto, see the fans, and we know the VIP tickets are sold. There's still some general admission tickets available for every day. Cannot wait to get down to Toronto and see what happens there, because every major has been wild so far, and no doubt about it, this one will be special too. Now it's over to the beautiful desk. Veli, Ali, are you both still wearing sunglasses indoors?
Miles, of course, man. You know what I'm saying? We feel kind of movie stars right now. How you feeling, Ali?
I'm feeling great. I can't see anything right now, not
really
just
can't.
because it's dark, but at least we look good.
Exactly. But you know who looked even better is the New York Subliners getting that big win right there. I do got to say this. I'm really loving the killer instinct that they're showing series after series once again. When it was P4 and Paul was in the hill, and you thought NYSL was going to get spawn trapped while Boston was trying to get back into the lead, right? We saw Hydra make a big flank over to P3, got it done. Paul, meanwhile, is holding on to P4 and cleans out all of Boston Breach. Like, how does plays like that continuously happen when Boston seems to be in a fight and they outnumbered NYSL?
I feel like when you're going up against a team like New York Subliners, even if you have 3 people down and Hydra is that last person alive, you still have to be on your toes, because Hydra will pop a 2-piece and absolutely neutralize the work that you put in to get that control of the map. We saw it all throughout the Tuscan. Even in that Berlin, Hydra was the one making the longest of flanks to get behind you, and it was like you just forgot he was there. If I was going up against this team, I would just be like, where's Hydra? Where's Hydra? Do we know where Hydra is? Is Hydra dead? Is he off spawn? Where is this guy? Because the amount of times he was just there early in rotation, sitting in a corner, getting that early kills, getting behind you and waiting for his team to break the kill. The decision-making from the likes of Hydra was insane to watch on the minimap during this series.
You're right. Boston's going to have to start watching those flanks. But the one thing Boston did extremely well, though, when it came to search and destroy, the first bloods were ridiculous. I mean, it was outright insane. It's one thing to see 1 kill off the rip within the first 10 seconds, but the way Boston did it, they steamrolled NYSL. We saw cases of, 2Ks and 3Ks in routes to winning a round within the first 20 seconds. Boston was on point there, but I would love to see them really pick things up on respawn.
I'm right there with you on the respawn thing. It just feels like nobody's watching their back, and by the time they choose to pick it up, it's a second, just a literal second too late. Their search and destroys, we knew they were going to be good. They're arguably one of the best search and destroy teams in the game, but in the respawn, they just cannot get something going. Tuscan was the hard point they needed to win in this series. It is NYSL's worst hard point, and they still weren't able to close it out.
Yeah, so the question is, can anybody out there really neutralize a player like Hydra when he's on a roll like that? SMGs, ARs, it really doesn't matter. But also, Ali, at the end of the day, any bow you like to put on top of this series right here? I really wanted this to go to a Game 5. I really expected more from Boston.
It still kind of went the distance, but I will say New York Subliners just continued to impress. I think they just continue to prove themselves, and for being a roster that has gone through so many changes, so many feats, to be beating teams in the way that they are, pushing teams like Atlanta FaZe the way that they are, I'm very interested to see what they're doing going forward.
With points currently in the conversation right now, New York Subliners got a big win, and hopefully we can see them at a chance at the end of the year. It's all going to be on if they can win it out. But we also have a Game Fuel post-victory spotlight. Let's go ahead and get them on screen. Shout out to Paul. Paul, you guys were insane, man. But one big question to you, okay? You all got a big, good win, right? I love seeing you guys be successful. But in Search and Destroy, you got destroyed when it came to First Bloods. Was there any lessons learned in that have 3 or 2 players die at the beginning and to better that next time around? Because you and also Kismet has been going off in that game type.
Yeah, no. Even when it was happening and we were dying instantly, I mentioned, I'm like, bro, we just cannot die like that. Like, the rounds were going so fast, we were literally all dropping instantly. I think we definitely learned our lesson not to get so aggressive or like to do more stuff together, like more team nades and stuns or something, because we were just going like straight fucking raw, dog. I'm sorry for cussing. We just went straight raw, bro. Like nothing. Like we just try to, We definitely learned something from that.
Hey, teachers on your hands, but you still won.
It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission in these kinds of situations, Paul. But I will say, when it came to that search and destroy, you guys definitely started to make the comeback. You definitely pulled the pace back in your favor, and I'm interested to seeing that more when it comes to you guys moving forward. But I have to ask, I saw a tweet on the timeline the other day, putting you a little bit on blast. Somebody said, I can't believe I get to team with Crimsix, and I believe you're the menace in that situation?
Oh, that was me for sure. Honestly, like, I was rotating to like P3 on Bokage, and I just had a stun in my hand, and I'm like, it's like Porter bump, and I'm like, as I said that, I'm like, did I just tell fucking Crim to bump? Like, that was, I don't know. I just had like a realization.
Hey, you're living your best life right now. But hey, shout out to you guys. NY, you guys are getting a really big fan base that's super supportive. My mentions are nuts. Anything you want to say to the diehards out there?
I mean, I appreciate you guys sticking through with us, even though, you know, we haven't been having the best years, but, you know, we're turning around now, and, you know, the people that doubt us and still do, like, y'all could kick rocks. I really, you know what I'm saying? But to all the supporters, I appreciate you guys.
Hey, Paul, very last question. I'm making it quick. You guys are sitting at, I believe, 50 points now with that win, and you're sitting outside of the range for champs. Has that been a big conversation behind the scenes with your team, because time is clicking?
Nah, we're not. We actually just had this conversation. We're not looking at like the points anymore. We used to, but it's really one map at a time, one game at a time.
Okay.
And eventually, you know, we're gonna qualify. So.
Fire take.
Just vibes, man. Hey, Paul, you take it easy, man, and then we'll catch you next time.
Appreciate it. Thank you. You as well.
No problem. Much love. All right, so there we have it right there. Take a look at the points we were just talking about. New York Subliners sitting in 11th place. Remember, top 8 goes to champ, sitting ahead of them. Currently, the Minnesota Røkkr, who got a big win today. Also, the Toronto Ultra, all fighting to replace the tie, I guess, between Florida and Toronto. This is pretty messy.
It is pretty messy, but again, New York Subliners, they have a good path ahead of them, and the likes that a lot of teams above them are struggling while they are on a menace. They are on a revenge tour right now to try and force their way into champs. So, like Paul said, they're not worried. They're not thinking about it. They are looking at the matches ahead, going map by map, just trying to get these dubs under their belt.
And sitting in 7th place is going to be Seattle Surge, who got a very important dub to stay in the race, right? To stay in the conversation. They went against Paris Legion, and even though it was a good win, it really wasn't. If you took a look at the game, Paris blew away a lot of opportunities to grab hold of the lead, but it was Seattle that came out on top.
Paris certainly kind of just handed on a silver platter a lot of situations for Seattle Surge to be able to come out on top in this series, but it was a big win regardless. It was something Seattle desperately needed because of the storyline that they can't beat anybody below them, but they'll beat everybody above them. But I will say, I like what I'm seeing out of Paris. I don't think they're completely out of the conversation yet. They are 12th in CDL points. They are 12th overall as a team as a whole, but the individual plays some of these players are making, it makes you want to believe in the fact that they can make a turnaround.
Oh, they're definitely getting better. I want to see Paris Legion play the upset team right now. I want them to ruin everybody's chances that they go against, but I'm also talking about chances. The Minnesota Røkkr bettered theirs. They got a big win over a team that was 2nd place in the Prime Classic, got a big win to start off the week, and then they fell extremely short to Minnesota. Minnesota got a 3-0, but I want to give a lot of credit right now to Attach and Havok, and also Priestahh. You know, give it to the whole team, especially Super Saiyan Standy. Priestahh went positive for what, the 5th series this year, and the fact that when he did it, Minnesota looked way better than LA, and I would have never guessed that.
I would have never guessed that. Maybe I said that these series were going to be long today, but this one was not long at all, and it was in Minnesota Røkkr's favor, which I also did not expect at all. But I have to talk on the part of LA Thieves. We thought they were hitting their incline, right? We thought, all right, Kenny finally is comfortable in his new role. They're going to hit a stride here. They're going to get back to form, and then they get handed a loss like this. And I hate coming at Kenny the way I've been coming at Kenny, but he had a .67 in the hard point, a .3 in the S&D, and he still ended negative in the control. I get it, you're in a new role, but you've had time to practice now, and if it's just not working, you'll need to start having the conversation.
I think it was the whole team. This is my take, and I don't care what anybody thinks of it. I think Minnesota just dogged the whole team entirely. I don't think it was just one individual player. I think Minnesota was just better in general. LA just underperformed, and that's basically that. But also, the Aim Lab best shots of the week, we saw some amazing snipes. Shout out to Insight as well, and big shout out to Temp, who got the record for 7 in a single S&D game.
Yeah, no, that was insane. The shots out of some of these players, I just have no idea how they're hitting, but I cannot stress enough how much I love the sniper being in this game.
Yo, wait. I want to see if we get attached his 2K through the window right
Oh,
here.
there it
That
is.
was so key. These are impact kills, baby, and he wins rounds with them. Attached with something different, but Temp was on another level today.
Yeah, Temp, we can hear his frustration in comms. Temp is always on another level, I feel like. But the sniping on the Tuscan, S&D certainly puts the cherry on top.
Okay, the part about T sniping today, he missed a lot of gibbies, but he bagged out a lot of players as well, so I really can't hate on him. But imagine if he was like on point with all of them. He would have had the record.
He would have had the record outright.
Easily.
But you know what? I respect some of the kills that he had gotten today.
Or first blast. And also, if you guys want to take a look at some of the settings that your favorite pro players have, you might want to copy them. Go ahead and take a look. You see the website on the bottom of your screen. Don't be shy. Check it out. And Ali, that wraps up week 1 of the Major III Qualifier. Shout out to Toronto Ultra for hosting that event soon. Anything you want to say to what we've seen so far? Because the confusion of matches that we've seen so far with the results that we've gotten has been a treat.
It's exciting because the scales just keep tipping back and forth and back and forth. And at the end of the day, Vanguard is Vanguard, and we don't know who's going to come out on top.
Also, Bounty Week is going to kick off next time you see us on screen. We have a list of matchups, and check this out. If these teams win these designated matchups, not just 10K for just the whole entire event. We're talking about 10K per each team that wins. We're going to kick it off with London Royal Ravens, and shout out to Harry, by the way, facing off against Boston Breach, who should be extremely upset with that loss we just saw. I'm pretty sure they want to get that win plus the money in their pocket after that one. And then we're going to end off the entire Bounty Week with Atlanta versus Texas, but everything in between is going to be pretty hot.
I'm looking at Seattle versus LA Thieves right now. After the match that we just saw out of LA Thieves and the one out of Seattle, I feel like that's going to be a grueler of a match.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a grueler of the match, but at the end of the day as well, we're going to see who exactly wants it more. But also, make sure you get these tickets. Make sure you not only go to Major 3 to see the games, but you go to Major 3 to also compete. Like I said, it's kind of like a rite of passage in Call of Duty. Playing there is just the best.
Absolutely, and it's the best way to get noticed as well. Placing high at this LAN will surely get you noticed by the CDL teams. I mean, you've saw it in the likes of Toronto Ultra NA and EU. They have 2 rosters under a CDL franchise team that everybody is looking at across the board. So go make a name for yourself.
It's not just to get noticed as well. It's fun as hell, okay? Going to these events, we heard Nameless when we was in Minnesota, Ali getting the crowd hype in Texas. Like, this is it. This year has been so fun when it comes to the LAN events, but also this has been a very fun week, and I love you guys so much. Thank you for tuning in so far, but once again, I want to thank all of the teams that competed this weekend, the winners and the losers. Most importantly, I want to give a big shout out to the fans, because without you guys, we are absolutely nothing. Call of Duty Vanguard is heating up bigger than ever this year, and the competition is pretty crazy. When it comes to the results, you can't even flip a coin at it, okay? It's just that much fun. But next week, the Bounty Week starts, and I can't wait to see which teams run away with $10,000 each in their pockets. We'll catch you guys next time. Take care of yourself. I love you. Stay healthy. Spread love. And we'll catch you next time for some more Call of Duty action.
Bye.